The price of victory is never as simple as winning. Sometimes it costs the very thing you least expect. In this chapter, Harry faces the weight of his decisions and the people who will bear the burden with him. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks. We're continuing a Marauder's Plan by Catsarecool with part 11, where Harry must reckon with the consequences of his growing power and influence and decide who he is willing to fight for and who he's willing to lose. Disclaimer: this is a fan-created adaptation based on the Harry Potter universe, owned by J.K. Rowling. All credit for the story belongs to Catsarecool. This audiobook is for entertainment and to celebrate the wonderful world of fanfiction. As tensions rise and alliances shift, Harry must balance heart and strategy more carefully than ever before. Every choice has a ripple effect, and the path forward is no longer clear. If you're invested in Harry's journey and the shifting power dynamics, be sure to subscribe to become a Grimoire Guardian, or join the Wizard Army to support more fanfiction audiobooks like this one. Let's dive in. A Marauder's Plan, Part 11. Finding Pronglet's Power, Chapter 1. Part 11. Finding Pronglet's Power, the Endgame Prank. April 10th, 1995. Paris was a beautiful city. Harry's mind whirled with the 2 days of sightseeing he'd thrown himself into since their arrival in Paris on the Saturday morning. He and Sirius had disguised themselves and wandered around both the wizarding and muggle tourist attractions without anyone being wise to who they were. Harry had loved the Eiffel Tower with the grand views of Paris, and the Louvre with its hidden wizarding floor, where the portraits spoke of everything from the French Revolution to the French Resistance in the last World War. But he'd also just enjoyed sitting outside on the pavement of a little cafe for lunch with a hot mug of chocolate, crusty baguette, and platters of cured meat and cheeses, watching the world go by. It had been a wonderful 2 days, if exhausting. They were staying at the black apartment, which was big enough to house not only Sirius and himself, but also, in a surprise move, Andromeda, Narcissa, and Tonks, who'd all decided that Paris was the only place to commission the wedding outfits. The Grangers had arrived earlier that morning to facilitate Hermione getting her bridesmaid's dress, and they were expecting Simeon and his family the following day. It had taken only an hour for Harry to feel swamped by the wedding talk, and he'd been relieved when Sirius hustled him out of the door early for their luncheon with the Delacours and the mysterious Vivian Vert. He only felt a smidgen of guilt about leaving Hermione, who had looked as bewildered as he had felt about what material would work best for the dresses. The Delacours estate was very close to Versailles. Harry had hoped they might have time in the afternoon to visit the palace, but Sirius had been adamant it needed a day on its own to properly appreciate the gardens and the historical building, and only accessible by flue. Sirius walked them over to the French Ministry of Magic to use the public flues there since the apartment didn't have an active flue. Harry didn't mind the walk. The sun was shining and the wind was bracing, stinging his cheeks and musing his hair, and generally reminding him he was alive. In some ways, he mused, the past couple of days had seemed like a holiday from the reality of their lives, a revisit of the summer, when they'd been at the clinic and the only thing they'd needed to do was focus on healing. It had been a good time out, and Harry felt rested as they entered through the public entrance and into the ministry, which was housed under the Bastille. They gained a few looks, but nothing like the attention they would have drawn in Britain, and Harry happily followed Sirius over to the Bank of Public Flues, where they paid for their usage to a small goblin. There was nobody in the reception room when they arrived, and Harry took a moment to take in the large rectangular space, empty of everything but a beautiful magical tapestry of a gathering of swans all along the one wall in front of them. The swans swam up and down the length of the woven fabric serenely. Looking back over his shoulder, Harry spotted the crest of the Delacours hewn into the marble mantelpiece and a wide ornate mirror, which no doubt was linked to another somewhere in the building for someone to watch for security reasons. There were no windows and no visible door. The only lighting was an elaborate chandelier, which had lit up as soon as they had stepped out of the flue. A pop alerted them to a house elf. "Bonjour. Madame Elaine will be with you shortly. I'll be taking your cloaks." They handed them over, and the house elf bowed politely before it popped out again. "Good security," Sirius commented, admiration coloring his tone. "I like the tapestry. Provides the right amount of calming distraction. No windows, no doors. Nice mirror." He grinned at Harry. "Maybe we should get a tapestry for Black Manor." "I don't think I want to know," Harry joked, seeing the mischievous glint in Sirius's eye. Once a prankster. A grand double doorway suddenly appeared to their right, and it opened up on its own, allowing entry to the beautiful woman who was Fleur and Gabrielle's mother. Her golden hair was up in a complex chignon. Her loose blue day robes were open to reveal a floaty Muggle-style white summery dress decorated in a pattern of tiny blue flowers. Gold sandals and jewelry completed the outfit. Harry was glad he and Sirius had opted for stylish outfits, and that he wasn't going to feel either under or overdressed. They'd judged it correctly. Sirius bowed deeply, and Harry followed his example. He almost smiled at Elaine's appreciative once-over of his father. Sirius wore a dark red shirt tucked into tailored dark gray trousers with an open light gray dueling robe. His dark hair was neatly combed back into a ponytail tied with a leather strip. Harry was in a similar outfit, an emerald shirt rather than red-black denim jeans, which youth allowed him to get away with wearing, and an open green so dark it was almost black everyday robe. Elaine accepted Sirius, kissing the back of her offered hand with a delighted laugh, and she smiled widely when Harry did the same. "It is marvelous you have arrived." Her French accent was barely traceable, Harry noted as Sirius thanked her for her welcome. Elaine shrugged in a very Gallic manner. "It is our pleasure." She motioned for them to follow her. "Our estate is, of course, very extensive. I hope we have time to show you the grounds before you depart, but if not another time, per PS. I realize your purpose today is meeting Madame Vert." She turned and, smiling again, winked at them. "We will have lunch before business, though." Harry followed her, wide-eyed at the gorgeous architecture. The wide main corridor decorated with what Harry assumed to be considered beautiful objects d'art and pictures painted by many famous artists. The room they were led into was the conservatory, a large oval room which overlooked a pristine green lawn leading down to the rest of the gardens. Apart from the back wall, which was part of the main house, the rest of the room had a cream wall up to waist height, and then glass that arced into a dome above. Various plants were placed around the room, some trailing up the glass and along the walls. The main space, though, was taken up with a long table set out for lunch, and a number of comfortable dining chairs around it. There was a side door out to the garden, and Elaine ushered them through and round a small stone path to a walled garden where Fleur, Gabrielle, and two older women sat on ornate metal chairs around a matching table. Fleur caught her sister before she could throw herself at Harry, whispering something about decorum in her ear that Harry could barely hear. "Please don't get up," Sirius said, seeing the women start to adjust their positions for the introductions. The first woman bore a marked resemblance to Elaine despite her papery thin skin and silver hair. She smiled at him. "Thank you, Lord Black. You are a gentleman." "My grandmother." Elaine introduced them brightly. "Madame Sabrina Lim 1. This is Lord Sirius Black and his son, Lord Harry Potter." "Sirius and Harry, please," Sirius said, kissing the older woman's hand with just as much charm as he'd used on Fleur's mother. "Your mother-in-law's wands are wonderful creations, Madame Lim 1. Harry followed Sirius a touch more shyly, but performing his small bonjour and kiss without tripping over anything. "You may call me Sabrina," she said with a twitching mouth which gave away her amusement at the proper protocol. "May I introduce our good friend, Vivian Vert, Madam, Sirius bowed and kissed the back of her hand. You have my utmost gratitude for consenting to meet with us. Vivian was older than Sabrina. There was a fragility in the small woman's frame, an air of bemused eccentricity in her simple bronze smock and matching slippers, her white hair escaping from its haphazardly pinned-up dew. But her brown eyes were shining brightly with intelligence, and her grip was strong. You will call me Vivian, she corrected in surprisingly unaccented crisp English. Sirius nodded graciously. Thank you. Vivian extended her hand to Harry, who moved forward and kissed the back of her knuckles. When he went to step back, she held onto his hand, her brown eyes searching his green ones intently. Harry swallowed his nerves and his instinctive reaction to look to Sirius. Instead, he held up under her regard until she squeezed his fingers lightly and let go. You, young raven, may call me grandmother, Vivian said with so much satisfaction that it sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Sirius tensed beside him. Vivian, if I may. Do not worry. Vivian turned to Sirius with a small smile. We will speak of this later. We all have our gifts, do we not? Elaine coughed and masterfully returned to the task of completing the introductions with a breezy acknowledgement that they were already acquainted with Fleur and Gabrielle. An apology from Fleur's father was provided. He had been unable to reschedule his previous business arrangements. Pre-lunch drinks of a summer punch were handed out, and talk turned to the tournament and reminiscences of the second task. Sirius escorted the two older women back to the conservatory for lunch, while Harry escorted Fleur and a giggling Gabrielle. Elaine mock-complained about the lack of her husband to provide her with an equally handsome wizard. Lunch topics were also fairly light. Harry was asked about studying at Hogwarts, and he responded with a similar question about Beaux Batons. Sirius was asked about the latest proposal the Swiss had put to the ICW for wand-making ingredients to be monitored for proper quality. It was only after the sumptuous lemon mousse with lemon syrup and candied oranges dipped in dark chocolate that Elaine drew the conversation around to the purpose of the visit. Per APS, Vivian, she offered. You would prefer to discuss your business with Sirius and Airy in the drawing room with coffee? Vivian acquiesced, and 5 minutes later, Harry found himself sitting on a small antique sofa next to his father. Vivian was installed in a matching chair beside him. A coffee table next to them was laden with a silver tray, with hot coffee and tiny pastries. Vivian served the drinks, adding plenty hot milk to Harry's, which he additionally sweetened to make it palatable. He rarely drank coffee, but didn't want to make a fuss asking for something else. Sirius's small smile of approval was enough to make it worth the while. I should begin with an apology for our introduction. Vivian settled back in the armoire. I did not mean to disturb you with my words. Sirius glanced at Harry and back at Vivian. You recognized his animagus form. Vivian smiled softly. More accurately, the essence of all he is and is to become. She tilted her head. I am not the first, no, admitted Harry. My friend Luna was the first one to suggest I would be a raven. So you are a raven, and one protected by a grim? Vivian looked at Sirius questioningly. Sirius nodded reluctantly. Appropriate that the one who guards the last of the Peverils is a man who carries the soul of a creature, who usually walks with death and protects the soul of the innocent. Vivian said knowingly. Harry felt more than a little creeped out, and he hastily took a sip of his coffee to hide his reaction. Sirius placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, grounding him. And you are the last of Lumiere's line. Sirius replied politely. Yes, the last of the Lumieres, and you are the last of the Peverils. Vivian's gaze caught Harry's. We both are the last as foreseen. Foreseen. Sirius jumped on the phrase. Harry swallowed down the fear that had sprung up He really hoped it wasn't another prophecy. It starts as though a joke. Vivian said, her words unhurried, as though she wasn't aware of Sirius's determination to have an answer to his question. An apprentice wandmaker walks into an inn and sits beside a rich young wizard traveling incognito abroad before returning home to marry. But it is not a joke. Harry was captivated by the picture she had woven and eager to know more, yet he didn't press her, knowing somehow she had to tell the tale her own way. Sirius seemed to sense the same because he remained quiet too. Vivian sipped her coffee, lowering the delicate china cup back into its equally delicate saucer. Michel Albert Lumiere. He writes in his journals that they became friends that first night. Michel flushed from the sale of his first wand, and the wizard, who introduced himself only as Iggy, drinking to forget the war and losses he had left behind in his home country. They determined to travel together, and they spent days in each other's company. Journals? Asked Sirius softly enough not to disturb the suspenseful atmosphere Vivian had created. Journals? Vivian confirmed. There is not a single document upon which the account was written despite the rumors. Albert, Michel's son, created something to give to the crown and to divert attention, but it was not the whole truth. She took another sip of coffee and set it aside. Michel writes that it was their last night together. They had found lodging in the medieval port where the boat Iggy would take to return to Britain was docked. It was winter and cold, the weather gray, and wet with rain and sleet. They drank red wine and filled their bellies with stew and bread, and as they settled in front of the fire, "You have never asked me my full name," the dark-haired wizard said, his blue gaze staring into the fire. "You will always be my dear Iggy." Michel replied, tipping his glass in Iggy's direction. Iggy's gaze shifted from the fire to Michel, and once again Michel wished he could soothe the sadness and turmoil that tumbled in the blue eyes. "You are my dearest friend, Michel. I shall never forget you." "Nor I you," Michel murmured, his own sadness and disappointment at the imminent loss of Iggy driving deep claws into his belly. I need to tell you a story, Michel, one that you must swear to tell your children, and they must tell theirs, and so on, because one day in the far future the last of my line will seek the last of yours to hear this story told to them." Michel frowned at the tense lines of Iggy's face. How serious he looked. His friend meant every word. "You know this how?" "A prophecy told to me, by whom shall be revealed within my tale," Iggy said with rueful regret. Michel nodded. "I am listening, my friend." Iggy cleared his throat. At home, these past years, there rose a coven of dark wizards named the Seven. The high priest claimed to be Mordred's heir. They waged war on the ancient families and those we protect, killing indiscriminately to bolster their wealth and power, to make slaves of the rest of us. We heard reports even here in the countryside. Michel murmured, reaching over to pour more wine into his friend's glass. It was not a surprise that Iggy was of an ancient family. Only those with money and status tended to have the means to travel as Iggy had done. He felt honored again that such a wizard would befriend a lowly wandmaker. Apprentice. The Seven were terrible, but the ancient families are not without power. Iggy continued, fortifying himself with more wine. There was an army gathered. His face grew pale. I was one of 3 brothers. Triplets. Born on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. We set aside our work and went to war. He shuddered, his whole body trembling. War is nothing but blood and pain. A time of nothing, but one terrifying moment after another with barely a second to catch your breath and grieve. His voice cut off abruptly on a choked sob. Michel reached over and lay a hand on Iggy's shoulder in silent support. After a year, each side was battered, and almost by tacit agreement, we all retreated for the winter months. Iggy continued again, his deep voice sliding into the silence. He shook his head, casting off a memory perhaps. My brothers and I headed home to the hollow and our parents' estate. When we arrived, though the manor was empty, and the house elves were the ones who informed us that while we were at war, a wizarding plague had hit the village and killed many. Our parents were among the dead. Mon Dieu, Michel ached for his friend, for the loss he had suffered. He feared he knew now who Iggy was. He had always listened to the news from afar, and there were not many wizards who were one of 3 brothers. It wasn't a natural plague, Healer Daffod said. Iggy sighed heavily. We'd heard stories that the 7 had unleashed abnormal death upon other villages and towns. An illness that stole your breath and stilled your heart with a fever, but we had never thought our home might have been one of those affected. We were devastated in our grief. Who would not be so devastated? Asked Michel softly. I sorrow with you, my friend. Iggy reached out and patted Michel's arm. He sighed. And then life moved on. There were villagers to protect, food and livestock that needed attention before the winter set in, our halls to set to rights. Michel poured more wine for them both. But that is not the end of the story. No, only the beginning. Iggy said. Antioch, as the eldest, took up the headship of the family and named Cadmus, the second oldest of us, as his heir. Antioch took a wife. Cadmus married his childhood sweetheart Sarah, and I was arranged in marriage to the youngest daughter of another ancient family to be wed when the war was over, and she was of age. And then in the heart of the winter, the abomination of the plague reared its head again. We found a cure, but not before it took Cadmus's wife. He shifted position, turning away from the fire and back to Michel. We buried Sarah, and in our renewed grief, we turned to our talents and created artifacts to help us win the war. Iggy set his wineglass down. Michel's heart stampeded in his chest, for he had heard the rumors of 3 great weapons, especially of the wand used to defeat the 7, and here Iggy was telling him of them. We worked all through the winter. Antioch created his wand from the elder tree, whose branches protected the graves of our loved ones, and used our blood as the magical core. All 3 brothers together. Cadmus anchored his psychic ability to see and talk to the dead into a stone. I weaved a cloak of creature hair soaked in basilisk and dragon scales, and I imbued it with every protective spell I knew. Iggy hunched forward, staring into the fire. We sat there, these wondrous items on the table in front of us, and we wondered how they would help us win. Antioch had made a good wand, one loyal to our blood, but it was still only a wand. And Cadmus had created something unique, but what help could the voices of the dead provide? And my cloak, it would help hide and protect, but only one person. They were still incredible. No, incredible, but useless. Antioch had the idea to ask the family magic for a blessing. He took another drink. What do you know of family magic? Very little. Michel said, only that it is for the ancient families. After Camelot fell and Arthur was sent to Avalon, Merlin drew together the most powerful, and they sacrificed their lives and magic to the protection of the magical world, hiding it away from those without, and removing the evil that tainted within. The pool of that magic somehow was gifted as an inheritance to the children of those who died, and it could be used by the most powerful of a generation to continue in protecting the magical world from enemies within and without. Astonishing. Michel said, fascinated. Usually it would only be the head of the family and the heir, but we 3 had made the artifacts, and Antioch decreed that we 3 would call upon the family magic together. We went to the cemetery and over the graves of our loved ones, shed blood, called forth our family magic, and asked for help. Iggy turned away, his face hidden in shadow. What I tell you now will make me sound mad, but I swear it is the truth. I believe you, Iggy. Michel said. Our family magic totem is a thestral, and it appeared, but rather than the silver form it usually wore, it was black as night, and a wizard held the thestral's reins in his hand. Iggy shivered, recalling the memory. It was the Emrys stood before us, a man in his prime with his hair braided in the Celtic fashion, robes that showed his physical power, and magic liming his body, gold and silver in the moonlight. Michel caught sight of his friend's tremulous expression. He reached over and took hold of Iggy's hand. Iggy sighed. He told us our need was truth, that the world was once again out of balance, that the evil within was powerful. He looked at us then, and it was as though our very souls were being judged. He told us that the magic we had called upon could help, but that there would be a price. Michel nodded. We all looked to each other, but there was no choice. The seven had to be defeated, our world protected. Iggy continued. We made the bargain. His gaze drifted away to the fire, and Michel knew that Iggy was looking far into the past. With a wave of his hand, the three artifacts spun in the air in front of us. He touched the wand first, and declared that the wand would be faithful to the Peveril line, would counter any spell cast against its owner, and always cast true for its owner. He touched the stone second, and told us that the stone was now a true portal between life and death. He touched the cloak last, and told us that the cloak would shield and hide the one within forever, its enchantments made permanent, and its invisibility perfect. Michel kept quiet. Iggy's story was compelling. And then he said something we didn't understand until it was too late. Iggy smiled grimly. He told us that the three artifacts would only have these powers when used together. If used on their own, they reverted to what they were, unique but not infallible objects. We thought at the time that he meant for all three to be in use on the same battlefield. He kissed our foreheads. Iggy's free hand crept up to touch the center of his brow, almost absently. And then he was gone. It worked, Michel said, because he could not see how it had not given the known result of the demise of the seven. We rode out the next day. Iggy said, as though Michel had not spoken, weeks went by, but we gathered the army, once more, and we cornered the seven by a river. The battle begun. He picked up his wine and drank deeply. Antioch was brave and fearless. He led from the front. He was devastating, fierce and confident. He held three of the seven in a duel, spells flashing back and forth. His eyes glistened with tears, and he did not see the servant of the seven creep up behind him and stab him with nothing more than an ordinary knife. With his last breath, Antioch sent the wand to Cadmus. Michel simply held on to Iggy, compassion bubbling for the horror of seeing a brother fall. Sweet, loyal Cadmus held the center, and had called forth the dead, all those who had suffered because of the seven, to fight among the living. Iggy shook his head. The shades of the dead were useful. They distracted the enemy, but they could not truly touch and could not truly fight. He raised his eyes to Michel, not until Cadmus held the wand and the stone together. Suddenly the shades became as flesh. The dead became the living. It was glorious and terrible, for they could fight, but they were also vulnerable again to sword and spell. Once again, Michel could do nothing but squeeze the hand of his friend and offer comfort. Sarah was among those who had answered Cadmus's call. She fought close to him, and Cadmus only had eyes for her despite the drain on his magic. He wanted to keep her in the world so badly. She who was already dead, he drained his magic away. Iggy swiped at his eyes. And with his last breath, Cadmus willed the wand and the stone to my hands. My friend, Michel said softly. I was in charge of the flank. We approached silently from the back to trap the seven between us and the rest of the army at the front. I was an invisible assassin. I passed through the fighting men as though I didn't exist. Iggy said roughly, I had lost both my brothers, and in my hands I held their gifts, unwanted as they were. In my grief, I made my way to the high priest, and suddenly I knew how to end it. I stood there, unseen and unnoticed in front of him, and I cast with the power of the wand. I held a spell to banish him and his coven through the portal of the stone to their death. They went screaming, their souls wrenched without warning from their bodies. Michel felt only sorrow that his friend should have had to experience something so awful. But then it was as though time itself stood still. The battle froze around me, and out of the chaos a dark form appeared. A hooded, faceless figure, a raven on his shoulder, and a grim beside him. Iggy started to tremble. Death demanded the one who had cast the seven to the afterlife be seen, or all on the field would be taken by him. So I removed the cloak, and Death looked upon me. "Little wizard," he said, "you dare to command the power of death." Michel could not speak. I prostrated myself. I told him I knew Death had no master, but I begged his mercy and indulgence. I was willing to go with him, so long as he did not undo what I had done. He caught my chin in a bony grasp and forced me to look at him, a black and dark, an endless abyss. I have never known so much fear as the cold that crept in my veins then. Iggy shivered violently, and Michel stoked up the fire and coaxed him to drink some wine. I don't know how much time passed, perhaps no more than a second, or as much as a day. It felt an eternity before he released me. Iggy said, "Little wizard," he said, "I will take these seven as the power of the three hallows you hold are their death, but in return you owe me a life." I offered my own again, and Death laughed. "No," he said, "no, little wizard. The price you pay is to live with the loss of all you have loved, the blood on your hands, the wounds in your soul, to live and marry and have children who will have children. But eventually there will be only one of your blood alive, and his life, it is his life that will be mine." "I don't understand," murmured Michel, frowning. Neither did I at first, but then Death told me, "The last of the Peverils will be my champion, a raven against one who tries to escape me. And before the last of your blood becomes a man, he will have to fight as you have fought, face losses as you have done, see his enemy rise again from the spilling of Peveril blood before the final battle." Iggy recited grimly. He wanted to use the last of my line to fight his war, to take the life of a child and make it a battle against this nameless wizard wanting immortality. His fingers tightened painfully on Michel's. How could I agree? The child would be an innocent, and I would condemn him to war, to horror and pain. "You could not do it," Michel acknowledged quietly. "The price was too high." I begged Death to reconsider. Iggy's eyes were wet again, and he used the back of his hand to swipe at the wetness. I begged him, reminded him the child would be an innocent, and then the Grim howled its own protest. I had forgotten that the Grim protected the souls of the innocent. He shook his head as though in disbelief. And Death, he listened to the Grim. "Very well," he said, "I will have my champion, and he will have a Grim to protect him in the world. And while he will know pain, he will also know love, and while he bleeds, he will also draw blood. He will be thrice blessed, marked as an equal to the one he fights, unable to die except at the hand of the one he fights as my champion." Iggy was rocking back and forth as though to comfort himself against the memories that haunted him. I debated, but truly, what was the life of one child against all of those which would be lost if the seven remained alive? Iggy sighed, guilt written in every line of his face. I agreed to the debt. It was then Death, as he walked away, told me, "While your hallows will be scattered, should the last of your lines succeed in uniting them once more, he also cannot use their power to defeat his enemy, or he will also condemn another to a life of pain." I wondered how to ensure my distant child would know, and Death told me to travel, and find someone I trusted to tell my story to, for the last of their line would tell it to the last of mine. He looked at me then. And so, you are who I have chosen, Michel Albert Lumiere. You who have befriended me these many months, and who not cared at all that I am Ignotus Peveril, the defeater of 7, last of the 3 brothers, the master of the Deathly Hallows. There wasn't a sound in the drawing room as Vivian stopped. Harry felt his head was whirling with information. His feelings were scattered, one emotion after another storming through him. Sirius placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, a quiet comfort which grounded and anchored him. Fresh coffee, Vivian declared, calling for a house elf. Her brown eyes settled on Harry's pale face as she gave the order. And perhaps some hot chocolate? Harry admittedly felt a touch better when a few minutes later, the hot chocolate warmed him through. So, to summarize, Sirius said, jumping into the silence, Ignotus and his brothers created 3 artifacts, which the whole pool of family magic turned into a weapon that gave the one who held all 3 Hallows at the same time the ability to send people to the afterlife. Death got annoyed at a wizard usurping Death's role in the grand scheme of things, and as a punishment declared Ignotus's descendant would be his champion. I don't understand, Harry said, cutting in before Vivian could answer. Why did Death get upset? I mean, how was the way Ignotus killed the 7 any different to him, just throwing a couple of killing curses at them? He commanded their souls through a wizard-made portal to the afterlife. Vivian replied, they were not dead, and yet he deemed their lives over. Only Death himself is said to hold such power. And so, as your father said, Death was usurped. It's the difference between the physical and spiritual. Death commands when we die. He decides that. If Ignotus had used a spell or a blade, Death would have determined whether it would have killed them or not. Some spells are more lethal than others, that's true, but even with a killing curse, the opponent is given the opportunity to block it with a heavy piece of masonry, for instance. Sirius added, however, Ignotus didn't give Death any chance to intercede when he used the Hallows and removed their souls from their bodies and sent them to the afterlife himself. He made the decision, not Death, and that was the reason why Death objected. He shook himself. Well, I think that's the explanation at any rate. You're probably right, and it explains why I can't use the Hallows the same way as Ignotus. Harry concluded, because it would upset Death. He would never choose the same as Ignotus either on the punishment if he ever was tempted to use the Hallows that way, Harry determined. It was far too similar to Albus Dumbledore's proclamation of the greater good. To sacrifice even the life of one child, there was always another way. Ignotus could have refused and taken down the 7 the hard way. But then, he mused tiredly, could he blame his ancestor for choosing a route that ended the war sooner and saved more people? I am afraid so. Vivian said, dragging Harry out of his internal musing. Sirius and Harry glanced at each other, a touch of despondency in both their gazes. They had pinned much of their hopes on the power he knows not to be the Hallows. How did the Hallows get scattered? Asked Sirius abruptly. At the end of the battle, Ignotus holds all 3. Death obviously knew they would be scattered, but Ignotus went on to explain, knowing that Michel would want to see the wand, although he would never have asked. Vivian explained. Unfortunately, the wand had secretly been buried under a memorial stone for his brothers. It was vandalized by grave robbers, and the wand stolen. Explains the old Antioch was sleeping when the wand was stolen story. Sirius huffed. Vivian smiled and nodded. The stone. Well, Ignotus spoke with the shade of his brothers after the battle, too tempted not to use it to keep them. With him, the brothers had never been separated before. Cadmus ordered him to discard it rather than hold on to the dead. So grief-stricken, he threw it into the river. He told Michel. He was relieved not to be the master of the Hallows anymore, but feared the damage the wand and the stone could do in the wrong hands. With good reason. Sirius murmured. So the hallows were scattered. Harry sighed and rubbed his nose. And they are only truly invincible if they're used together. I've got that right, right. Vivian nodded. You have. The wand is a powerful wand, and no doubt when in the hands of a powerful wizard it is formidable, but it only casts and counters fully true when its wizard is shielded by the cloak and holds the stone. And the stone only truly becomes a portal between life and death when coupled with the others. Sirius finished, and the cloak is only truly impenetrable with the others. Otherwise they're amazing objects, but with weaknesses. He shifted. Did Michelle and Ignotus continue to correspond after Ignotus returned home? He asked, drawing Vivian's attention. No, there was no means of regular communication. Even owls were rare back then. Vivian said. Michelle learned of Ignotus's death through the various reports from abroad that made their way overseas. Michelle's journals have been passed down to enable Michelle to keep his promise to Ignotus to tell his story to Death's champion. Our family has considered it an honored duty. Thank you for telling me, and for your family's part in ensuring I would find out the truth one day. Harry said sincerely, I appreciate knowing my family history. Vivian smiled at him fondly. I have arranged for the journals to be transferred from my Gringotts vault to the Potter vault. Harry. But Harry began to protest, but she held up a hand. It is your legacy as much as mine. I am the last, and there will be no more Lumieres. Vivian stated firmly. It would give me great pleasure to know that the last of the Peverils is our heir. Harry looked to Sirius, who gave him a swift nod. It's a wonderful gift, Sirius said. Then I'm honored. Harry turned back to Vivian. And as the last Peveril, I promise that each generation of the houses of Potter and Black will tell Michelle's story to the next generation, and honor the great service the Lumieres provided to our family. Vivian positively beamed, and her hand patted his lightly. Now, she said with a twinkle in her brown eyes, now will you call me grandmother? Young Raven? Harry ducked his head, but nodded ruefully. Yes, grandmother. Sirius wasn't surprised to find Harry up and about in the dead of the night. After the day spent visiting with Vivian, Sirius had been expecting it. The apartment was almost overflowing with people, and Harry had found refuge on the roof garden, perched almost on the edge of the building, staring up at the night sky. He also wasn't surprised to find the invisibility cloak heaped at Harry's feet and Hedwig at his side. He didn't mask his footsteps as he walked across the lawn to sit beside his son. He cast a warming charm on both of them. Harry was only in striped pajamas, while Sirius had remembered to throw on a dressing gown. April in Paris was warmer than London, but the nights still got chilly, and it wasn't that much warmer. He followed the warming charm up with a privacy bubble. All right there, Pronglet? Sirius asked, nudging Harry's shoulder with his own very gently. He had no wish to tip his favorite person in the whole world off the side of the building. Hedwig departed with a flutter of her wings, and a look that clearly told Sirius he was to look after her charge. Harry nudged him back and snuggled slightly closer, instinctively seeking warmth. How much of it do you think actually happened? He asked, just as Sirius had given up expecting Harry to answer. Sirius hummed while he considered his reply. More than I want, truthfully. He ran a hand through his unfettered locks and let his gaze drift from Harry to the stars. The records of that time are sparse, but grandfather's research did dig up something about a plague and a war. So, there's evidence for that part of it. Harry made a soft sound of agreement. We know it's possible to call forth the spirits of old UV been visited by Morgan Le Fay. Her sister, the Lady of the Lake, revealed herself to you in the second task. So the idea that the Peveril brothers together in a time of crisis could call Merlin himself is not really all that out there. Sirius continued. I guess not, Harry muttered, digging his toes into the grass. So, do I believe the Hallows are the result of some very powerful family magic? Yes. As for the rest, the whole thing with death. Sirius sighed heavily. I want to say it's a whole load of hogwash, but more because I really want the Hallows to be the power you need. And from the story Vivian told us, you can't use the Hallows without penalty. And I'm not prepared to be purposefully blind and risk you or some other innocent Pronglet yet to be born. Harry sighed, a rush of breath, as though he'd been holding it for a while. Yeah. Sirius leaned into his son and dropped a kiss on the top of Harry's head. It's weird, though, Harry said. I mean, if Death were really that upset about Ignotus killing those wizards, why didn't he just undo it? Why give him a choice? Sirius shrugged. We really have no idea how everything works once you die, Harry. The conversation with your folks suggests that there is an afterlife, that the spirits of those lost to us are with us, even if we don't get to see them or talk with them quite as definitively as we could do with the stone. But other than that, he sighed. I admit that I didn't think Death was an actual real being. Me either, Harry admitted, somewhat chagrined. But if we take Ignotus's story as truth, Sirius pressed his lips together. Then, we accept that the figure of Death is a manifestation of a being who sees your soul to the afterlife, that the Raven and Grimm have the connection with this being that myths and legends say they do. In which instance, maybe Death isn't constrained by time and space and the practicalities of life. That would make sense, Harry said. He has to exist everywhere, because somewhere every second a death happens, right? Right. Sirius agreed, pleased with Harry's reasoning. So, if I'm Death, and because I exist everywhere in every moment in time, I see Tom Riddle's attempt to cheat Death. And you're upset because really he's doing the exact same thing that Ignotus did in usurping Death's role. Only Riddle's choosing to keep his soul here, Harry said. Sirius shot him a proud smirk and pointed a finger at him. Exactly. But maybe there are rules. Maybe Death can't intervene directly. He doesn't stop Merlin and the family magic creating the Hallows, Harry stated thoughtfully, and he just doesn't undo Ignotus's actions. He offers Ignotus a choice either to bring back the Seven or let Death have the last of the Peverils as his champion. Sirius frowned. If I were Death, I would have lied and worded it so Ignotus thought I could intervene directly. Maybe it wasn't a complete lie. Harry leaned forward and wrapped his arms around his knees. He could have just forced Ignotus into using the Hallows to bring them back himself. Maybe, Sirius said. So, there we are then. Death basically takes advantage of Ignotus's actions to create himself a champion to deal with Voldemort's shenanigans. And voila, he gets. He noticed Harry's twitching lips. What? Voila, mocked Harry lightly. Warmth spread through Sirius like the touch of the sun on a summer's day. He loved moments just like this, he mused. Moments when Harry was confident to tease his old Padfoot because that meant Harry knew Sirius loved him, was secure in Sirius's affections enough to poke fun at him. Oi! Sirius wagged his finger and sniffed imperiously at Harry. We are in France. So we are. I beg your pardon, Harry replied with exaggerated politeness, mischief shining out of his green eyes. You were saying? What was I saying? Asked Sirius, trying to grasp the thread that he'd been following before Harry had teased him. Death taking advantage. So he has some way of dealing with Valdi. Harry made a circular gesture with his hand to indicate blah, 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 or maybe that was just Sirius's interpretation. Right, Death takes advantage, Sirius continued, and he even tricks Ignotus into loading the dice for him. Harry took a moment to work it out for himself. You think he always intended to give his champion help? Makes sense, Sirius pointed out. He tells Ignotus that the champion will effectively suffer as Ignotus has suffered, but Ignotus is deep down one of the good guys. He's not immediately about to agree to his last living descendant, a child, being put into that position by his actions. Death figures he'll protest, then. Harry nodded slowly, as though accepting the proposition. And then Death can agree that yes, the child may suffer, but he'll get a wonderfully handsome and very intelligent Grim to help him. Sirius exaggeratedly preened a little to make Harry chuckle and lighten the moment, and gives his champion an equal playing field. Except he insists his champion can't use the Hallows to defeat Voldemort. Harry sighed. Sirius grimaced. Yeah, that part sucks. It's not like I wanted to use them. Harry confessed quietly. I mean, I love talking with Mum and Dad, but the wand and the stone are really creepy. He frowned. And I wouldn't ever choose for another kid to go through the same as me. Sirius's heart ached, and he rubbed Harry's shoulder comfortingly. I think I'm kind of pissed off with Ignotus. Harry admitted, tugging at a nearby blade. I can't say I blame you. Sirius said dryly. I might be a little pissed off with him myself. I mean, I get why he did it, I guess. Harry said, pushing his glasses back up his nose. He was facing 7 Voldemorts, and had just lost everyone he loved. And there's this kid who isn't even real to him. Sirius hummed. But Harry sighed heavily again. It kind of reminds me of the headmaster and his greater good thing. You know, making decisions for others and ignoring the negative consequences. Or being blind to them, as Albus had been all the years Harry had been with the Dursleys. Do you think that this means the power is just the family magic? Asked Harry. I don't know. Sirius shifted position, so he could look at his son's face better. Maybe we're focusing on the wrong thing entirely. Your parents did suggest that the power might not be magical. He tapped Harry's knee. Politically, we have him and his followers boxed into being the minority in the wizarding world now, and that's not going to change anytime soon. It's also given you the resources and help you've needed to overcome the tasks. Financially, he hasn't got the access he once did to his followers' money. Crouch was prudent, but Barty has to be going through the money he embezzled from his father at fair old rate. But neither is going to help me if I'm face to face with him alone on the battlefield. Harry said with perfect logic. No, but they all help in your preparation, and in providing the cavalry, which will be on its way to help you if you do end up face to face and alone with him, never doubt that. Sirius answered, holding his son's gaze until he was satisfied Harry believed it. It's entirely possible that the power to defeat the Dark Lord and the power he knows not are two separate things. The only thing that links them is that they're spoken of in the same prophecy, and therefore we assume that they are the same thing. Prophecies are woolly. Yes, you have power, he knows not, because you have the Hallows and the family magic, but it may well be that you defeat him with a disarming spell like you did with Albus. Harry bit his lip, smiling. I don't think I'm going to defeat Voldemort with a disarming spell. You don't know. Sirius countered enthusiastically. No one knows. Prophecies suck that way. Majorly suck. Harry agreed. He nudged Sirius's shoulder with his own. I think you're right, though. I should just focus on training and learning without relying on the family magic or the Hallows. You might also want to consider that it's possible that just being Death's champion is the power he knows not. Sirius said thoughtfully, if you're right and Death is everywhere and every time, then maybe he knows who wins. Harry considered the idea and shrugged. He darted a swift look at Sirius and tensed minutely. Did you hear the bit of the story where Death told Ignotus that my blood would be spilled before the final battle? Sirius closed his eyes briefly because he had hoped he hadn't heard it. Yeah. He opened his eyes again and met Harry's tentatively worried gaze. Blood is the ingredient required from the unwilling enemy, Harry stated. Sirius nodded. Harry grimaced. So it looks like he's successful at getting me, then if Death does have some insight into what happens. Or we decide to trap him. Sirius countered immediately. Don't assume that it's a failure or a defeat on our part. But if we plan on him getting me, doesn't that make me willing? Harry argued. Not necessarily. Sirius replied. Look, I've been promising that he won't get you through the tournament since the moment you accepted the binding. But truthfully, tactically, and strategically, it would make sense for us to accept you being taken at that point. Do I want you to be taken and hurt? No. Do you want to be taken and your blood used to resurrect him? No. But would accepting that if it did happen despite us not wanting such a thing, it would force a final confrontation that we can plan in advance? Yes. Harry huffed out a breath. I've been thinking something similar, but I didn't know how to tell you. He paused and continued. And I did think it would make us screw up the ritual. Pride filled Sirius. Harry had grown so much in the last few months. Sirius considered ruefully. It's definitely something for us to discuss with everyone when we get together. Sirius said. He cast a tempest. You should get some sleep. Simeon, Anna, and Jason are arriving at 8. There was a grumbling murmur of something he couldn't quite hear, but Harry scuttled back from the edge of the roof and stood up. Sirius pushed himself off the ground and brushed the grass off his dressing gown. Spotting grass stains on his son's pajamas, he sent a quick cleansing charm toward an unsuspecting Harry, who yelped when it hit and shot him an annoyed look. Sirius plastered his most innocent expression on his face. Harry's expression told him he didn't believe Sirius was innocent at all, but then Harry relented and slung an arm around him to hug him sideways as they walked over to the door. Not that I'm complaining, but what's this for? Asked Sirius. Harry smiled at him. If I have to be Death's champion, then I'm really happy he decided to give me a Grim. Sirius felt his love for his son bubble back up, like an overflowing fountain. Don't forget he gave you a wonderfully intelligent and very handsome Grim. And Harry laughed, and all was right with Sirius's world. Harry shifted restlessly in his sleep, turning over and burying his face into his pillow, his feet twitching outside the duvet he'd shoved off his body. A frown painted his face as his dream led him down and down. The graveyard was cold. A definite chill brushed over Harry's form, and when he looked down he realized he was still dressed only in his pajamas. He glanced at the familiar headstone in front of him, his parents. They love you very much. The melodic voice behind him had him whirling around. The man who stood there was as tall as Sirius, but sturdier. He had flowing black hair and blue eyes. His robes were old-fashioned, though, and a strangely familiar wand was being twirled through his fingers. Ignotus Peveril. Harry concluded. Harry Potter. Ignotus tipped his head. Well met, descendant. Harry shivered and rubbed his arms. Is this real? You tell me, Ignotus said, Cadmus had the ability to talk to the dead and imbued it in the stone. You're the master of the Deathly Hallows. But I'm not. Harry countered. Oh, I am his Death's champion. His ancestor tilted his head. You think there is nothing to being Death's champion. Harry's anger ignited. What did you tell Michelle about war? Something to do with it being horror and pain and terrifying and losing everyone you loved. Well, that's been my life. Pain and terror and a madman chasing me. And all of Ititis, all your fault. Ignotus had the sense to look chastened. I had no choice. Bollocks. Harry yelled at him, throwing up his hands. You had a choice. You just chose to sacrifice my life to save your own. And thousands more. Ignotus stepped forward, almost fully into Harry's space, almost nose to nose. Could you take the chance of so many dying? I had 7 wizards to defeat. I had lost every one of my brothers. I was alone, and you had no right to sacrifice me. Harry repeated tersely. He pushed his glasses up his nose and turned away from his ancestor. I understand why you did what you did, but it was still wrong. I know, and I am sorry. The words whispered over Harry's shoulder and into his ear. But if it were your choice, if you could use the power of the Hallows to send your foe to his death right now, wouldn't you take it? Harry stared at the headstone, at the precious words of love Sirius had placed there. Where there is love, there is life. There was temptation. He wouldn't deny it. He could call the wand and the stone and his cloak and order the soul Voldemort had fractured into so many pieces through the portal into death. It would be so easy, and no one else would need to be hurt or injured. That reason alone was temptation enough, but the consequences, if he used the Hallows, would he condemn another child to live as Death's champion? To have one of his descendants have to face the loneliness of no parents and a loveless home? To struggle to understand why someone wanted them dead? To face horror after horror? Killing a man and a giant snake before he'd even turned 13, staring down his parents' betrayer, to be so hurt and alone. Until Sirius, until the Grim, had protected him as he had been destined to do. No, he couldn't let anyone live the life he'd led. Maybe using the Hallows was the easy option, but Harry had spoken truthfully to Ignotus. It wasn't the right option. I won't use the Hallows to kill Voldemort, Harry said firmly. We'll meet on a field of battle, and I'll take my chance. His lips twisted. Death chose me for a reason as his champion. Maybe it means something more than nothing. And will you risk those you love, the society you fight to protect from your foe? Asked Ignotus, his voice still a thready whisper. Harry swallowed hard, tears pressing at the back of his eyes as he considered losing Sirius, as he thought he had lost him or Remus or anyone, and he shook his head. I'll protect them as much as I can. It was a promise he made to himself, to them. But I know the people who love me, they'll want to fight for me, want to protect me too. I can't keep them out of it, even if he really wanted to keep them safe. Besides, he added, his eyes refocusing on his parents' names, we're stronger together. He paused, understanding flowing through him suddenly. That's what broke you, isn't it? You'd always had your brothers, and they died, and you were alone. He turned back around and froze. A figure stood behind him, dressed head to toe in black, a hood covering his face, and nothing but dark where a face should be. Champion. The figure said, without speaking, Death. Harry bowed his head a touch, hoping it was the right move. Again, he wondered if it was really happening. The crisp, cold air through his lungs felt real. The breeze on his skin, the hushed silence. You are the master of the deathly Hallows, just as Ignotus once was. Death said, only one who does not want to use them may truly have their allegiance. Ignotus still used them. Harry murmured, you are more right than you know. Death intoned. The loss of his brothers was a devastating blow. He stood alone, bereft of all power, but the Hallows. I'll be alone at the end. Harry said, I'm the one fated to defeat Tom Riddle. It's my blood that will be spilled when he rises again. But you are never alone, my Raven. Death said, you have more power than you know. I don't understand. Harry sighed, frustrated. The prophecy talked of power, but what is the power Voldemort doesn't know? He has so much more knowledge and experience than me, and if he has a body, how do I defeat him? Deep down, you know what power you hold that he does not. Death said, look to your heart, my Raven, and know that I have given you all that you need. He pointed a hand towards the headstone, and instinctively Harry turned. Where there is love, there is life. The words glimmered gold, and silver for a brief second before fading into their carved home once more. I don't understand. Harry turned back around, but there was no one there. The graveyard was empty. Harry bolted upright in his bed, breathing heavily, his heart pounding. The guest room of the Black Parisian apartment formed around him as he cast a wandless Lumos. Hedwig hooted comfortingly from her perch. He was safe. He shivered and reached for the duvet to tuck it back around himself as he settled back against the pillow and extinguished the light. Had it been real or just a dream? He wondered. And if it had been real, what did it mean? Death had told him he had given Harry everything he needed, but how did that add up to the power to defeat Voldemort? He huffed out a breath. He really wished people would stop talking in riddles and puzzles and just tell him. Tiredness pulled at him and dragged him back to sleep. Finding Pronglet's Power, Chapter 2. April 14th, 1995. Moony, the Dark Lord has granted help to your sire and contacted old associates. He wants your bride and your child as test subjects. Consider this warning an early wedding present. Congratulations, Wormtail. I see Wormy's Save My Own Arse campaign continues. Sirius tossed the note to Harry and folded his arms. Remus nodded at him from his seat behind the wide desk in his study at Black Farm. He had offered it to Sirius, but been waved back into it with a muttered, "It's yours more than mine" comment. Gregor's pack members in the countryside have sent word that there's a coven of vampires moving in this direction. Voldemort probably contacted the Carrows then. Sirius stated with a scowl. They escaped abroad and had that kinky relationship with that vampire. The Carrows? Asked Harry as he handed the note back to Remus. Alecto and Amicus. Remus stated, brother and sister. They were a year ahead of us at school. Vile people. He could almost taste his own disgust. Harry blinked at him, as though surprised at the venom, but cocked an eyebrow at Sirius, silently asking for more of an explanation. They just like hurting people. Sirius said succinctly, Old man Carrow wasn't so bad. He used to work for my grandfather as an estate manager out in Croatia, but he married his first cousin, and their son, the Carrow's father, was always a bit odd. What about their mother? Asked Harry. Dead at childbirth. Remus said, there was a rumor that she was actually Archibald's illegitimate half-sister because the one picture the Carrows had seemed to suggest a strong family relationship between their mother and father. Yikes, murmured Harry. Talk about inbreeding. I know, Sirius said, shuddering visibly. Honestly, my own mother and father were first cousins, and frankly, I think it's a miracle Regulus, and I came out relatively sane. Remus refrained from making a joke because he knew exactly how sensitive Sirius was about the topic. He saw Harry restrain himself, too, a bitten lip giving away that he had been going to say something before thinking better of it. Anyway, Remus hurried on. The Carrows are twins. Especially close twins. Sirius commented dryly. If Mom and Dad were brother and sister, then perhaps it explains why they ended up shagging each other too. Ew. Harry wrinkled his nose. They were found in flagrante delicto in one of the potions lab in our 4th year. Remus commented, well, nobody else was going to sleep with them. Sirius pointed out, both of them look like the back end of a horse who's just had an accident. Sirius. Remus protested as Harry turned slightly green. Look, we're getting sidetracked. Sirius said defensively. The reason they're vile is that they like hurting people. He grimaced. They caught Wormtail alone once, cursed him, and made him pee his pants. The Marauders retaliated, and after that they kept away from us and our friends. But they were the prime suspects in a brutal assault on a first-year Muggleborn, which at the end of their final year, only nothing could be proven. Remus remembered that incident all too well. He'd been recovering in the infirmary from a full moon when the poor girl had been brought in. She'd been left a mess of broken bones, bruises, cuts, and welts. He didn't know if it was a blessing that the ministry aurors who had been called had decided that she was to be obliviated of the trauma. The Caros were nominally in charge of the group of Death Eaters I was sent to infiltrate on the continent. Sirius continued. Voldemort effectively gave them control of his fight outside of Britain. He shook his head. They allied with one of the vampire clans. Although it wasn't known until after the war that they'd entered a marriage with one. Remus broke in. Sirius flashed him an annoyed look at being interrupted. They fed the vampires with muggles, muggleborn, and enemies of Voldemort. In return, the vampires helped them terrorize the local populations and so kept funding and resources, especially new recruits, funneling to the Death Eaters. Sirius's undercover work actually helped close down a lot of the routes out of the continent, which drove the other side bonkers for a time. Remus glanced back at Sirius. I'm surprised the Caros weren't part of the group torturing you. We don't know that they weren't since I don't remember anything. Sirius said grimly. Just because the family magic must have ripped to pieces who was with me when I was rescued doesn't mean the Caros hadn't had their turn and just stepped out. Well, that's a lovely thought. Remus sighed heavily and leaned back in the sumptuous leather chair. If it was true, then the Caros would be looking to hurt Sirius along with grabbing Dora and his unborn child. Harry flung himself into the visitor's chair on the other side of the desk, sprawling with ease over the comfortable seat. Remus refused to have chairs that belittled his guests in any way. So, we think Voldemort reached out to the Caros to help Greyback crash the wedding, and they're bringing along a bunch of vampires. Good summary. Sirius said, leaning over and ruffling Harry's hair. We need to step up security, then. Harry said, fidgeting with the edge of his sweater. I've already discussed it with the Bulgarian security team. Remus said, they're in charge since the wedding will be at the ministerial residence, and since when did Bogdan just take over the wedding arrangements? Sirius complained, with enough irritation that Remus knew he wasn't joking. Sorry, Padfoot, Remus said apologetically. I thought I'd told you, and Bogdan hasn't taken over the arrangements, his wife on the other hand. His tone turned exasperated because he was sure the wedding would not have spiraled out of control if it hadn't been for Hilda. She was lovely, but a force of nature. Harry chuckled. Sirius's ire melted away in the face of Harry's amusement. Sorry, Moony, it's your wedding and you can have it anywhere you wish. I wish. Remus winced at how blunt he'd been. Harry's eyes had widened, and Sirius had raised both. His eyebrows. It's just, if I had my way, we'd have been married weeks ago in a town hall somewhere back in England, with just the family in attendance. Remus rubbed his brow tiredly. His feelings for Dora had truly deepened, and he was optimistic that they could make a real go of it. They'd spent a lot of time together, and while he'd admired Dora's irrepressible spirit and non-judgmental spirit before, now he was truly fond of Dora for those same qualities. They'd certainly helped her settle in with the pack. There were moments, though, he found her stubbornness was not the least bit endearing. And the thing she had become most stubborn about was the wedding, which had grown into an event Remus still found baffling. Remus cleared his throat as he realized Harry and Sirius were still looking at him. I won't deny Dora the wedding she wants, but frankly I'll be pleased when it's all over. Sirius nodded slowly. James said the same thing, and his wedding to Lily was a much smaller affair. Hermione's thinking about eloping, Harry said sympathetically. Now, teased Sirius, laughter bubbling under the single word and mischief lighting up his face. You're a little young, aren't you? Harry playfully punched his arm even as he turned red. You know what I mean. He rolled his eyes expressively before turning back to Remus. She said that if getting married meant wasting so much time thinking about materials and dress designs, she really didn't want any part of it. Hermione was slightly upset at not having time to visit the Louvre. Sirius explained in a side whisper, "She'll probably change her mind." Remus said philosophically. Dora seemed happy with the idea of a small wedding here at the farm until he gestured in lieu of an unnecessary explanation. "And I'm afraid you definitely don't get to elope, snitch," Sirius added. Harry snorted and grinned. "Do you really think you'd be able to stop Hermione if she put her mind to it?" Sirius opened his mouth and snapped it shut again. Remus found his own lips twitching into a smile. "I'll put 100 galleons on her coming up with a watertight plan. Pads." Harry took pity on his father. "Don't worry about it, Padfoot. I'm not planning on getting married for years." "Good to hear," Sirius said, wiping his brow in pretend relief. "I'm too young to be the father of the groom, just yet." Merlin, Remus thought, half panicking. He was going to be a father of the groom, himself, one day. His son was going to grow up into a man and get married and have children, and Remus would be a grandfather. Remus. Sirius leaned over the desk and clicked his fingers in front of Remus's face. Remus batted him away. "I'm going to be a father." Harry and Sirius looked at each other and looked back at him. "And," prompted Sirius, "I'm going to be a father." Remus stated again, louder, "I'm going to be a father of the groom, someday." Sirius started laughing. "It's not funny." Remus spluttered. "It's a little funny," Harry said, amusement evident in his twinkling green eyes. "But if it makes you feel better, Sirius will be a father of the groom way before you have to worry about it." Remus huffed out a laugh as Sirius stopped his chuckling abruptly to mock glare at his son. "Thank you, Pronglet." Harry waved away the gratitude. "Anyway," he said seriously, "security. Are we set, or do we need to put something else in place? The residence is heavily warded, and there'll be an international team of Aurors given we're hosting 5 different ministers." Remus shook his head. He still didn't believe who he'd ended up having to invite. "The packs are organizing some kind of patrol on the outskirts, as it's mostly surrounded by woodland. We've been offered rooms the night before and after. We'll keep the black residences for sleeping," Sirius stated firmly. Remus nodded. "I've already informed Bogdan that was going to be the likely decision. We'll tell everyone who's coming of the possible threat," Sirius concluded. "Everyone needs to be aware." He frowned. "If Dora is a specific target, then we'll give her an emergency portkey." He pointed at Harry. "You'll get one too, no argument." Harry raised his hands in surrender. "Emergency portkeys, all round." Remus agreed. "I'm sure Bogdan will agree." He kept his gaze locked with Sirius. "However, I will fight Greyback if he makes an appearance." Sirius darted a look at Harry, and Remus knew his old friend would have preferred to have discussed it without Harry in the room. But Sirius had been acknowledging Harry had a role to play in their plan against Voldemort since the turn of the year, and Remus figured he would allow Harry to stay. "It's an alpha thing, right?" Harry surmised quickly. "That's right," Remus said. "If I retreat, it's the same as showing my throat to him." Sirius finally sat down in the second visitor's chair. "I don't claim to understand the pack dynamics, Moony, but as Padfoot I understand some of the instincts, so I won't argue." "Thank you," Remus said. "I can't believe they'll crash the wedding," Harry complained. "The date and the location were in the press." Sirius shrugged. "All Greyback has to do is get his hands on an invitation, and he has the exact details. Dora swears that all the ones she sent out simply had the holding details on them." Remus said, "The ones which were sent with the party favors and the exact details were all sent via Gringotts. It doesn't mean we should assume that they don't have the details. Sirius mused. He quirked his eyebrows at Remus. We'll let the invitation stand, but change things around a little. And oh, that was Sirius's Marauder grin. Remus couldn't help but be amused, nostalgic wistfulness filling him to the brim at all the other times he'd seen that particular look on Sirius's face. Everyone stays clothed. Sirius clasped his hands to his heart, but his eyes were smiling. You wound me, Mr. Mooney. You mean I know you, Mr. Padfoot? Remus tilted his head. You're thinking of laying an ambush. They think they know where we'll be, and when... Sirius grinned widely. We use that to our advantage. Harry smirked. Right. They think we're trapped, but instead we trap them. It could work. Remus mused out loud. We would have to change everything around about the wedding day, and oh, Merlin Dora is going to kill me. I'll handle your bride. Sirius offered with a "you're such a wimp" look. And Andy? Remus pressed. Sirius's eyes flickered with a note of worry, but he nodded. And Hilda? Remus added. Finally Sirius flinched, but he covered quickly and waved his hands. It'll be fine. He brightened. I'll get Narcissa to do it. Harry started laughing. Remus pointed at him. We could assign you to the task instead. Snitch. Oh, no way. Harry said, still laughing. Padfoot has a thing about putting myself into dangerous situations. Sirius sniffed. And quite right, too. He and Harry grinned at each other. Remus felt his heart turn over in his chest at the easy, loving relationship the two shared. It had been more than he had dared hoped for that first night, when Harry had broken down, sobbing just at the thought he was wanted. Speaking of being a responsible parent, Sirius said with a touch more seriousness, you should head up to bed, Pronglet. You've got an early start tomorrow to see the Quidditch Stadium. Harry stuck his tongue out, but gave way, getting out of the chair. He glomped Sirius with an in-chair hug before he grinned at Remus and waved a good night. Remus waited until the door was closed. The pack loved him. He commented with a shake of his head because he'd been worried, and it had all been for nothing. The pack had taken to Harry like a wolf to the full moon. His easy acceptance of them, the way he cared, it made him easy to like. He's very lovable. Sirius confirmed with a paternal smile. He looks well. Harry was tanned, fit and bubbling with energy. It was a good look on the teenager. We've had a few days just being regular tourists and holidaying. Sirius explained. No tournament, no strategizing or tactics, nothing about school, even just fun. It's done him the world of good. And you? Remus commented, taking note that Sirius also looked well-rested and relaxed. Sirius nodded. I won't argue with you there. Guilt filled Remus again. His poor choices had left Sirius alone to deal with everything. Sirius had spent the second task by himself. He'd had to deal with the Lumiere situation without Remus, and the whole Death's Champion notion. Remus still had to get his head around that. I should be with you, and Harry. Remus murmured, remorsefully. Sirius rolled his gray eyes. You should be with your soon-to-be wife and your unborn child. He contradicted Remus gruffly. Let's not do this again. When we met for that first time back in Black Manor after I left Hogwarts, I said I wouldn't walk away again. Remus argued. This feels like walking away. Look, Sirius leaned forward, his eyes intent on Remus. You have other obligations now than our original plan to make sure Harry grows up and has the opportunity to elope with Hermione and have a lot of grandchildren, none of whom will be called Quaffle. He raised a hand when Remus opened his mouth to argue. Here's the thing, Mooney, the original plan? That was you and me and Harry to a very small degree. And yes, we were holding the government accountable and forcing them to do their jobs, but it was us on our own. He held Remus's gaze. But we're not alone. We have allies and friends and family now. And it's not just our plan anymore, it's Harry's own plan. And you haven't walked away, you're still here for us. We both know it. Remus nodded his head slowly, acknowledging Sirius's point. It didn't stop the guilt from curdling in his gut, though. I wish you didn't have to fight Greyback, Sirius said, abruptly changing the subject. It was always going to happen, Padfoot, Remus replied. He lifted a hand. Pack politics aside, he and I were destined to fight as soon as he signed back on with Voldemort. It was his turn to hold Sirius's gaze. I won't let him harm Harry. Sirius gave a huff and settled back. It sounds like Dora and your kid have become a target too. I'm beginning to realize how Prongs felt, Remus admitted, and paused as something occurred to him, for the first time. How you feel? Sirius waved away Remus's observation. You're a good father, Padfoot, Remus said without a hint of teasing. Harry's come into his own with you as his parent. I hope I do half as well with my child. You'll be brilliant, Sirius said, but Remus could see from the glint in his eye that Sirius had been touched by the praise. Remus decided to be kind and changed the topic. Have I told you lately that I'm glad I have an assistant now? He picked up a piece of parchment. Wenlock wasn't a bad estate manager. 5 properties, 2 in Switzerland, 2 in England, and 1 in Spain. The first property in Switzerland was gifted to Lady Wenlock as per your agreement. The second property is a farm which is turning a good profit. He cleared his throat. The English properties have been assessed. The house in London is in good repair, as it was the primary domicile when they were in England. The cottage down in Dorset is frankly in need of refurbishment, but it does bring in good revenue from rental to Muggle tourists. The Spanish property is out in the wilds and in ruins by all accounts. We're holding the vaults under the Wenlock name, correct? Sirius asked idly. We are. Remus sighed. You could buy rights, take the money, and properties for the House of Potter. Sirius shrugged. Wenlock's kids don't need to lose their inheritance because he's an arrogant tosser. What are you going to have Christopher do in service? Remus asked. I've sent him a letter saying I'll talk with him after his graduation. I want to see what he wants to do, and then whether we have an opportunity for him to do that within service. Sirius sighed. I also need to talk with his brother and sister. They and their mother are all under our house protection now. And Sirius took that seriously. Remus knew that. Harry's already sent them a couple of letters. Sirius added, surprising Remus into looking at him. He has. Said if they were going to be members of his house, he wanted to get to know them. So he wrote to them, suggesting they all set aside Lord Wenlock's behavior and move forward from this point. Sirius shrugged. He and Christopher have had a couple of lunches together too. And they've responded positively, checked Remus, taken aback more than he wanted to show to Sirius. Alex wrote back quite formally, but according to Victor, the news from Durmstrang is that the letter helped the boy enormously. It's given him some protection after his father's shocking demise. Sirius recounted, and on the other hand, is delighted to have the boy who lived sending her mail, and I'm fairly certain has now chastised Christopher for not offering her in marriage when the surrender became known. Remus started chuckling. Poor Harry. She's young. Christopher's a good kid. Sirius said, good head on his shoulders, which is why I'd like to offer him a service in line with his aspirations, if we can. Are you regretting the lifetime of service requirement you made of him? Asked Remus. Lifetime services were rare as they kept someone tied to their oath all of their lives. Yes, in that I don't think I truly needed to have insisted on it to keep him from considering coming after Harry for revenge, Sirius said after a moment's thought. And no, since the only way to be sure of his loyalty right now is the lifetime of service. And you don't think Alex and would take revenge if their brother doesn't? Remus asked. Christopher is the one who lost the most. Sirius said. He's the one who should have inherited on his father's death. But now he's lost access to the magic, to the money, to his properties, to his inheritance and legacy. The others lost out on access to those same things, but they weren't due to inherit anything but an appropriate bequest. Their loss isn't the same. He shifted in the seat. Having spoken with him, I know he blames his father for the situation, but his mother definitely blames Harry and me. And suddenly Remus got it. The service protects him from complying with his mother's demands. He said out loud, he can legitimately refuse any plans for revenge she comes up with because of the risk to his magic. Exactly, Sirius said. Harry and I are agreed. We'll discuss it with Christopher, but we're going to put the bulk of the Wenlock estate into trust, which will manage on his behalf, or he can manage himself, for his children to be given as payment on completion of his service. Or in other words, death. But it was an elegant solution. Ultimately, the Wenlock family kept their inheritance despite Simon Wenlock's best efforts to cock things up for his children. Harry and Sirius were good men, Remus considered proudly. Most others would simply have added the wealth to their own and ignored the injustice to Wenlock's children. I'll talk to Brian about getting that set up, Remus said, making a note. What about Bill? He's almost completed his service now. Sirius nodded. Came to see me the other day to talk about that. He smiled. He wants to get his family seat back. Remus's eyebrows rose. That's going to take some doing. He's halfway there, Sirius argued. Arthur's in a good position, but he could never win a family seat because of his past history. Which Remus thought was a shame, since if there was one thing Arthur was, it was an honorable man. Bill's made a good impression on the Alliance heads and heirs. Sirius noted. He just needs to start building relationships and alliances for the Weasleys. We can help as part of our alliance of friendship. He's also going to need money if he's going to be considered seriously, Remus pointed out. He knows that, Sirius said. He feels duty-bound to go back and finish up his contract with Gringotts, and I don't think that's a bad move. He'll make a good salary as a cursebreaker, and once he's in a senior position, he'll get a proportion of the gold. He shrugged. If he makes a good marriage, makes the right connections, continues to be himself, I think he has a good chance of winning a vote if the Weasleys get nominated in the future. Clearly Sirius would help him, and Remus couldn't imagine a Wisengamot which included Sirius and Harry where the Weasleys wouldn't win a vote. As far as the other services are concerned, Sirius continued, both of them have years before they graduate yet. I'm assuming you want Alex Wenlock in service for the same reason as Christopher. Remus leaned back again, regarding Sirius with a frown. And you're wondering why a year, not life like Christopher. Sirius pointed a finger at him. I don't want it to look like we entrapped the entire family. Alex can spend a year in service training for whatever he wants. He leaves us happy, and knowing his brother is still in service and somewhat at our mercy should hopefully curtail any revenge notions. It wasn't a bad strategy, which leaves Theodore not. Remus murmured. Theo's a politician through and through. He reminds me of my grandfather. Sirius commented, wryly. I figure we'll make him the ministry liaison for his service year. He shrugged. We have a few years yet to think about it. Speaking of your grandfather, Remus's mouth went dry as he remembered what he'd needed to talk to Sirius about for weeks, but hadn't quite gotten the courage to do it. There's a portrait. Sirius stared at him. What? It was buried in the back of the main vault. Remus said quietly. It was noted as part of the inventory, only as a family portrait. Penny did a complete listing for me, and, well, it's there. He's asleep. Sirius shook himself in a Padfoot-like fashion. He can stay there then. Padfoot, don't, Sirius ordered brusquely. He yawned suddenly, spoiling the effect of a stern lord and pulling a reluctant smile from Remus. Maybe Harry's not the only one needing an early night, Remus commented. Sirius shot him a look but deflated a second later when another yawn caught him off guard. Time differences are a pain, the arse, he said defensively. He got to his feet though. I'll see you in the morning. See you in the morning, Remus said quietly. He waited until Sirius had left before he turned his attention back to his overflowing desk. He shoved most of the parchment to the side and drew a blank sheet towards him. He'd always been the planner of the Marauders, and he had a wedding ambush to set. He smiled wickedly. Greyback wasn't going to know what hit him. April 15th, 1995. This is incredible. Harry slipped his hand back into Hermione's and grinned at Victor. You play here a lot. The wide expanse of grass, the cushioning spells making it slightly bouncy under their feet, spread out in every direction. They paused by the first set of hoops. They were higher than the ones at Hogwarts professionals played, at a greater height than the school leagues. International team, yes, Victor said. Durmstrang has own pitch and team stadium is in North. How do you combine school and your commitments to the team sport? Hermione asked, her eyes alight with curiosity. Victor ran a hand through his dark hair. It not so difficult. School agrees to release for practice. I practice at school. Games are at weekend. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He looked back over to where Sirius and Simeon were talking with the Bulgarian head coach, Remus acting as translator. The Delacours stood beside them on one side, and Leonard Abbott with Stephen Warren on the other. Satisfied that the adults were all relaxed, Harry turned back and smiled. Victor's eyes were pinned to Natalie Warren. She stood by the next hoop with Cedric and Fleur, hands gesturing enthusiastically as the two girls laughed at something, and Cedric ducked his head. Maybe we should go rescue Cedric, Harry suggested wryly. Hermione gave a light chuckle as Victor immediately started over towards them. She leaned into Harry's space. He's so head over heels about her. And Victor was head over heels and wrapped around her little finger. Thankfully, Natalie seemed completely smitten too. They followed Victor across the grass, and Harry took a moment to breathe in the scent. There was a faint hint of rain. The tour of the stadium was something that he'd really been looking forward to, and he was pleased that Victor had opened it up to the other champions and their guests. Harry had immediately asked his best friends. Augusta had apologized, but it was Neville's Uncle Algy's birthday, and they had a party they needed to attend in England. Hermione's parents had agreed, as they were already going to be in Bulgaria for the wedding, but Molly had refused to let Ron attend despite Sirius's offer to have Bill present. She had claimed she wanted her younger children home for the Easter break since Arthur, and Bill would be abroad to attend the wedding. In truth, Harry knew it was partially financial. Even with Arthur's promotion, money was tight in the Weasley household, and they had issued Sirius offering to cover the travel for all of the Weasley family to come to Bulgaria. It's a shame Molly wouldn't let Ron come, Hermione commented, as though she'd read Harry's mind. I think his only solace is that Draco isn't here either. Harry agreed. He had invited Draco, but Narcissa had scheduled final fittings for the Malfoys' wedding outfits in Paris, so he had also missed out. Harry's face brightened. At least Ron can celebrate Gryffindor winning the Quidditch Cup. Hermione rolled her eyes. Don't you mean continue celebrating? Honestly, I didn't think the team were ever going to go to bed. They did good, Harry said firmly, trying to be upbeat. Angelina had been a great captain. Ron and the twins made an unbeatable defense once Ron had settled in, with the Chaser girls in good form, and Ginny performing well as Seeker. The team had had a good season without him. You'll get back on the team next year, Hermione said briskly, soothing his unspoken worry that perhaps he had lost his place. Ginny really wants to be a chaser. Maybe, Harry hoped, but truthfully the next academic year seemed so far in the future that he couldn't envisage it, especially when he knew he still had to survive the third task and Voldemort's ritual plans for him. "What are you two talking about?" asked Cedric as they approached. There was a hint of desperation in his voice, which told Harry that Fleur and Natalie had been talking about something girly again. "Quidditch." Harry grinned at him. "Gryffindors win, specifically." Cedric's relief brightened his face despite the gloating smugness that Harry was letting paint his. "Laugh it up now, Potter," he teased. "We'll see who wins next year when I'm back on the team." "Kennington wasn't half as good as you," Harry acknowledged, and Ginny had her beat hands down. In fact, the only seeker Ginny had struggled with was Draco, and even then she had almost gotten to the snitch. Hermione huffed out a breath. "Honestly, we're in a Quidditch stadium," Harry pointed out with a wide smile. "You can't expect us to talk about anything else." "I guess not," Hermione acknowledged, squeezing his hand a touch to let him know she didn't mind. "This is great," Cedric said. "It really gives you a feel for how much bigger everything is at the professional level. I'm glad Lord Abbot was able to bring me." "How's your dad doing?" asked Harry, genuinely interested. He didn't particularly like Cedric's dad after all the nastiness in the press, even if he understood some of it had been at Wenlock's instigation and acerbated by the suggestion potions, but he wouldn't have wished for what had happened to the bloke. "Better, but he's not up to traveling," Cedric said. "They're giving him a medical retirement." He sighed. "It's hit him hard." Harry winced, but stayed quiet, unsure what to say. "Hannah and Susan didn't come?" asked Hermione delicately. Cedric shook his head. "They didn't get permission from the parents," he said, chagrined. "I wanted to use the trip to make it up to Sue as well, but—" He sighed and stuck his hands in his pockets. "I guess I should let it lie, really. Sue's barely spoken to me since the second task." "I think she does like you," Hermione offered. Susan checked Natalie, dragging Victor and Fleur over to talk with them. "She's crazy about you, Diggory." "I'm not sure." Cedric demurred. "So, ask her out and find out for certain," Natalie said briskly. "Yes, right." Fleur argued passionately. "You must fight for, if you love, I will never give up on my Beale." Cedric held his hands up in mock surrender. Can we go back to talking about Quidditch?" He turned to Victor. "This is a great pitch." Victor nodded. "It is well maintained by the grounds elf." "An elf?" asked Hermione tersely. Harry jumped in before a debate could start up. He shuddered dramatically. "I can't believe they're going to build a maze on the one at Hogwarts." Victor grimaced. "It is a disgrace." Cedric nodded. "Where are we supposed to practice?" "Exactly." Harry pointed at him. "It could be worse," Hermione said. "They might have decided to use the Forbidden Forest for the third task. A maze isn't so bad." "The Forbidden?" Cedric stared at her. "You have to be kidding me." "Non," Fleur said, flicking her long hair back. "Hermione is correct. Zay Forest was used once." "It's not the maze part that worries me," Cedric admitted. "It's what going into the maze. I mean, we had dragons for the first task, and there was that lake monster in the second, which was supposed to be the obstacle for a single champion making a run for it on their own." Harry nodded. Fleur sighed. "E.T. is a worry." Victor shrugged. "Training is most important." Harry kept quiet. While he knew Voldemort had futzed with the tasks, the other three had all volunteered for the tournament, and a tiny, unsympathetic part of him believed they had only themselves to blame for the consequences. Of course, Voldemort was making the tasks more difficult, and Harry did feel some guilt about that. Natalie wrapped one arm around one of Victor's. "I just hope you all come out of it in one piece." "We will," Harry said confidently. You might. Cedric said dryly. Some of us just don't have your luck. Harry stiffened. He didn't see what was so lucky about getting entered into the tournament and being pursued by a sociopathic Dark Lord. Hermione squeezed his hand gently, and he turned to smile at her, grateful for the support. We need to make our own luck. Victor said firmly. Practice, practice, practice. Just like on Quidditch pitch. They all nodded. Victor gestured back up the pitch. We should return for the votos. Harry pulled a face, but it was good publicity, and while he'd never enjoyed doing it, he understood the value of it. Understood he needed it to keep public opinion on his side to help progress his political agenda. They started walking. Victor, Fleur, and Natalie led the way, and Cedric joined Hermione and Harry at the rear. They're talking about wedding outfits again, Cedric said in a stage whisper. Harry's lips twitched as Hermione's eyes widened in alarm. He gave her a nudge and grinned. How long did you have to spend getting your dress? 2 whole days. Hermione complained huffily. First, the material wasn't right, then the color, then there was a big deal about the shoes not being right, so they were going to change the whole outfit until I told them we'd just change the shoes. Cedric started laughing. You didn't enjoy it then? I thought most girls liked the whole dressing up thing. Hermione sniffed. I don't mind dressing up nicely. I just don't see why it took 2 days to pull together an outfit. There was nothing wrong with the first dress, but Andy didn't like it, and Tonks didn't like the second, and I would have been happy with either. Harry knew she was mostly annoyed that it had cut down on the amount of time she'd had to go sightseeing. Cedric shook himself. I take it you're in dress robes, Harry? Sirius sorted it all out with Remus. Harry confirmed, thankful his father had stepped in when Andy had tried to argue about the choice of outfit being unsuitable and trying to change it. We've been set for a while. I meant to thank you for the invite. Dad said it was up to me whether I should attend or not, but I know he's not comfortable with the idea of me being around so many werewolves. Cedric explained. His younger brother was killed by one, and I think if I attended the wedding, he'd be so stressed worrying about me, it would put his recovery back. I can understand that. Harry said, the pack we have at the sanctuary is pretty great, but with your dad's history, I can appreciate he wouldn't want you spending time with them. Victor mentioned there were rumors of a vampire clan on the move too. Cedric said, although you should be fine if you're with a pack. Usually vampires stay away from werewolves. Why? Asked Hermione, her eyes bright with curiosity. There's an ancient tale that werewolves can rip a vampire apart. Cedric explained, but that's never been substantiated. Really? All the books I've read suggested the avoidance was mostly territorial, as they're pretty equally matched in strength. Harry interjected. I've read the same. Hermione said briskly, but there's so much misinformation about dark creatures around. How do we know for certain? Cedric argued cheerfully. One old book I read claimed vampires had sparkly skin, and that's why they avoided daylight. And everybody knows that's just wrong. Really? Hermione shook head in disbelief. Sparkly vampires? Are you sure the book wasn't fiction? They were all laughing as they caught up with the others and headed in for the press conference. Neville tugged on Blaze's arm, and they slowly stepped back until they were clear of the drawing room. Neville winced as he caught his grand's eagle eye, but she gave him a nod, and there was a clear shooing motion communicated with a wave of a hand that went unnoticed by the bevy of old family members around her. He sighed with relief as he led Blaze through the less formal areas of Longbottom Manor and out to the garden. They took refuge in Neville's favorite greenhouse, filled with bright leafy green plants and colorful flowers blooming in pots on every surface. Blaze wrinkled his nose at the thin layer of dirt on the edges of the benches and the floor, but Neville ignored him and nudged him through to a small orangery at the back. It had an ever-warm spell, and with a sitting area of a couple of wicker chairs and matching table, it was one of Neville's hiding places. "Sorry you got dragged into Uncle Algy's party," Neville said as he slid into one of the wicker chairs. Blaze gave a shrug, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Serves me right for landing myself on you, with no warning." More accurately, it was Nora Zabini's fault, Neville thought with a touch of righteous anger for the way she treated Blaze. She'd stopped by the manor that morning with Blaze, had been appropriately flustered and apologetic, and had requested Augusta look after Blaze until they met up at the wedding in Bulgaria due to Nora suddenly needing to be abroad to deal with some business. Blaze had confessed in the wake of Nora's departure that his mother had received word from a friend of a friend that the wedding dress had been commissioned in Paris, and suddenly nothing else would do for Nora's own outfit for the day. Neville thought Blaze's mother was a selfish, self-absorbed narcissist, but it would be impolite to say so to Blaze himself. But despite the reason for Blaze being there, Neville was pleased to host his friend, not least because it got him out of the party for his great-uncle. "Thanks for playing distraction," Neville said, and smiled at the elf who popped in with cake and juice for them. "I think they'd have preferred Potter," Blaze said dryly. Neville shrugged. It was a disappointment to the older set that Harry had been unable to attend. "If Harry was here, we'd have ended up with him dueling my great-aunt Bessie. She had been very scathing about Tonks and the upcoming wedding. You have to admit, politically they're walking a fine line accepting her marriage to a werewolf, even if he is the steward. And there's the baby," Blaze pointed out. "They've been extraordinarily lucky with the press making this whole thing out to be a society event rather than a scandal. They have to have something on Skeeter." Neville made a non-committal noise and offered Blaze some cake. "I'm not a GRYFF. I'm not easily distracted with food," Blaze said as he accepted the slice with a grin. "Just with intrigue." Neville joked back. He dug into his own slice of the raspberry ripple and fudge creation with enthusiasm. He might not agree with his uncle on everything, but the man had taste in cakes. "So I'm going with they do have something on Skeeter," Blaze concluded as he scooped up a sugar-encrusted raspberry. "Maybe you're right. I don't know for sure." Neville licked his fork and was immediately guiltily, his inner Gran remonstrating with him about table manners. "I think everyone in the Alliance is very aware that we're damned lucky that they had the means to spin this the way we needed it to be spun." "Agreed," Blaze said. Lupin did send along a nice apology with the details of the invitation and the favor. "Mother loved the brooch. I assume you got a tie pin with your name engraved?" Neville asked, curious if the gifts had been the same. His gran had been over the moon about the small bear brooch Remus had sent them. Blaze nodded. "Charm too." Neville nodded. "It'll deflect 1 level 3 hex. Very nice favors." Blaze shook his head. It must have cleared out their vaults unless the House of Black gave them the cash. He lifted an inquiring eyebrow. "Don't be crass," Neville admonished, but his gran had commented the same, although she had also noted that Remus had received a good inheritance from the Potters. "I did think that the warning about the expected imminent attack by Greyback and some vamps might put my mother off attending, but no." Blaze sighed. "Must be a difficult position for a SLYTH." Neville commented, amused. "Self-preservation tells you to stay away, but the fact that it is going to be a major society event of the year that you have to be seen at." He let his sentence trail away gleefully. Blaze waved his fork at him, but his eyes were twinkling. "Laugh it up. At least we have some self-preservation skills, unlike you GRYFFS." "Hey," Neville said cheerfully. "I resemble that remark." They both laughed. "I'm sure we'll be well protected." Neville returned to the subject as they settled back to finishing their cake. "Harry and Sirius won't let anything happen to anyone." Blaze nodded. It wouldn't surprise me if we got there and found things aren't quite as planned as we've been told. Neville nodded in agreement. Harry had sent word to the heirs that with the known threat, he wanted everyone on the guard at the wedding. I won't argue with you. So I can't tempt you to place a galleon on it, teased Blaise, pushing his plate away. Not this time. Neville said, Are you taking bets on the baby? Boy or girl, and the birthday? Blaise replied instantly. You interested? They negotiated available dates, and Neville placed his galleon satisfied his inside knowledge that Tonks had already been pregnant before the couple had left for the sanctuary made his date the more likely to happen. Blaise regarded Neville thoughtfully. I'm surprised Hannah wasn't invited to keep you company and meet the extended family. Neville grimaced. She was invited, but Sue's been a bit of a mess since the whole second task and fallout over Cedric, and chose so. So she's doing the girly thing with Bones. Blaise gave a sympathetic grimace of his own. Tough luck. Neville had been slightly irked by Hannah's insistence that Susan came first, despite the fact that Hannah had accepted the invitation when it had first been raised. In fact, they'd had their first real argument about it. They hadn't broken up, or, at least, Neville didn't think they had, but they had yelled at each other a bit. Neville had argued that she'd made a commitment to attend, and she was letting him down. She'd argued that her friendship with Susan and helping her through her troubles took priority over a poxy party for a relative you don't even like. Blaise clucked his tongue, suddenly. I'm guessing from the look on your face things aren't so sunny in Neville and Hannahland anymore. Neville shot him a quick back-off look, and Blaise raised his hands. Just, if you want to talk about it. Blaise shrugged again, as though it wasn't important to him. But Neville appreciated the thought, and the offer. He shifted position a touch, as he tried to consider how to phrase things. He eventually sighed. We had a row. Blaise said. It's, well, stupid really, but ever since the second task it feels like every date Hannah and I have is interrupted or cut short or canceled because of Sue and what's going on with her. I didn't mind at the beginning because it was really bad with the letters and Cho glaring at her all the time, but it's been months since the second task, and she shouldn't need her hand holding every minute of the day anymore. Neville complained bluntly, feeling a little better having gotten it off his chest. Hermione had listened to him complain a little before the end of term, but he hadn't wanted to fully unload on her, too aware that she had formed a close friendship with Sue over the second task. And you told Hannah that reneging on the party was the last straw. Blaise surmised, to which I got a lecture that I wasn't a girl and didn't understand how utterly humiliating being chosen had been for Sue. And, as I wasn't a Hufflepuff, obviously I don't understand the concept of loyalty and friendship, which is complete bollocks. Neville said heatedly. Blaise grinned at him, and Neville chuckled ruefully as he considered how stupid the argument had been. Sounds like you have a point, Blaise said, sitting back in his chair and picking up his juice. I don't have a regular girlfriend, but it'd annoy me if she kept breaking all our dates to keep checking on her best friend. Thank you, said Neville, grateful that Blaise agreed with him. He sighed and rubbed his nose. I guess Hannah had a point too. I mean, I don't know how it works with girls, and maybe my thinking Sue should just get over it is a tad insensitive. Blaise gave a half shrug. Well, I find women just as bizarre as you do because I think you're right and she should get over it already. Sure, the letter thing was nasty, but it's not like anyone thinks Sue intentionally stole Cedric away from Cho except Cho and her cronies. Neville's gaze sharpened on him speculatively. But Blaise said, raising his glass, if living with my mother has taught me one thing, it has taught me that in any argument the man is always in the wrong even when he's in the right. You're not wrong, Neville murmured. He had never seen his Gran admit to being wrong ever after an argument, even when she was. Very, very wrong. I guess it's an apology, and some flowers. I don't know, Nev, Blaise said, a lot more tentatively than Neville had ever heard him sound. "If you concede the argument this time, Abbott's the type that'll walk all over you." Neville bristled defensively. "Hannah wasn't that bad." Blaze sighed at Neville's glare. "I'm not saying she's not great, because I actually think Hannah's cool. All I'm saying is that your point isn't invalid, and you shouldn't apologize for it. The argument itself, and saying Sue should get over herself. Yes. The point you made about Sue encroaching on all your time together. No. It was the kind of careful distinction that Slytherins were very good at defining, and Neville nodded slowly, because he could see that if he did back down from his main gripe, it would set a precedent. "You're right," he said with a sigh. He considered his predicament as he sipped his drink and sighed again, more heavily. If Hannah really didn't think there was anything wrong with her behavior, then they had a problem. It was so much easier when we were practicing. Blaze laughed, but his eyes sharpened on Neville speculatively. "You're thinking you might have to break up with her to hold your ground?" "Maybe," Neville conceded, partly admiring Blaze for reading him so well and partly hating that he was so obvious. "You'd be all right with that?" asked Blaze carefully. Neville pursed his lips thoughtfully. He knew if he had been in the same position the year before, he would have just apologized for the whole thing and been incredibly unhappy as Hannah walked all over him. But he wasn't that same timid boy any longer. He said as much to Blaze. "If she can't see she's wrong, then she's not right for me anyway." "Good on you," Blaze said approvingly. "And honestly, I'm glad you're not the same as you were." He glanced around the orangey. "For a start, I'd probably be stuck alone at home rather than here." Neville smiled. "We wouldn't be friends." "No," Blaze agreed, grinning. "Potter has a lot to answer for." His grin faded away. "He still doesn't get how much power he has, does he?" "I don't think he ever will," Neville said simply, shrugging. "Harry just doesn't think in those terms. He doesn't want power, so he doesn't notice that he has it." He paused. "I think he is starting to realize how much of a leader he is, though, at least for us, the Alliance." Blaze nodded slowly. "He's a genuinely good guy." He murmured as though he couldn't believe it. "It makes you wonder what he'd be like if Sirius had actually raised him." "Hell on a broom," Neville said, immediately with a smirk. Blaze laughed again. "He's that anyway." Neville sobered, thinking about Harry, about the prophecy. He wouldn't want to be in his godbrother's shoes, but he was determined to be at his side. "He needs us. He has us," Blaze stated simply. He raised his glass. Neville picked up his own, and they solemnly clinked glasses, as though they'd made a vow. Severus ignored the body wink Rosmerta ended their exchange with, and instead headed over to the table of the 3 broomsticks for his latest assignation with Bartemius Crouch, Jr. He wasn't surprised to find the shapely form of Crouch's red-haired feminine alias waiting for him. "Severus," he purred. "Wonderful to see you again." He reached for him as though to kiss him, and Severus stepped around him swiftly, placing the table between them. He refused to remove his cloak or his gloves. He was only there for one reason, to receive whatever orders the Dark Lord had sent via Crouch. He scanned the room swiftly, but apart from a couple of wide-eyed Hogwarts students, the rest of the pub's clientele were politely ignoring them. "You couldn't have found somewhere more discreet?" asked Severus, careful to keep his tone low as he cast a privacy bubble around them. "It is a Hogsmeade weekend for students who remained during the break." "My dear Severus," Crouch said in a silky tone that turned Severus's stomach, "anyone would think you didn't want to spend time with me." He pouted before smiling at him, winsomely. "Do not fret." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of parchment. "We are not staying here." He picked up a scarf, and after securing it around his neck in a feminine style, he picked up thin, leather gloves and headed outside. Severus followed at a sedate pace, inwardly worried at the change of venue. "Read the parchment," Crouch advised as he halted on the corner of the street and searched for something in his purse. "You'll forgive me if I don't jump to follow you," Severus said quietly. "The last time we met, you left me alone with some unwanted company." Crouch just grinned at the reminder that he had tried to kill Severus with the Dementors. "I seem to recall Father made me write you an apology, and you survived, didn't you?" Severus simply stared him down. "Oh, pishtosh, Severus," Crouch said, slapping his gloves lightly against Severus's chest. "Let's put that in the past. This is Father's invitation. He'd be very upset if you did not accept." Well, that changed the hue of it, Severus thought grimly. He opened up the parchment. "Lord Voldemort, heir of Slytherin, invites you to Riddle Manor." Severus kept his surprise off his face. Informed of the secret, he was suddenly aware of the location again. The Aurors were monitoring, but with the Fidelius in place, they could no longer find it despite knowing the general area. His heart began to beat rapidly. There had been an alarm noted a few weeks before. Had the Dark Lord decided to use it as a base? Would he be there waiting for Severus? Just the thought was enough for him to strengthen his occlumency shields in preparation. "Ready?" asked Crouch slyly, sliding an arm around Severus's waist. "I'd hang on, lover. I'd hate to splinch you." Severus sniffed, took a firm hold of Crouch, and in the next instant felt the pull of apparition. They landed on a careworn country lane. Hedges taller than Severus himself, the grass along the roadside tall and overflowing with wildflower. He swallowed the urge to investigate and gather. There were a number of specimens that he could see would be perfect potion ingredients. The road was narrow, and Severus believed only one Muggle vehicle would be able to traverse it at a time. The other side of the road was dense woodland, stretching back as far as the eye could see. "If you look ahead," Crouch advised, sounding far too amused for Severus's liking. Severus raised his eyes and focused on the hedge in front of him. It immediately parted, revealing ornate iron gates. Crouch tapped them with his wand, and they opened immediately. "Shall we?" Crouch asked before stepping through and beginning the walk to the manor house that was some distance away from the road. The driveway was a pitted mess. The old tarmac had been worn away in places, holes appearing here and there. It made for treacherous walking. The surrounding landscape wasn't in much better condition, overgrown lawns and flower beds that barely boasted any flowers. The house at a distance itself looked in better repair. The roof was in good condition, the red brickwork covered in green ivy. It was only as they neared it that Severus could see the occasional crack in the walls, the crumbly nature of the mortar. Crouch avoided the front door, leading him instead around the side to a merchant's entrance. Severus ignored Crouch's intended insult and followed him through the door and into a narrow passageway which opened out into a cellar. Crouch ignored the dusty cellar with its shelves crammed with all kinds of items and products that would have made a historian drool, and went to a door on the far side. Severus continued following him without saying a word and stepped into a world-class potions laboratory. It halted his step abruptly. There was a second door on the right-hand wall, but otherwise both the right and left walls were covered ceiling to floor by cabinets filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of potion ingredients. The far wall had a fumigator on the ceiling to dispel dangerous fumes. The lower third had a storage cupboard filled with different cauldrons, stirrers, pipettes, and all the other necessary potions equipment a master of the subject required. The middle of the wall were a series of shelves with almost every potions book known to the wizarding world, some rare and highly sought after. Two long benches filled the center of the room, wooden work surfaces scrubbed clean and sanded to glossy perfection. Occasional stools were the only other furniture. The Dark Lord's own potions lab. Nothing had changed since he'd seen it before back in the First War, although he had entered a different way that time. It was truly the best lab he had ever worked in, and despite his determination to kill the Dark Lord, there was a small bubble of glee deep inside of him that he was going to be working in the lab again. I trust you find this satisfactory. Crouch's question drew Severus's attention back to the wizard. He was resting back against the wall behind Severus. The glamour had been dismissed without a word, and the crazy Death Eater returned to his normal appearance: dark hair, a handsome if cold visage with a cruel smile, and a lean athletic body. He wore fashionable wizarding robes, open to reveal a brown tailored suit in expensive material. It has always been more than satisfactory. Severus allowed, snidely letting Crouch know of his previous history with the lab, and was pleased to see Crouch stiffen in response. I assume our Lord has need of my skills. Crouch drew out a letter from the inside of his robes and made to hand it to Severus. Severus raised an eyebrow. Leave it on the bench. Crouch stuck out his tongue, but followed the instruction. He retreated back to the wall. Severus discreetly unholstered his wand out of sight of Crouch and cast a few diagnostic spells, reassuring himself that there was no poison or compulsion charms attached to the missive. It was sealed shut with wax, the indent of the Slytherin crest of arms in the wax. He still opened it with gloved hands and drew out the single sheet of parchment. My dear Severus, your continued service in the past months has been most appreciated and will, of course, be rewarded in time. I have 2 tasks for you. Firstly, I require a restoration potion. It is a vital part of the ritual that will restore me to my former glory and allow us to resume our war against those who threaten our agenda and values. I trust no other to make this potion. You will find the instructions and ingredients within the far left cabinet, which has been keyed to your dark mark. You will also find a port key that will allow you and only you direct access into the lab, so you may always have access at the correct times. Secondly, I have been displeased to hear how closely Dumbledore monitors the creation of the antidote to wake the elf and the Summers woman. I appreciate, though, that efforts to stall would raise questions and place your position as my loyal spy at risk. Therefore, continue with the antidote, but ensure the Summers woman cannot speak when she awakens. I look forward to seeing the results of your tasks, Severus. I will not wish you luck, as I know you have no need of it. Severus breathed in sharply. He refolded the letter and placed it within the envelope. Your presence is not required for the tasks the Dark Lord has given to me. Crouch grinned, more than a hint of crazy in his smirking face. I wouldn't want you to wander off. I believe the rest of the manor is being guarded by the Dementors who escaped the Acromantulas you fed them to. Severus didn't bother to correct Crouch. It was better for him if Crouch believed he'd engineered his own escape from the beasts. Then stay out of my way. He moved over to the cabinet. He pushed the sleeve of his left arm up to reveal the mark, and the cabinet clicked open. He studied the contents for a long moment, recognizing that the space had been expanded substantially. There was a standard cauldron filled with bones seeping in liquid bones of the father. Severus realized the base of the potion, if he remembered the details from Croker correctly. It would provide the skeleton upon which the rest of the restoration would build. The potion required the flesh and blood added fresh at the last upon the solstice, as those elements needed to be living. There were other ingredients, though. He picked up 3 jars. The first contained black hair, the second a green eye, the third a coiled human skin. All elements to build the Dark Lord's appearance anew. Severus mused, if they were mishandled in any way, the homunculus would have an inhuman appearance. A large snake basket sat in one corner, and Severus read the note attached carefully. It held a highly venomous king cobra, which was spelled into a deep slumber. The snake would need to be awakened, its head immediately severed from its body added to the potion. Again, mishandling would result in a change to the formation of the body. Why would the Dark Lord want a snake added? Severus thought to himself. Croker had mentioned something about some Egyptian potioneers believing the addition of an animal gave the homunculus its spirit and abilities. Perhaps, Severus considered, the Dark Lord was attempting to ensure his gift of Parseltongue was maintained. The rest of the potion ingredients were fairly standard herbs and animal parts that were needed mostly for stabilization or to act as a catalyst for the magic to bond once the flesh and blood were added. He mentally ensured to look and catalog the ingredients carefully into his memory. He could review them later with the headmaster and Croker. Finally, he stood and locking the cabinet with a lazy wave of his hand. He didn't lean against the bench as he read over the instructions, taking note of the various days and times certain actions needed to occur. It was going to be a nightmare to coordinate, Severus thought tiredly. He was aware of Crouch's sneaking approach behind him, but before the other wizard could get close enough to read the text of the instructions, Severus hit him with a wandless, stinging hex. Crouch jumped back, rubbing his cheek. He glowered at Severus. "If you want to play rough, lover." "Please," Severus sneered. "Your threats are pathetic. You believe if the Dark Lord was to find out about your curiosity, you would receive just a mild, stinging hex." He sniffed. "You should be grateful I reminded you to keep your nose out of it." Crouch draped himself across one of the benches. "I could make that potion as easily as you." "You are undoubtedly a good potioneer," Severus agreed. "You have successfully made the enhanced polyjuice potion the Dark Lord invented, since you used it extensively during your months playing your father, and whatever guise you were now in the day-to-day, at Hogwarts." He was happy to see Crouch flinch at that a touch, confirming that the Death Eater was at the school still. "You also managed to write convincingly about several different potions, their theoretical background and history in the fake letters, as my supposed lover." He paused, allowing Crouch the moment of smug preening he could see in the other man's eyes. "You are not, however, a potions master." Crouch started to scowl. "Further, this potion requires a certain exactitude of timing in adding ingredients, preparation, and brewing, which I dare say your current alias would not allow you to keep to without evoking questions, if you were to keep disappearing without notice." Severus continued, hoping Crouch would take the bait of the hook Severus was dangling. Crouch breathed in deeply. "You have the same problem." Severus gave a light shrug. So, Crouch had just confirmed that his alias leaving Hogwarts constantly would draw unwanted attention. More likely he was pretending to be a student than a professor then. Severus mused. It also explained why Crouch had waited for a Hogwarts weekend to meet with him. "I am the potions master at Hogwarts, and Albus Dumbledore believes me his spy." Severus drawled. "I am granted a lot of latitude in my availability due to both roles." He replaced the instructions in the cabinet. He would need to begin within a week, but he wanted to double-check everything with Croker first. He pocketed the portkey surreptitiously. "I should warn you against trying the cabinet. It's warded to my mark alone, and there is a sleeping cobra within." Crouch grimaced. Severus raised an eyebrow. "You're not afraid of snakes, are you, Bartemius? Have you been around the Dark Lord's newest familiar yet, Severus?" Crouch snapped back. He shuddered dramatically. "Their closeness is downright creepy. It's like they're one being sometimes. His familiars have always been close." Severus murmured. He tucked the information on the snake away, knowing it would be of interest. "I am done here for the time being. We may leave." Crouch scowled, but he motioned back to the cellar entry. "Have you any information on the wedding of the werewolf?" Crouch asked abruptly, as they made their out of the house and back around to the driveway. Severus gave a light shrug. "Only that the headmaster has complained that the security is in the hands of the Bulgarians." He mentally apologized to Albus in his head, but this was an easy seed of disinformation to sow. "Were you not invited?" Crouch asked, evident surprise on his face. The werewolf wrote to the headmaster that he would have liked to have invited all his former colleagues, but understood the safety and security of the children staying at Hogwarts was paramount, and allowed the staff to make their own determination of who could attend. Severus sneered. The letter had been as sappy as the wolf himself. Minerva was invited separately to the missive, as she is considered family, and the old fool was not about to miss the society wedding of the year. So it falls on myself, the bumbling sprout, and a half-breed goblin to maintain order and decorum for the day. Interesting, Crouch said lightly. Hardly, Severus snorted. The minister and director Bones have assigned an aura detail for extra security in the absence of the headmaster given the international presence of the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students. Hopefully that would discourage any kind of idea of invading Hogwarts, Severus mused. Pity, Crouch sighed. It might have been a perfect opportunity to have some fun otherwise, or drawn attention to the fact that you are still within Hogwarts grounds. Severus pointed out. Surely the endgame is more important than a few trivial upsets at this stage. Why, Severus, cooed Crouch, you are simply filled with unwanted advice, aren't you? Severus raised an eyebrow. I had thought you wanted your revenge on Black more than the thrill of cheap diversions. I will say no more. He saw Crouch flinch and knew his barb had hit home. There was silence for a few minutes. Crouch cleared his throat. Did you read the article on the use of ferret feathers to reduce addictive qualities in sleeping draughts in the last potions weekly? Slughorn's latest. Severus huffed. He has only managed one successful brewing, and thus can only say there was no evidence of addiction for the test animals in the scant few weeks that the potion lasted. Slughorn had published too early. Kerrigan's peer review counter was excellent, but you acknowledged the properties of a ferret would counter the usual addictive nature of the plants commonly used. Crouch continued. Potentially, but ferret birds are rare, and their colonies protected by the countries in which they are located. Severus noted, they are not a long-term or easy solution. The debate on the ferret birds and countering addictive qualities continued until they exited the manor, and the gates closed behind them. Severus readied himself for apparition back to Hogsmeade and froze at the touch of Crouch's hand on his arm. He looked at the hand and back at Crouch pointedly, rather than make the obvious verbal threat that he was to be released or Crouch would lose the arm. Crouch lifted the offending appendage and waved down the road. Perhaps we can continue our discussion? The village has a decent Muggle pub. Severus stared at Crouch, keeping his shock at the invitation well hidden. You may not remember, Crouch continued, but we used to have similar debates when you stayed with Bella during your occlumency training. They had. Severus had recovered all of his memories, and Crouch had been welcome intellectual company. Rabaston had been smart but quiet, Rodolphus more of a thug than anything else. And Bella was insanely intelligent, but expressed it only through her sadistic spellcasting. Back then you were more interested in Rab than serving the Dark Lord, Severus said calmly, and I was naive. Crouch grimaced. Is it so surprising that apart from my discussions with Father, I feel starved of stimulating conversation? Given the rest of the entourage that the Order believed the Dark Lord had, it was not surprising at all. The Travers were stolid at best, Fenrir feral, and Pettigrew insipid. However, Severus was not foolish enough to believe Crouch at face value. Crouch had treated him with barely concealed disdain since their first meeting, had attempted to kill him at Yule, and evidently resented Severus for possessing the Dark Lord's favor. All of which left the invitation from Crouch very squarely in the highly suspicious category. Of course, if he was going to find out exactly what Crouch wanted, he was going to have to go along with it. 1 hour. Severus stated uncompromisingly. Crouch tipped his head, his dark eyes glittering with satisfaction. 1 hour. Finding Pronglet's Power, Chapter 3. Truthfully, Snape reported, I am still unsure what Crouch intended to achieve with our discussion, but we concluded that he is in favor of Slughorn's experiments, and I am not. The only meager connection I can deduce is that Arafet feathers are a key component in the draft that currently has the elf and the Summers woman comatose. Sirius let his gaze roam around the room to gauge the reaction of the others in the War Council to Snape's report. In the enlarged mirror on the wall, the English participants had varying expressions. Snape appeared unflustered, Albus looked pensive and puzzled. Moody, lurking in the background, was frowning along with Amelia and an anxious-looking Cornelius, while Bertie was literally scratching his head. Sirius glanced at Remus and Harry beside him in the study at Black Farm. Remus was concerned and Harry thoughtful. Sirius cocked his head at his son. Harry cleared his throat. I have, 3 theories. 1, he's really just bored and wanted to talk to someone other than Wormtail. A distinct possibility. Sirius muttered. Harry's lips quirked upwards for a brief second. 2, he's decided to abandon his strategy of needling Snape, and instead form a closer relationship, trying to lull him into a false sense of security from which Crouch can attack easier. Professor Snape, Harry. Albus admonished absently. But another valid theory. Moody acknowledged gruffly. 3, he's yanking our chains, and hoping we send ours chasing our tails, trying to work out whether there's meaning to what he's discussed with Professor Snape. Harry concluded, You may be right. Bertie said with a laugh. It's a bit like prophecies. We can take any normal everyday discussion and find hidden meaning that would divert and distract us. As much as it pains me to say it, I believe Potter may have deduced Crouch's possible motivations correctly. Snape said tersely. Sirius felt his shoulders tense at Snape's hidden jibe at Harry, but he shook it off. That's good thinking, Harry, he said simply, and watched happily as Harry brightened with the praise. And any of the 3, or even a combination of them, might be at work. He looked back through the mirror. It probably goes without saying, Snape, but you need to stay sharp around him, and when you're alone at this mysterious location. Snape raised an eyebrow. I plan to do nothing less, he admitted. Where was this possible location, anyway? Asked Amelia. The pub was in Little Hangleton. Snape said, As for the actual location of the place where I am to make the potion, I literally cannot say. Such is the magic of the Fidelius charm. Albus said, We all know the location, but it is now hidden from our memories by magic. At least we know the general location. Amelia said, Little Hangleton corresponds with the location of 2 of our monitoring wards, even if one of them doesn't know what it's monitoring any longer. It is a fascinating magical reaction. Began Bertie. Perhaps a discussion for another day. Sirius cut in. Snape, do you think Voldemort is in residence at the place you're making the potion? Snape seemed to consider the question seriously for a long moment before shaking his head. I do not think so. He would not want to risk revealing such a location to his spy. If I cannot tell Albus something, that is preferable than taking the risk of my knowing and having Albus find out. Once again, Sirius didn't envy Snape the fine line he walked in his spying. Anything else come out of your meeting with Crouch? They had already covered the restorative potion for the ritual, the new location, Crouch's surprising invitation to drinks. I believe Crouch is already in place here at Hogwarts as a student, Snape announced. Sirius ignored the shocked reactions of the others and focused on Snape. Why? Snape's shoulders lifted in a light shrug, a combination of what he didn't say and what he did. He's entrenched in a role that won't allow him to make the potion, that is certain. The timing of the meeting coinciding with the Hogsmeade outing for the students. His lips twitched. We also returned in time for the curfew. He doesn't want to draw attention to himself by being late or missing. Amelia concluded grimly. Indeed. Snape confirmed. Sirius glanced over to Moody. And you definitely didn't see him on the map before the end of term? The map didn't show someone else's name appearing for someone right in front of me. Moody confirmed. All the students checked out. So either Wormtail does know some way around the map, Remus broke in, or Crouch realized the danger somehow, and just had the student he's pretending to be remain in place all of last term. We cannot assume he's taken the place of a male student. Snape murmured. He is surprisingly comfortable in pretending to be female. Well, that's more information than I ever wanted to know about him. Sirius sighed. We have to assume we have a security breach at Hogwarts. Moody said brusquely, that Crouch has infiltrated us. We're definitely not going to be able to do identity checks on the students, asked Sirius, turning to Albus. As you know, the Board of Governors has rejected the proposal as unnecessary, without definitive proof. Albus shook his head in somber negation. Well, we know who it's most likely to be. Moody pointed out. It has to be one of the students in the castle right now. We need to keep an eye out of strange behavior. It's exam time, and they are teenagers. Snape pointed out. Strange behavior is normal. Moody glared at him. Constant vigilance. We'll take another look at the map. Remus jumped in. We have another problem. Amelia pointed out. They were reported to have a vanishing cabinet on the Durmstrang ship linked to one at Riddle's location. We didn't find either in the 2 raids. If they moved the vanishing cabinet inside Hogwarts, then the bastard has a way in through the wards. Moody swore. Cornelius stared a little at the old Auror before shaking himself. Perhaps a search for the vanishing cabinet in the dorms? He must be keeping it somewhere close by and private to himself if he's using it to maintain contact with Riddle. Good idea, Cornelius. Amelia brightened. She turned to Albus and Moody. A room-by-room search for suspected contraband after the Easter return is within your prerogative, isn't it, Albus? It is indeed. Albus murmured with a twinkle in his eye. It would be good to get this done. Now, the treasure hunt is done except for the snake. Sirius said firmly. If we can identify Crouch in Hogwarts, secure the vanishing cabinet. If we can work out where it goes, we can raid Riddle and get this over with before the 3rd task. I would be surprised if Crouch hasn't already taken measures to protect the cabinet. Snape pointed out. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. Moody said. We'll soon find out. Talking of the 3rd task, Sirius said, do you have an update you can share with us with Harry present? I believe so. Albus said. It is not unknown to any of the champions that the final task will take place in the maze currently being cultivated on the Quidditch pitch. Harry looked disgusted again, and Sirius hid a smile. The task was altered by Tom to be more dangerous than we had planned, but the basis of the task remains the same. All of our preparations are underway, and we are keeping a tight control on security given the previous sabotage. Albus confirmed. Certainly no kids are getting close to the maze, and we've got the other parts of the task on lockdown elsewhere. Moody added, it would be good if we can end this before the 3rd task. Sirius stated plainly. If we don't find Crouch and Voldemort, Harry said, leaning forward, then he has to grab me on that night. He has to know that apart from the time that I'm in the maze that I'm going to be well protected. What's the potential for me to be grabbed and taken somewhere else while I'm in the maze? Unfortunately, there is opportunity for any of the champions to be kidnapped during the maze task. We have observation mirrors we are constructing to ensure the watching audience can see the progress of the champions. But the Portkey ward will be down as it is anticipated that the winner upon getting to the prize is whisked out of the center of the maze and to the podium. It was always the plan. So all they have to do is get a Portkey on Harry somehow. Sirius rubbed his head. He'd always known the tournament was a stupid idea. It won't be easy, Moody assured them. We can check everything going into the maze. I agree with Sirius. We need to find Riddle before the third task. Amelia said crisply. That should be our focus with the diadem found. We should have a plan, though. Harry said, pushing his glasses up. If we don't find Tom, then the likelihood is that he will make an attempt to grab me at the third task, and we need to decide if we let that happen and use it or try to avoid it. Amelia nodded. It's a good point. Bertie said. We should plan for the worst. Sirius gave a nod. Let's put it on the agenda for when we're back in England after Easter. He gazed around them. We're in good shape. We've closed Voldemort down politically and financially. We've handled almost all the items that kept him immortal with the exception of the snake. We know who he hasn't involved in his resurrection plans, and who he has. We just need to find him. Do you think there's a possibility the Carrows or Greyback will know his location? Asked Amelia. Sirius looked over at Remus, wanting a second opinion. The Carrows? No. Everything suggests he's using them because of their local knowledge to target the wedding. Remus said. I doubt they've had a face-to-face since the announcement of the wedding broke. Greyback, on the other hand, he shrugged. By all reports, he's out of favor. If he knew prior to the attacks on the Alliance, I doubt he knows now. I agree. Snape concurred, the mirror rippling at his movement. The Dark Lord will only have shared his location with as few as possible while he remains physically diminished. Presumably, it would be best to capture the Carrows and determine for certain, suggested Albus evenly. I agree with Snape and Remus. Sirius paused, not quite believing he'd agreed with Snape of all people before shaking himself and carrying on. I doubt the Carrows will know anything, he said. As for Greyback, if Greyback or I meet before he is captured, one of us will be dead at the end of the confrontation. It will be a fight to the death, as required by pack law. Remus stated unequivocally. Albus sent Remus a disappointed look, but the others looked understanding. Cornelius looked slightly appalled. We've come up with a rather ingenious plan to keep everyone safe, Sirius said, understanding why Cornelius looked so disturbed. Remus. Only the Marauders had seen that particular grin on Remus's face before, and Sirius sat back as Remus took the War Council through the plan for the wedding. Really, Moony was the best prankster of them all. Harry frowned and tried to pat his hair down for the umpteenth time. He was fully dressed for the wedding. Open robes in a rich red revealed gray pinstripe trousers, a crisp pale gray cotton shirt open at the neck, and a tight waistcoat of the palest gray silk embroidered with gold brocade thread and patterns that drew the form of wolves howling to the moon. Black boots finished the outfit, polished by the house elves to a fine gleam. Sirius appeared in the mirror, leaning forward in the open doorway with a sympathetic expression. Hair. It's doing its own thing again, Harry complained. Sirius waved his wand at it, and the hair settled down into something approximating tidy. Harry turned around with a grateful smile. Sirius wore a matching outfit to his own, his hair neatly pulled back into a ponytail at the nape of his neck. How's Remus? Asked Harry as they exited the bathroom and headed for the master suite. Good. Calmer than your dad was anyway. Sirius smiled sadly. He knocked on the door of the master bedroom and entered without waiting for a reply. Remus glanced away from the window, where he stood gazing out at the early morning dawn, the first rays of light brightening the horizon. He was also wearing a matching outfit to Sirius and Harry, but his waistcoat was also threaded through with red among the gold. You look good, Moony, Harry said warmly. Remus smiled at him, his brown eyes shining happily. So do you. He brushed a hand over his cleanly shaven face, his fingers grazing the faint scars of his lycanthropy. Shall we head out? The three of them walked through the farm, ignoring the bustle of the rest of the pack and the arriving guests, and out to the small rose garden behind the house. Somehow the flowers had been coaxed into blooming, and their heady scent filled the morning air. The garden was a square segmented by a gravel path into 4 segments with an arbor in the center. It was a perfect venue for a wedding, with white seats arranged in all 4 quarters with a good view of the arbor. There was a slight mist rising up from the grass, which gave the place an ethereal look as night gave way to morning in the east. "It's amazing what they've been able to do," Remus murmured. "Hilda is a force of nature," Sirius said with a smirk. Harry nodded. Remus's plan to move the time and venue of the real wedding had caused a flurry of panic from everyone but Sirius and, surprisingly, Tonks. The bride had hooted with laughter, hugged her groom, and said she'd marry him anywhere, and when he wanted. A throat cleared behind them, and Harry turned to greet Simeon. The regent apparent to the House of Black wore a variation of their outfit with the same gray shirt and trousers, but black robes and silver embroidery on the waistcoat, the house colors. "Nipper's down for the count, and the elves are looking after him. Anna's in with Nymphy," Simeon said, clapping his hands together. "Sissy's told me to get myself over to the Portkey arrival point, since we're expecting the first in the next 5 minutes, so that's where I'll be. I've been told to remind you to take your places." The Malfoys and Simeon would greet the guests before handing them off to Clara and Patrick, who would show them through to the garden and their seats. Simeon held out his hand for Remus to shake. "You look good for a man about to be condemned to a life with a ball and chain," he joked. "I feel good," Remus said. "Dora's lovely, and I'm a lucky man." Harry smiled at the genuine sincerity that coated Remus's words, and he saw Sirius's shoulder drop an inch, as though he breathed out in relief. "See you on the other side," Simeon said. He grinned, and with a wave wandered away. Sirius pointed at the formal entrance to the garden, where they'd form a presentation line. "Shall we?" The next hour flew by. The Bulgarian minister who was presiding over the ceremony was the first to arrive, his wife heading to the house to help Tonks. The ministers from Ireland and France were next, and the heads of the werewolf packs followed. Harry felt Sirius's hand on his shoulder, occasionally providing reassurance and support as they welcomed their honored guests to the wedding. The War Council arrived shortly after that, Cornelius resplendent in formal ministerial robes, and his wife in a wonderful cream and lemon outfit. Amelia was with Brian, and the 2 wore matching shades of blue. Bertie was also in his formal unspeakable robes, which gave him an air of authority that destroyed his usual aura of absent-minded professor. The headmaster's outfit was a wonderful Hufflepuff yellow with red poppies blooming around the hems, petals rimmed in gold, with black centers and stalks. It was an interesting marriage of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, and Harry was impressed he tried to incorporate the schoolhouses of both the bride and the groom in the outfit. Harry brightened when the next swathe of guests was the Potter Alliance. Neville and his grandmother led the way in formal blue and gray, the crests of the Longbottom house proudly displayed, Blaise Zabini with them in his own neat outfit of shades of gray. The Greengrasses arrived with both Daphne and Astoria in stunning lilac outfits that made their blue eyes almost violet. The Abbotts and the rest of the Bones family arrived together, and Harry noticed Hannah and Neville exchanging nervous looks across the seating area. He wondered what had happened. Nora Zabini arrived before he could contemplate it further. So much cleavage on show in the blue dress that Harry worried she'd catch cold in the chilly Bulgarian air, barely pausing to greet her son before she took her seat. Other allies and supporters arrived, such as the Knotts and the Wenlocks who were in service, and time seemed to blur for Harry after that until the Weasleys arrived, Bill escorting a beautiful-looking Caro in a soft pale yellow, Arthur without Molly but cheerful and bright-eyed. The pack came next. Every wolf at the sanctuary neatly dressed in clothing Remus had insisted upon buying for them for the occasion of his wedding, knowing many of them didn't have good robes to wear. Harry and Sirius greeted all of them warmly, including a subdued Sion. Tonk's friends from school, and the Aurors followed, Moody heading up the charge. Harry was impressed by the array of medals his defense professor had attached to the chest of his ill-fitting formal robes. Harry's smile became a touch fixed as many of the young women simpered at either Sirius or himself. "Buck up," Sirius whispered as another giggling brunette was led away with a wink by Remus's beta Patrick. Almost done. The press arrived then. The Love Goodsay beaming Luna in summery green, followed by Rita Skeeter and the international press in the form of Esmeralda Goose. They were escorted to seats set off at the side in a small press area near to the dignitaries. Harry glanced over at the full garden and back at the sun, low in the sky. It was almost 7 o'clock. Remus and Tonks would marry at 7 o'clock and 7 minutes. The first signs that the wedding was imminent was the music striking up in the background violins, and a harp playing a muted classical tune. Hilda hurried over to say hello before rushing to her seat. Her husband took his place in the arbor. Minerva and the Grangers appeared. The Grangers wore wizarding open robes of the same gray as the trousers and shirts of the wedding party over a sharp gray suit in Wallace's case, and a beautiful cream dress in Miriam's. They wore red roses rimmed with gold on their lapels. Minnie wore a formal robe, high-necked and long-sleeved in the same gray, tight in the bodice with a sweeping skirt, and there was another red and gold rose pinned over her right breast. Next to arrive was the Malfoys. Narcissa looked beautiful. Her pale gray dress with its high waist skimmed the baby bump she had, and was covered in the same silver embroidery as the waistcoats of the men with her. She had eschewed formal robes, and instead had a black fur stole. Harry had the awful suspicion it was real fur, but decided not to ask. Lucius and Draco all wore matching outfits to Simeon. The mother of the bride was escorted by Simeon. Andy looked stunning in the same shade of gray and silver as Narcissa, but it was a different style, more formal with its high neckline and long sleeves. There was a warm maroon wool shawl that she wore draped over her arms. "Right," Sirius said, "we should take our places." He ushered them down to the arbor at a sedate pace. Harry settled into his place by Sirius's side. Sirius stood next to a calm Remus who exchanged a grin with Bogdan as the music changed and the traditional wedding march began. All their guests rose to their feet. Hermione was the first down the pathway. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He had thought she looked beautiful the night of the Yule Ball, but now her hair was up in some complicated do with tendrils falling around her face. The rich maroon of the shawl around her shoulders set off her coloring, warming her complexion. The pale gray dress had a tight bodice and flared at the hips, falling to the ground. It was embroidered with the same silver as Narcissa's and Andy's dresses. Strappy silver shoes completed the outfit, and Harry wondered how she walked in them on the gravel. The black diamonds glinted at her ears and throat, and she carried a bouquet of silver and cream roses. She arrived in her place opposite Harry in the arbor and smiled at him tremulously. Harry smiled back at her. Anna was next in an outfit that matched Hermione's almost exactly. Harry noticed she exchanged a wide grin with Simeon as she passed her husband. Anna took her place opposite Sirius. Finally, Tonks began the walk down the pathway, her hand tucked into the crook of her father's arm. Ted was dressed similarly to the rest of the men from the House of Black. Black robes, the same gray trousers and shirt, but he had a maroon cravat tucked into the open neck of the shirt. Tonks was a beautiful bride. She smiled happily at everyone she passed, almost glowing with an inner radiance and in her natural form. Her distinctive black features, enhanced by a creamy complexion and her natural silvery gray eyes. Her hair was styled up, leaving her long neck bare and elegant. Her dress was a fall of silver, so pale it almost was white. It was draped in a fashion that Harry had seen in his history books in primary school in ancient Greece. One shoulder was left bare, while the other had a thick strap that draped down tightly around her bust before falling in pleats from just under the bust to the floor. A maroon silk shawl shot through, with the same silver thread, was draped around her lower arms. She carried a mixed bouquet that combined all the colors of the wedding: gold, red, silver, cream, and gray. Ted delivered into the arbor, and once Tonks had handed off her bouquet to Anna, he placed her hand into Remus's with a watery smile. Bogdan cleared his throat. The time is 7 minutes past 7, on the 17th day of this wondrous April month. We are gathered here to celebrate the union of this wizard and witch in a traditional hand fasting. Harry felt a lump gather in his throat as Tonks smiled happily at Remus, and Remus smiled warmly back at her, his fingers rubbing the back of her knuckles as though soothing her. "Remus, your vows, if you please." Remus cleared his throat. "When I was a child, I used to think my parents were a fairy tale prince and princess living happily ever after. They loved each other, respected each other, and together they faced the best and worst of their lives. That's the marriage I've always wanted at heart, and I promise you that I will endeavor every day to love you, respect you, and stand beside you whatever our lives together bring." Tonks was beaming as Bogdan prompted for her to begin. "When I was a child, my mother used to tell me the story of how she met my father and fell in love, how he was everything her family hated, and so they had to run away, so they could live happily ever after. I admired my mother for having the strength to follow her heart, my father for never giving up on the idea of them, and both of them together for working every day to bridge the differences between them with love. That's the marriage I've always wanted at heart, and I promise you that I will endeavor every day to love you with all my heart, to never give up on you, and to work with you to overcome whatever challenges our pack may face." There was a faint murmur that broke out at the last, but Harry could see that Remus's pack were pleased at the inclusion. Bogdan waved his wand, and a stream of gold magic wrapped around their hands. "You have each made vows to the other. Repeat after me. I vow to magic to take thee as my love, my heart, my soul, to cherish and honor thee, to walk with your hand in mine always, to never break the thread that binds us." Harry almost held his breath as Remus and Tonks repeated the vow. Bogdan smiled brightly. "It is my very great honor to ask you all to welcome Remus and Dora Lupin." His eyes were sparkling as he leaned into Remus. "You may kiss your bride." Harry cheered along with everyone else as Remus tenderly kissed Tonks for a long minute, their hands still clasped together. Bogdan cleared his throat as the cheers settled down, and some of the guests dabbed handkerchiefs at the corners of their eyes. "If I may ask Lord Black and his heir to come forward for the next part." Harry followed as he and Sirius exchanged places with Bogdan, the Bulgarian minister moving out of the arbor to a seat next to his wife. Sirius waved his wand, and a pedestal appeared with the black ritual bowl and knife. Remus and Tonks turned to face them again, happy smiles on both their faces. Sirius tapped the bowl with his wand. Familius Magicus. Silver mist rose from the bowl, and there was a stir in the audience from those who had never witnessed family magic before. Harry leaned over and tapped the bowl with his wand. Familius Magicus. Gold mist joined the silver, the two clouds twirling around each other, weaving in and out. Sirius cut his palm and let the blood drip into the bowl. "I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, declare my brother by heart, Remus John Lupin, a son of the House of Black by law, my magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Remus took the knife and made his own careful incision. "I, Remus John Lupin, Alpha to my pack, son of the Lupin family, son of the House of Black, accept my place and the duties it entails by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Remus cast a cleaning spell at the knife, and Harry took it from him. He sliced his own palm carefully. "I, Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, heir to the House of Black, have stood witness to these oaths, and welcome Remus John Lupin into the House of Black. May your marriage to the daughter of our house, Nymphadora, be blessed. So have I sworn, so mote it be." The mist rose from the bowl and formed the family totems, a gold griffin and a silver snake. Harry was pleased that the Wenlock vulture had remained dormant. The snake hissed out a blessing, and Harry's eyes widened. Sirius glanced at him questioningly. Harry cleared his throat. "Our family magic welcomes Alpha Lupin and his pack." Another murmur through the crowd, but Harry saw the pack members all looking pleased, and Remus was beaming. Sirius healed Harry's palm, while Tonks did the same for Remus. The bowl and knife were magicked away again, and Sirius cleared his throat. "With the formalities out of the way, may we all be upstanding for the procession of the bride and groom." And with that the music began again, and a smiling Remus and Tonks, who took back her bouquet, stepped down from the arbor, making their way hand in hand down the pathway as the guests threw rose petals over them. The wedding ceremony was over. It was time for the rest of the plan. Remus lifted his wand, and the time hung in the air beside him. It was almost 3 o'clock, the original time of the wedding. The ministerial residence was a grand place. 200 years old, the building's ornate architecture reminded Remus of fairy tale castles. The residence was set at the base of a mountain, woodland all around, and only one main road in and out. The main point of entry was usually the flue, but it was locked down and anti-portkey wards had been set as part of the security measures. Remus tapped his foot impatiently. He stood in the original marquee for the wedding, erected in the large lower garden of the residence that backed onto a stream, and beyond that the forest. Gregor's pack and his own were patrolling the perimeter, as they would have been in the original plan. Some of the members from Robert's, Giovanni's, and Otto's packs were polyjuiced up as various wedding guests, and in their places, it was an all-werewolf affair to ensure nobody else was at risk from injury or infection. The ambush was set. Remus thought longingly of the Black Farm. The most important people in his life were there. Dora and the baby came to mind first, almost surprising him. She had looked radiant that morning in her natural form, a beautiful bride, happy and joyous on her wedding day. He still didn't think he deserved her, but he was the man she had chosen, and he swore to himself that he would be worthy of her, to fulfill the vows he had taken. And then there was the baby, the tiny scrap of life that Dora nurtured within her. The fluttery feel of his son moving against her skin under his hand was sharp in Remus's memory. He had a son, not yet born, but alive and growing stronger with every day. His own father had been wonderful, and Remus promised his son that he would endeavor to be the same, to give the same strong guidance with one hand and endless love with the other. He would protect them with his life. Harry and Sirius, who once would have been the first he thought of, were next. Remus smiled sadly. He loved Harry, worried about the weight of the prophecy and the expectations of the wizarding world that lay on the young boy's shoulders. He would stand beside Harry, protect him as he had sworn to Prong so many years before. He understood more with Dora's pregnancy, Prong's faint panic at becoming a father, the sheer bewildering joy that had painted James Potter's face that day he'd broken the news Lily was pregnant to Remus and Sirius. Sirius. In truth, Remus had always felt closer to the other members of the Marauders. Sirius had been too reckless and wild for Remus in his younger years. Remus had been too shy, too aware of his lycanthropy, and too needful to be steady and safe for a friendship with Sirius to be wise. Yet, James Potter had pulled them together, and Remus had found joy in mischief, acceptance in their willing friendship with a werewolf, and had seen the abused boy Sirius hid behind the mask of a pure-blood rebel, had softened towards him because of that. The whole incident with Snape had damaged the trust between them, but in hindsight, Remus knew he'd always felt slightly outside of the bubble that Sirius and James occupied. Still, all the Marauders had been brothers once, and now Sirius was his brother and his closest friend beyond any question. In some ways he wished Sirius was standing beside him, but it felt right that Sirius was back at the farm guarding the people who were most precious to Remus. He had no doubt that Sirius would die before he would let harm come to any of them. It would be over one way or another that day, either Greyback or he would walk away from the fight that was coming. Remus was determined it would be him. Beside him, Tomas, who was masquerading as Sirius, scented the air. "They're coming." Remus nodded. His eyes flashed amber. He was ready. Harry sat tensely in the chair in front of Remus's desk and glanced at the empty chair behind it worriedly. Behind him, the chink of teacups in saucers broke the silence. Why had anyone thought tea was the solution to their restlessness? "He'll be fine," Sirius said from his position by the fire. He stood leaning against the mantelpiece, his gaze on an old photo of Remus with himself and Harry's father. The rest of the family sat in the small seating area around the fire. Minerva had taken one high-backed armchair. Andy and Ted took up one sofa along with a fidgeting Tonks. The Grangers took up another, and Narcissa had claimed the remaining armchair. Caro sat in the other visitor's chair with Bill perched on an arm. Simeon and Anna had excused themselves for a nap earlier, the time lag between Europe and Australia hitting them hard. The rest of the wedding guests had been transported to various different accommodations around Bulgaria to rest before the wedding ball that evening at the ministry. Lucius and Draco had gone with the Knots to their apartment in Sofia. The Potter Alliance had been the last to leave, with Neville and his grandmother offering to stay behind regardless. The War Council were at the ministry, with the Bulgarian minister awaiting news of the showdown between Remus and Greyback. Tonks leapt to her feet and started to pace. "We should be helping Remus, instead of just sitting here waiting for news. We'd be in the way," Sirius said before anyone else in the room could reply. He straightened. "You think I'm happy that he's facing off against Greyback without me? No. But I know he's right, that we'd be nothing but a distraction. We're safe here. He's got the majority of his pack with him, and the majority of the other packs are supporting him. Remus knows what he's doing." Tonks threw him a heated look and stomped off, slamming the study door shut behind her. Harry winced and rubbed his head. Andy rose gracefully from her seat. "I'll go and check on her." "I'll come with you," Narcissa offered. The two sisters left in a much more subdued manner than Tonks, and the tension in the room eased a touch. "I really wish there'd been a way for this to happen without it having to be today," Ted said, reaching for his coffee. "It is supposed to be her wedding day. I'm sure if Remus had a choice, he'd have preferred to do it a different day, too," Sirius said tightly. Ted held up his hand. "I know, Sirius. And I'm not having a go at my new son-in-law, I promise." He sighed. "It's just damned unfortunate it has to be today. Or a blessing." Wallace spoke up. "If this Greyback is so determined to get to Remus, best that he has the choice of the field they meet on, and the advantage." He motioned with his cup. "And if Remus is successful, Greyback stops being a threat to him and your daughter. They can start their married life without having the bastard hanging over them." Ted nodded slowly. "I just hope Remus comes home to Dora." "He will," Sirius said with a brisk certainty that helped ease Harry's mind more than anything else that had been said. Remus was always the best planner of the Marauders, and he's planned this down to the fine detail. He'll come home. He suddenly cocked his head. The outer ward has just pinged. They all sat up straighter. Sirius cocked his head and closed his eyes. Something's trying to get through the wards. Gilby popped in. The elf was frantic, pulling on his ears. Lord Black, he squeaked. Miss Clara says wizards and vampires are at the south wall. Bugger. Sirius swore and ignored Minnie's slightly scandalized look. They must think any emergency portkeys would bring the wedding guests here. So they've set up a second line of attack. Wallace said grimly, "Portkeys now." Sirius ordered, already moving towards the study door. Harry didn't argue. He stood up and reached for the canute in his trouser pocket and muttered the phrase that would whisk him away. Nothing happened. Sirius stopped at the door as he realized no one had disappeared. Anti-transportation wards. He said grimly, "Andy and Dora." Ted said urgently, getting to his feet. The door opened and Clara appeared, breathless and flushed. "There's another group of wizards and vampires at the north wall." Sirius whirled around to Bill and Caro. "Go to the north and see if you can stop them. They're trying to dismantle the wards." "On it," Bill said. "Clara, show them the way." Sirius ordered. Clara didn't protest, simply turning and leading the way out. "Right," Sirius said, "you all stay in this room. I'm going to seal it with family magic, and only someone with black blood will be able to through. You should all be safe. Gilby, get the women and baby Jason down here. Tell Simeon to meet me at the south wall." Gilby popped away. "Sirius." Harry began before his throat closed up, fear and anxiety bubbling up inside of him. Sirius swept across the room and pulled him into a rough hug before he dropped a kiss on his forehead. "You protect this room, Harry," he said firmly. "I promise I'll be careful." Harry nodded, and he set his jaw as Sirius walked out. Hermione hurried to his side and slid her hand into his. "He'll be okay, Harry." Harry hoped so. He'd already experienced losing Sirius once, and he didn't want to go through that again. The wolf Patronus arrived in the tent and gave a low bow. It was from one of the Bulgarian wolves, an Auror like Tomas. It signaled the advance of Greyback's pack, or what the old wolf had been able to cobble together to face Remus. They planned to let them slip in through what would appear to be a hole in the patrols, a couple of young pack members sneaking away for a smoke, but in actuality was the funnel through which Remus was hurting them. Remus waited in the center of the tent. Tomas stood ready beside him. Another signaled the violin, music changing as though the wedding was about to begin. Greyback was close, and then the eerie howl as Greyback called the attack. The tent disappeared with a wave of Remus's wand. Tomas's form rippled from Sirius's into his own, all the polyjuiced guests changing back into their original guises. Greyback stood 12 feet away from Remus. 24 werewolves stood in a loose crowd at the back of him. They were all semi-transformed muzzles and claws and amber eyes. Growls of unhappiness erupted as they realized they'd been tricked into a trap. Greyback snarled, and Remus felt the visceral shiver travel like ice down his spine. Remus could still remember the nights he'd woken as a child, nightmares of the monster ripping into his shoulder, biting down and splitting the skin, the agony of the burn as the lycanthropy flooded his blood. He remembered the horror of his first transformation, pain and cracking bones, skin that shifted and changed around him, the feeling of wrong, wrong, wrong. Greyback straightened. He'd always been a tall, broad man. The werewolf had made him more so. His upper body was bare of clothing, covered in the coarse fur of the wolf, for all that the form underneath remained a man. His simple rustic pants covered thick, powerful legs. His hands were already forming into claw-like shapes, the nails growing. His face was covered in hair, eyes yellow and filled with hatred, his mouth opening to reveal the dripping maw of sharpened teeth. Fenrir Greyback. Remus began, noting that his pack and their allies were closing behind Greyback's position, forming a strong circle from which none would escape. He didn't smell vampires, but there was one wizard hovering at the back of Greyback's party. A thin, dark-haired boy who bore a faint resemblance to the Carrows. Lupin. Greyback growled. I see you've finally decided you're one of us. I'm a wizard, Remus corrected coolly, and I'm the alpha of my pack. I can be both. Greyback's yellow eyes gleamed as he took in the others standing with him. Got ourselves a little wolf summit here. Then, Otto, Giovanni, Robert, and Gregor. You taking sides finally? Putting your packs on the line over this pup. The four alphas beside him exchanged amused looks. When we met Remus, we asked for neutrality, and he granted it. Gregor said brightly, he has kept his word, and more. His pack thrives under his guidance and influence. We have seen the British wizarding world change because of the ties he has with humans he considers pack. And so, we have decided not to remain neutral. Otto said menacingly, the followers of your master have been foiled once in my country already. Giovanni growled, they will not be tolerated in any of our territories. Gregor added, puffing out his chest, we stand beside Alpha Lupin. Robert bared his teeth. And should he fail to put you down, one of us will. Remus felt his spirit swell with pride and honor. The packs were going to stand beside him and his pack. They were lost to Voldemort. Gregor smiled. I get the first go after Remus, but I doubt I shall need it. Greyback's face registered faint alarm before it melted away into anger. I am Alpha. You are not Alpha. Remus contradicted him sharply. You haven't been Alpha since you showed your belly to Voldemort. Greyback took an angry step forward, but Remus held his ground. You're nothing more than his attack dog. Remus said heatedly. An attack dog that needs to be put down. You're nothing more than a lapdog for a boy. Greyback shot back. Remus smiled lazily. If people had a tendency to overlook Peter as a marauder, they'd had a tendency to underestimate Remus except for James and Sirius, who knew just how dangerous Remus could be when riled. Everyone else saw the flash and sparkle of James's charisma and the brash flair of Sirius's drama, and they ignored the mild-mannered werewolf standing behind them. Greyback snarled again, riled by Remus's calm. You think they're safe? Think again. The Dark Lord has people everywhere. Worry nibbled at Remus because the Carrows weren't there, and neither were the vampires, and they had to be somewhere. And if he were the Dark Lord, he'd have thought about where the women and children would be sent in the event of a werewolf attack the farm. He had to get there, but before he could do that, Remus's eyes narrowed dangerously at the werewolf who'd turned him. Well, that was a stupid move. He informed him almost in a conversational tone. Greyback's eyes widened at Remus's response. Remus bared his own teeth. Now, I'm going to have to kill you quicker than I'd planned. Arta now. Greyback yelled. The boy at the back threw something into the air, a clear vial that spun through the air filled with a purple liquid. Remus had no idea what it was, and no wish to find out. He banished it with a wordless spell, and Greyback's pack froze. Remus lifted an eyebrow. Oh, I guess you forgot I was a fully trained wizard. And with a flick of his wand sent a flurry of silver arrows at them. The fight was on. Sirius didn't bother running to the south gate. He grabbed hold of Simeon and Apparat. He made them appear without a noise, a skill he'd almost forgotten but remembered from his training. They were positioned behind a large tree for cover and had a good view of the gate. They immediately took up familiar stances. They'd both been through the same training, even if Sirius's had been compressed into a boot camp because of a war and Simeon's had been in Australia. Damn. Simeon said in a low, dark tone. One of the werewolves from Remus's pack, a middle-aged man with a paunch, was negating the vampire ward by simply inviting the blood-sucking creatures over the gate. There were 5 of them, head to toe in black clothing that protected their skin from burning in the sunlight. A group of wizards were the other side of the ward, poking at the wards. They couldn't get through without the express invitation of someone the wards recognized as an authority. "We take the heads off the vamps," Sirius murmured as they started to crawl towards the farmhouse. "Deal with the wizards." Simeon gave a nod. They moved out from behind the tree in dual apparition. They appeared behind the vamps, almost simultaneously causing the creatures to turn. Sirius yelled the fire whip spell and sent it flying in a long line. He took out 2 vampires, their heads rolling onto the ground before their bodies disintegrated into dust. Simeon's whip had also taken out 1, which left them 1 apiece. The vamps moved fast, running at speed toward them. Sirius held his ground, and Apparat at the last minute, coming back just behind the vamp that had tried to rush him and decapitating him with an anvil spell. He looked over at Simeon and found 2 of Remus's werewolves had taken down the vampire with their bare hands, Sion, and another woman whose name Sirius didn't remember. They held the vampire down while Simeon staked it. There was a yell from the gate, and Sirius made a show of adjusting his clothing as though he had nothing better to do before walking over, his wand out and held firmly. The werewolf who had betrayed them cowered beside the gate. Sorry, but they made me," he sobbed. Sion and her friend walked over and stood guard over him. Sirius's eyes fell on the short, stubby wizard at the front of the group of 4 on the other side of the gate. "Hiding behind your wards, Black?" Amicus Caro gave a wheezy laugh. "You had nowhere to hide the last time we met, when I peeled you like an apple." There was a flash of something in his mind, pain and terror, and his skin drawing away from the flesh of his arm in a long ribbon. Sirius shook it away. "Still kowtowing to the dark pillock, I see." Sirius countered. "Really, Amicus, I would have thought you'd have realized after all the changes I made back home that it would have been infinitely preferable for your lifespan for you to have stayed home with the vampire you're screwing." Amicus simply raised his hand and revealed a small silver object. Sirius grinned with amusement. "An aura-level wardbuster." He motioned at Simeon. "Look what he's got." Simeon folded his arms, his wand still out, and smirked alongside Sirius. "Neat." Amicus looked slightly taken aback. "Go ahead and throw it." Sirius offered brightly. "I always wanted to see the ward defenses utilized. This will defeat even the infamous black wards." Amicus sneered. Sure, Sirius nodded. "Or the ward backlash will blow you and your companions to smithereens. I can't wait to see." Amicus paused as the wizards around him broke into angry mutters. "Did you never stop to wonder why the black wards are considered the most dangerous?" Sirius continued. "Why my grandfather retreated behind them, and why your pretentious dark lord never tried to get to him." Amicus lowered the silver ball. "Maybe you are right, Black. Maybe your wards will destroy me if I were to use this. We'll just have to dismantle them from the inside." "Dog." The weeping werewolf huddled into himself, looked up startled and flinched, but he reached into his pocket, and Sirius caught the sound of a vial breaking. Moisture started to seep through the pocket, and the werewolf began to writhe. Sion sniffed and gagged, falling to her knees. Before long, all the werewolves began to shudder and convulse. "That can't be good," Simeon muttered. Amicus wheezed another laugh. "We win." He operated away, and his wizards followed. Sirius watched horrified as the werewolves began to change. "Simeon, get back to the house," and warn the others. Now. Simeon operated away hurriedly. Sirius shifted into Padfoot just as the man completed the transformation and growled at him. The women had changed too, but instead of threatening Sirius, they formed up either side of Padfoot. Sirius thought about the innocent souls in the house behind him and let the Grim take over. Clara led the way to the north wall at high speed. Bill was grateful he kept up his physical shape because damn, being a werewolf really increased speed. Kara was just behind him. There was a woman by the wall inviting in vampires dressed head to toe in black to protect them from the sun. A group of witches stood behind them. The woman was a pack werewolf who Clara clearly recognized because she gave an angry huff. Nellie. Nellie turned around, and they could see her face was wet with tears. I'm sorry. Before any of them could do anything else, one of the 6 vampires she'd let through drew a silver dagger and cut Nellie's throat, almost decapitating her. Dear Merlin. Clara swore. The witches were chanting something, and the small one at the front moved forward. Through the ward, the vampire smiled nastily and started to advance. Bill lifted his wand. Clara lifted her head and howled, a call to the others, and suddenly she fell to the floor and started to change. Bill swallowed hard. Caro shook her head, almost in denial. We have to warn the others. They turned and ran, the vampires right behind them. Remus smacked Greyback with another silver javelin curse, and another. He remained constantly moving, never allowing the old werewolf anywhere close to him. Around him, the packs were engaged in tooth and claw fights with Greyback's ragged followers. Greyback howled as he swatted away the silver arrowheads and leaped to avoid the rest. Coward! He snarled. Meet me as a wolf, and we'll see who wins. Remus spun around and avoided another slashing grab. I'm a wizard, Greyback. You think your pack will follow you if you kill me with magic? I think my pack will follow me because I can protect them with magic. Remus snapped back. He lifted his wand and sent out a flurry of silver javelin curses. They avoided the werewolves in his own pack and his allies, darting around bodies and through legs to score hits against Greyback's own followers. A howl of approval echoed across the battleground. Remus grinned and let the magic sing through him. Simeon appeared in the study with a crack that had Harry's wand in his hand fast and quick. He had it pointed at the intruder before he registered. It was the Regent apparent. Anna gave a small cry and lunged across the room. Thank Christ you're back. We have a problem. Simeon said. They've released some potion into the air that turns the pack into werewolves. They all stared at Simeon horrified. Harry cleared his throat. We can't get out, and we don't really want to hurt any our pack. He glanced around the room. A werewolf will generally ignore an animagus because they're just another animal. But not all of us are animagus yet. Hermione said before her chocolate eyes widened. But if we were transfigured into objects, that would work for anyone who isn't pregnant. Andy said crisply, nodding. Human to object transfiguration is difficult, though. Ted objected. The reversal more so. Just as well you have a mistress of the art in the house. Minerva rose from her chair. The Grangers should go first. They're non-magical and will be the most difficult. We should split forces. Harry said. Those of who can transform should try and lead the wolves away from the others. The Master Suite has additional protective wards against werewolves. Remus told me he put them up to ensure Nymphadora was safe on a full moon. Andy said, we should get Sissy and Nymphadora up there. Tonks bristled. I can stay down here and fight. I'm a fully trained Auror. You're pregnant. Andy shot back. You need to protect the baby. Your mother is right. Narcissa interceded. Besides, I know I will value having a fully trained Auror protect me. Simeon nodded, his arm around his wife. Come on. Let's get you up there. Anna shook her head. Jason, and I should do the transfiguration. It's the safest option for him. Simeon grimaced, but he kissed her, and dropped a kiss on his son's forehead. Be safe. You too. Anna watched as Simeon led the two pregnant ladies from the room, Andy and Ted following. Minerva set to work transfiguring people into books. Gilby, Harry called for the elf who appeared with a pop. All of the elves are to remain hidden. Don't come unless I or Lord Black call you. Harry instructed. Gilby looked unhappy, but he nodded and popped away. Harry turned his attention to the transfigurations Minerva was doing, but he knew even if he had the power to complete the transfiguration, he didn't have enough skill to have confidence that he wouldn't harm anyone. There was a loud crash and a howl. Minerva didn't pause, but continued transfiguring Wallace into a book on muggles. She lowered her wand as something hit the closed door with a loud bang. Hermione inched closer to Harry. I won't have time to transfigure you, Hermione, Minerva admitted. I'm almost drained. She looked incredibly weary. Harry cast his mind about wildly. He had to protect Hermione. You have to change, Hermione. I don't know how. Hermione said fiercely. I don't even know my form. Harry turned to her, his eyes blazing with determination. You know it, Hermione. You know who you are. You just don't trust what you know. Another solid thump against the door had them all jumping. I believe Harry is right, Minerva said urgently. You can do this, Hermione. Just focus. Hermione gripped Harry's hand tightly in her own for a brief second before she let go and closed her eyes, her brow creased with concentration. Another bang, and the door cracked down the middle. He glanced over at Minerva, who stood ready with her wand. There had to be more he could do to help Hermione. He raised his hand, his rings shimmering into visibility on his fingers. Familius Magicus Protectus. He called out strongly. The griffin and the snake surged from the rings and surrounded Hermione in a fine gold and silver mist. Her eyes popped open and her mouth formed a small O shape before she snapped her mouth closed. And suddenly there was a beautiful, long-haired, chocolate-brown cat sat where Hermione had stood. Minerva gave a sigh of relief and changed into her tabby form. She immediately started ushering the younger cat up a height much to Hermione's displeasure. Harry debated for all of a second and took flight as Snitch. He wasn't confident in his wolf form, and in a pack it would only cause confusion. The door splintered, and a wolf sprang into the room. Bill lashed out with his foot and managed to kick one of the vampires away from him. He spun around and managed to use his wand as a stake, thrusting it into the second vampire, trying to grab him before it could. He managed to sneak a look at Caro, who was fighting hand-to-hand with moves Bill hadn't seen before, classy spins and punches, her body arching and somersaulting away from harm, kicks that had meaning, and not just there in desperation. His attention snapped back to his own fight as the vampire he'd kicked away sprang at him. He shot a spell at the leaping creature, and the vampire went up in flames. Bill dodged the lurching fiery corpse and threw himself across the clearing to take out the vampire sneaking up behind Caro. He wrestled it to the ground with brute strength and staked it. The body collapsed to ashes beneath him, and he stumbled back to his feet, whirling around to face the next threat. Caro was bent double, catching her breath, but they were alone. Thanks for the save, she said, lifting her hand. Bill shrugged, slightly breathless himself. We need to get back to the house and see to that, which who crept in. Caro nodded. You know, Buffy makes taking down a few vamps look so easy, but that was bloody hard work. Who? Asked Bill, bewildered, as they started back to the house. Caro stopped and looked at him, for a moment with wide eyes. "When we get back to England, Bill, you're coming round for dinner, and I'll introduce you to Buffy." "Deal," Bill said easily. A howl echoed over the open ground, and they both slowed and stopped. "Was that?" Caro asked tentatively. The answer to her question came creeping around the corner of the nearby barn, 3 werewolves, low to the ground and stalking. Bill swallowed hard, searching around for anywhere to hide. He tugged on Caro's arm. "Up the tree." Now, they scrambled up the large oak tree behind them, hands and feet slipping and sliding against the rough bark as the werewolves surged forward. Bill dragged Caro up the last few feet and into safety as the wolves reached the bottom of the tree, growling and snarling. Caro looked up at the afternoon sky, still bright with thin sunshine, and back down at the wolves. Remind to kill whoever came up with the ability to turn werewolves into werewolves without the moon. "Yeah," Bill said darkly. "I'll be right behind you." Sirius held the throat of the werewolf in his jaws and heard the whimpering submission. He nicked the skin a touch to make a point and backed off just a touch, leaving the shuddering mess of a werewolf huddled into the ground. The 2 female wolves sidled up to Sirius, and Sion licked his muzzle in obvious approval. Sirius jerked his head at the werewolf, and the 2 females lowered theirs, taking up the guard positions he wanted them to take without a murmur. He had no idea how they'd understood him, but he was just grateful that they had. He turned tail and bounded back up to the farmhouse. He had others to protect. The doors of the master suite blasted inward with a concussive force that sent Simeon spinning into the nearby wall. He hit his head hard and went down for the count. Theodore, who'd been right by the doors, wasn't in much better shape. He had been caught by the splinters and was lying injured and bleeding just by the doorway. Narcissa immediately had her hand in her wand. Perhaps in hindsight she should have gone with Lucius and Draco, she mused, rather than assuming she'd be better resting at the farm. She noted that Andy had positioned herself in front of her and Dora. All 3 women had their wands up and pointed as the stubby form of a witch dressed in head to toe black waddled into the room. "Alecto." Narcissa greeted her politely, as though they'd encountered each other in the middle of Diagon Alley rather than in the midst of an attack on the farm. "Narcissa." Alecto smiled, her lips curving back to reveal crooked, yellowing teeth. With her pale skin dotted with acne and her oily hair scraped back into a bun, Alecto was the most unattractive female Narcissa had ever set eyes on. Narcissa frowned. "You have to have black blood to enter the wards on these rooms." Alecto shrugged, but she had an evil smirk. Black must have forgotten that he donated some back during the last war. "Did you know that there is a nifty Wiccan spell to use it to give the impression of being with child if you drink a man's blood? Bellatrix told me of it once when we breached the wards on the McDougal place." Narcissa's stomach turned. There were days she grieved for Bella, and there were days she was glad her sister was gone from the earth. She lifted an eyebrow. "What is the meaning of this intrusion, Alecto?" "I'm here on business, Narcissa," Alecto said. "Nothing personal." Her beady eyes settled on Dora. "The Dark Lord wants the girl and her spawn." Andy bristled beside her. "You're taking my daughter to that slime over my dead body. And mine." Dora muttered. "That can be arranged." Alecto cackled, wheezy giggles erupting. "Narcissa, why don't you handle your sister, and I will handle the little girl?" Narcissa raised her eyebrows. "Alecto, you seem to be under a misapprehension." Alecto looked befuddled. "I'm not on your side." Narcissa spelled it out for the stupid witch. "I am a daughter of the House of Black." Alecto flushed red in anger. "Then you'll die with them too." Andy smiled, dangerous in the way only a mother protecting her child could be. "You first." And she attacked, a purple spell lashing out across the space. Alecto barely deflected it. Narcissa followed it with a blasting curse and Dora with a slashing spell. Alecto dodged the first and stepped into the latter. Her eyes went to the stub of her wand arm, which was bleeding profusely. Her forearm and hand still clutching the wand lay on the floor. She looked up at them shocked. "But you're weak," Alecto protested. "Muggle lovers." She collapsed onto the floor and reached for her wand with her good hand. Andy's wand flickered out again and took off the other arm, sending Alecto the floor in a tumble. Alecto's shock-glazed eyes stared up at her. "We're daughters of the House of Black," Andy said frostily. "We're anything but weak." Alecto moaned. Narcissa smiled, satisfied as Andy and Dora ignored the witch and moved forward to check on the men. She gracefully glided over to Alecto herself. The witch was semi-unconscious, her bulbous eyes staring out at Narcissa with disbelief. She was breathing shallowly. The bleeding had slowed. Immediate medical care would save her. Narcissa spelled Alecto's nose and mouth shut. The witch's eyes widened in horror, and Narcissa smiled at her. Alecto had dared to threaten the House of Black, and would pay the price for her folly. "Be grateful," Narcissa whispered in a low voice as Alecto's body shuddered, desperately seeking air. "Bella would have tortured you for hours, but I've always favored putting animals out of their misery sooner rather than later." Alecto shuddered once more and went still. "Sissy," Andy's panicked voice broke through Narcissa's satisfaction. "Ted's bleeding." Narcissa smoothed her hair back and went to save her sister's husband. Remus stood over Greyback, splayed on the floor, bleeding from a variety of silver-inflicted wounds. Remus had his wand at his temple. "Submit," he growled. Greyback snarled, but the old werewolf was a survivor, and he arched back, revealing his throat. The urge to kill him was strong, to rip out Greyback's throat. But Remus was a wizard first, and he wrestled the wolf inside back. Remus shot a rope spell at Greyback, tying him up. He stepped away from the werewolf and called out for Tomas. "I believe he's wanted in Bulgaria as much as Britain for crimes against wizards and witches." "Yes," Tomas growled. "He will get a trial and be executed justly," Gregor said, walking up to join them. Remus nodded, wiping the sweat off his brow. "I need to get to the farm." "Go," Gregor said. "We have things under control here." Remus looked around and saw that they did have everything under control. All of Greyback's people were on the ground, hogtied, or injured enough to be out for the count. Patrick hurried over to him. "Remus, we need to gather and get back to the farm." Remus ordered briskly. "Wait," Patrick said urgently. "That boy, the one who threw the vial. He said the liquid in it would have turned us all to werewolf form." "Murd," Robert snarled, overhearing them. Remus's blood ran cold. "The farm. If they attacked with that potion, then the air around the farm is contaminated." Patrick said. "We could go, but if it is, and we get tainted with it too. If it was contaminated, then it meant the werewolves at the farm were already turned, and his pack was attacking his loved ones." Remus thought wildly, his mind racing. Bloody Greyback. He'd wanted the advantage of being in his werewolf form, wanted the advantage of fighting Remus as a wolf, and there was an inhuman growl, and Greyback lurched upwards, breaking out of the rope bonds, sending them snapping and flying in all directions. Remus whirled around and sent a slashing spell across his throat. Greyback's head toppled from his body. He was dead. Clearly, Remus thought irritated. Greyback was an old dog incapable of learning new tricks since he hadn't understood that Remus was always going to react as a wizard first. And Remus frowned, looked down at his wand, and smiled. He stepped over Greyback's head and motioned at Patrick. "Let's get to the farm. I have a plan." Harry watched as Hermione smacked the nose of the blonde wolf with a paw, scratching its muzzle badly before she leaped out of the way onto a higher shelf in the study, skidding slightly across the wood. Minerva gave an approving yowl and jumped to a safe position nearby on the top of the bookshelf. Harry launched himself off the light fitting and swooped down to the wolf, diving down to get its attention, and then darting quick as a snitch out of the way, flying swiftly through the broken study door, and out, down a corridor, the young werewolf following him. Harry sped up, darting through the open back door of the kitchen and into the sunshine. There was a bark behind him, and he increased his altitude just in time to avoid the werewolf's snapping jaws. Harry's tiny heart beat as furiously as his wings as he glanced back. The young wolf's tongue hung out of the side of his gaping mouth. He seemed to be almost grinning, and made another leap for Harry. Harry flew upwards again and around the back of the barn, and almost froze at the sight of Bill and Caro hiding in a tree with 3 other werewolves at the base, 2 circling them like sharks while the other stood up on its hind legs, front paws on the tree bark, trying to reach them that way. He was almost so stunned at the sight that another leaping attempt to catch him almost worked. Harry gave a squawk of surprise and backpedaled as fast as he could with his wings. An angry bark sounded to the left of him, and Harry got up a height to see a Grim bounding across the grass towards them. He took the young wolf completely by surprise, barreling into him and putting it on its back quickly. The youngster immediately submitted. Padfoot gave a satisfied growl and stood up, facing the other 3 werewolves who'd turned from the tree to investigate. They all scarpered, dashing away towards the barn. The young werewolf scrambled to hurry after them, away from the glowering Grim. The werewolves gone, Harry lowered himself until he could safely change back on the ground. Bill and Caro tumbled out of the tree in a mostly controlled descent as Sirius changed back to human form. Harry hugged him briefly, and Sirius kept an arm around him as they greeted Bill and Caro. A witch got through the wards, but we took care of 4 of the vampires. Bill said breathlessly, "What is up with the werewolves?" "The potion must be airborne," Sirius said soberly. "The 2 I was with at the south gate seemed to understand who I was. They're standing guard over the werewolf who betrayed us, but most of Remus's pack that were left behind were young. They might not have the same level of control. We had another at the north. A vampire took care of her," Caro said. "Clara changed, but the last we saw of her she was running off another of the vamps." "We should get inside," Sirius said. "Simeon warned us in time." Harry said, "Aunt Minnie and Hermione changed into cats, and I diverted the wolf. We changed Anna, Jason, and Hermione's parents into books. The others went to the master suite. Let's hope they're still there," Sirius said with a sigh. "They should be safe enough if Remus's wards held. You should all change to your animal forms," Bill pointed out. Sirius nodded, and Harry moved away from him, so they could both turn back. Caro grimaced. "You should do the animagus training, Bill." A moment later she was a sparrow. She and Harry flew at the back of Bill, guarding the only one who wasn't an animagus as he followed Padfoot to the farmhouse. Sirius transformed back to himself as soon as they entered the study, the wrecked door fixed with a wave of his wand. Harry changed back and made his way to the bookshelf. The 2 cats on the very top shelf meowed at him, and the tabby leaped gracefully down to the mantelpiece, and then to the floor. The chocolate-brown cat Sirius assumed was Hermione clung to the uppermost shelf with every claw she had, and hissed at the coaxing fingers of her boyfriend. Minerva shifted back in a blur that was seamless. "The situation?" "Still assessing," Sirius said grimly. "Werewolves are still werewolves. We have a witch on the loose, and a couple of the vampires are unaccounted for. Amicus Carroll left, when I convinced him breaking the wards was going to get him killed. He always was a mealy-mouthed little slug. Minerva said tersely. Bill and Kara went to check the master suite. We should get up there. Sirius said, I'll leave the books here for the time being. Minerva pointed at the stack on the desk. They should be safe. Sirius nodded. He glanced over to Harry and found him with his arms full of a chocolate cat. I don't think she knows how to turn back. Harry said worriedly. It was probably safer for Hermione if she remained a cat in the interim, but he didn't fancy carrying her all the way to the master suite. Perhaps I should stay here with Hermione in my other form. We should be perfectly fine with the door fixed and closed. Minerva suggested briskly. You and Harry head up to the master suite and check on the others. Sirius didn't want to agree, but he nodded. Stay safe. Minerva changed back, and Harry placed Hermione gently down onto the sofa. They left the study, closing the door on the two cats inside. Whoa! Harry muttered as the remains of the doors to the master suite came into view. He exchanged an anxious look with Sirius and moved forward. The dead witch on the floor was the first thing Harry saw, and he blanched. Sirius grabbed him and turned him away from the sight. He glared at somebody over Harry's shoulder. A little warning would have been nice. Sorry, but we've been a little busy. Tonks snapped at her cousin. Harry looked over at the bed. Simeon was stretched out on the near side to the door, a deep purple bruise on his left forehead. Ted was on the other side of the bed by the window, conscious but scratched up pretty badly. Andy was sitting beside him, holding one bandaged hand tenderly. Tonks hovered by her mother's side. Narcissa straightened from her examination of Simeon and brushed down her dress. Simeon needs a healer. His skull is fractured, although his brain seems remarkably intact. We need to get that anti-transportation ward they put up down. Bill said. Kara waved at herself and Bill. We can do that. Sirius nodded, and they left. How did Alecto get through the wards? Asked Sirius, ushering Narcissa into a chair. Harry tried to ignore the body by his feet. Something to do with having some of your blood at her disposal, and a Wiccan spell Bella had taught her. Narcissa explained crisply. Great. Sirius said dryly. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but something caught his eye beyond the window, a flash of black. Watch out, he yelled. The window smashed inward as the vampires sailed through the glass. Sirius threw himself over Narcissa, and Harry ducked down to avoid the glass splinters. Snitch now. Sirius yelled, and Harry changed form quickly as the vampire landed beside where he'd been a moment before. The vampire leaped over to Tonks and made to grab her, but Tonks sidestepped and punched him hard, sending the vamp scuttling away. Harry flew up to the light, fitting to get out of the way. Another vampire entered, jumping in through the destroyed window. Andy hit it on the head with a lamp. A wolf bounded into the room and landed heavily on the first vampire. Crack! Remus and two others appeared in the middle of the bedroom. Remus swore, and his wand flashed out, decapitating the second vampire, who had dodged another ornament Andy had thrown at him and was trying to grab for Tonks. It fell to the ground in a shower of dust. Tonks gave a happy cry and threw herself at her new husband as the echo of a sickening crunch was heard through the room. Harry glanced over and told himself he didn't want to throw up in bird form. The werewolf had ripped out the throat of the vampire. Clara, Remus ordered, the bubble head around him quivering with the force of his order. Move away. The werewolf growled but complied, slinking over to sit beside Remus like a recalcitrant house dog. Sirius made his way across and finished the vampire off, cutting off its head with a simple spell. The vampire dissolved into ash. Harry flew down and changed back. Sirius reached over and tugged him into his side. He gazed in relief at Remus. Greyback. Dead. Remus smiled brightly and looked around the room with wide eyes. Looks like you've been having some fun of your own. Fun. Sirius repeated with an incredulous laugh. Moony, you have to get out more. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as Sirius's grip tightened around him. It was over. Finding Pronglet's Power, Chapter 4. Severus watched as the potion strip turned a bright neon pink and frowned. The light in the oil lamps on the walls flickered momentarily in the dim private potions lab, which was located to the side of his Hogwarts quarters. The lab lacked the state-of-the-art setup the Dark Lord had provided at his manor for Severus's work, but Severus preferred his own space. He had spent several years making it into the lab he wanted after all. It was a square with cabinets around the walls filled with ingredients, books, and equipment, and a square center work table complete with sink. Pride of place on the work table was the potion he was making as the counter to the Sleeping Beauty draft with which the Crouch Elf and the Dark Lord's former hostage had been dosed. The potion was at a delicate stage 2, ingredients away from a perfect counter, but it could still fail. Given the heavy hints that the Summers woman in particular knew something the Dark Lord didn't want to come to light, it was imperative that Severus complete the potion perfectly. But it was proving problematic. The pink suggested that the potion needed more acid, but the obvious counteragent would make the potion poisonous to the elf, but it would be fine for human consumption. The less obvious counteragent wouldn't be able to be harvested for another 5 months. They didn't have that much time. The elf would have to wait. He carefully reached for the crushed beetle heads and added no more than a few small bits to join the potion. They would steep without stirring to get the maximum benefit for a day, Severus mused as he resisted the urge to reach for the silver stirrer beside him. His work on the potion was at an end for another day. He picked up his discarded wand and cast a spell that would ensure the potion would go into a stasis at precisely 1 full day from his adding the beetles. The stasis would ensure that he could return at his own pace. Severus checked the time. He had some time before he needed to leave for the manor and begin the restoration potion. He couldn't deny that on a purely intellectual level, he was looking forward to the challenge of creating the potion. Indeed, between Black engaging him on the counter potion for the Summers woman and the Dark Lord giving him the job of delivering the restoration potion, he was having the most interesting year he had ever experienced in his career. He thought longingly of the career he had once dreamed about, where he would always be inventing and creating potions before he bundled the wistful thought to the back of his mind. He cast one last look around his own lab and, satisfied that everything was in order, left the room. He wandered back to the sitting room and picked up the newspaper he had discarded. He grimaced at the headline proclaiming the happy news of Lupin's marriage the day before, and the accompanying photo, which showed a smiling House of Black with a clearly delighted Potter beaming at the werewolf. He was bemused that the important news that Fenrir Greyback was dead had been buried within the pages of the paper as little more than a footnote. Nothing had been said about Lupin's involvement, with credit given to the Bulgarians for the kill. There was no mention at all of the attack on the Black Farm by the Caros. Severus had been informed of the full scale of what had happened along with the War Council ahead of the wedding ball. A knock on the door disturbed his ruminating, and he called for the visitor to enter, frowning as he checked the time again. Albus glided in, and Severus only just managed to hide his surprise that the headmaster was back at Hogwarts. He had expected Albus to remain in Bulgaria for most of the day dealing with the fallout of the wedding. Severus, Albus smiled at him warmly. I'm glad I caught you. Only just, Severus commented dryly. I will have to depart shortly. Of course, Albus said soothingly. I won't keep you long. Severus was certain that Albus would keep him as long as Albus intended. He gave voice to his original thought. I am surprised you are here, and not debriefing with Black. Albus gave a small shrug. There was no need, he said with a hint of disapproval. There was hardly anyone left to question. Severus found Albus's discomfort with Black's ruthlessness amusing. He personally had no issues with Greyback's demise, nor that of Electo Caro. You wish to speak with me? Yes. Albus smiled again. I wanted to ask how the counter potion is progressing. Severus hid his irritation at Albus's question. Acceptably. I had to make a minor adjustment this morning, which will render it unusable for the elf, but I believe speaking with the Summers woman is the most important outcome. I assume you will return to the matter of the elf another time. Albus said, if Black wishes me to continue. Severus stressed Black's name, subtly trying to convey that it was Black who was funding the project. You are due to begin the restoration potion today. Albus began. Do you think that Bartemius will be there? Possibly, Severus agreed. Regardless of his request to debate potion ingredients with me, he doesn't trust me. Of course it assumes he will be using the vanishing cabinet he has access to rather than leaving Hogwarts through conventional means. Albus made a humming noise under his breath. I need you to warn Bartemius about the search Alastair will perform when term begins. Severus stilled. He knew Black wanted Crouch found, to force the confrontation with the Dark Lord before he regained his body, before Potter had to face whatever horror the ritual involved. He couldn't blame Black for wanting to give Potter the best advantage in a meeting between the boy and the Dark Lord, agreed with the principle, in fact which begged the question of why, if Severus agreed with Black over the matter, the headmaster didn't share that view. If I warn him, we will lose the ability to capture him ahead of the third task. Severus warned mildly. It is more than likely that Potter will end up facing the Dark Lord at full strength. The prophecy suggests that they will meet as equals. Albus said in a carefully neutral tone. If they are truly to meet as equals, Severus said dryly, then surely they have to meet before the Dark Lord obtains a new body. Albus sent him a chastising glance. There is new evidence provided to support their meeting once Voldemort has performed the ritual. He must have caught the faint hint of a sour expression flitting over Severus's features. The information is in regard to the potential power Harry has with which he will be able to defeat Voldemort, and therefore, not only was the information being designated need to know, Severus determined, it was definitely too dangerous for him to know given his position as spy. What does Black think of this new evidence? Severus prevaricated. Sirius wishes to spare Harry any confrontation. Albus admitted. He tucked his hands into the folds of his lime green sleeves. I believe it would be better to allow the prophecy to unravel without interference. Severus stifled his immediate reply that Albus's request could be seen as interference. For once he was in the very uncomfortable position of siding with Black. My vow is to protect Potter, not to enable his death. His tone was biting, a warning to Albus that he wasn't going to be manipulated into following along. The light in Albus's blue eyes dimmed a little, but he rallied. I truly believe that Harry will prevail. Severus snorted. You believe that a 14-year-old barely trained wizard will prevail against a vastly more experienced adult wizard who is a master in dark magic. Harry has power. Perhaps, Severus allowed cutting in, but so too does the Dark Lord, and your wish that Potter will be the one to prevail does not mean that he will. Albus sighed. We cannot fight against fate, but we do not have to help it on its way. Severus countered. As much as it pains me to admit it, Black is right to insist we attempt to find the Dark Lord and deal with him before we allow a child to fight him. Providing the information to Bartemius would consolidate your position with him. Albus tried another tack. The War Council as a whole has not considered that as a spy you need to provide information to the other side as much as you share information with us. Severus stared at him for a long moment. Black had risked his life to ensure Severus's position as a spy was consolidated at Yule by delivering him to Crouch. He couldn't believe Albus was so willing to disregard it, or perhaps Albus believed Severus would disregard it because it was black. He raised his hand as Albus made to continue. Crouch is likely to assume there is some trick to my warning him about anything. He doesn't trust me, and I don't trust him. We both know this about the other. If you warn him, he will owe you. Albus pointed out. He did make an overture of friendship towards you. Severus lifted one eyebrow, mockingly. Bartemius Crouch Jr. is mad. He is incapable of reacting in predictable ways. They looked at each other for a long moment. Severus wondered what was going on in Albus's head that he would risk going against Black's wishes in respect to Potter. From what he could tell, the headmaster was already on shaky ground with Black following the revelations of abuse in the home Albus had placed Potter within, for missing the abuse, for attempting to direct events to Albus's will even after Black was made guardian, for the events at Yule. Unfortunately, Severus mused unwillingly that the venerable old wizard was so prepared to risk his relationship with Black, and Potter spoke of how certain Albus must be in regards to the prophecy unfolding. You are not prepared to offer Bartemius the information? Asked Albus finally. Not without Black's approval. Severus confirmed, surprising himself almost as much as Albus with his reply. Albus's eyes widened comically before he shook himself. I find myself rueful at encouraging you and Sirius to come to terms. He admitted, Black and I do share the same goals. Severus said evenly. Albus looked completely disheartened, and, while Severus took a modicum of pleasure at seeing the great Albus Dumbledore, so off balance, his conscience twinged. Regardless that the root of Albus's care for Severus was the fight against the Dark Lord, Albus did care for him. Severus knew that he had been given a lot of latitude over the years he'd spent teaching at Hogwarts. Perhaps he owed the headmaster something. Bartemius will have anticipated a search. Severus said, breaking the silence. It is highly unlikely that you will be able to pinpoint his identity in the new term. Albus startled at Severus's words. Furthermore, even if he were to be caught, he is mad. Severus repeated. He is more than likely to kill himself before he provides any kind of information about the Dark Lord's whereabouts, especially if he believes that his death will hinder Black. He let that sink into Albus's mind before continuing. I do not believe that we will discover the location of the Dark Lord before the third task. And this is the opinion that you have shared with Black. Albus inquired delicately. I have. Severus confirmed, pausing a moment. It is a view that he shares. Then, both of us are still determined that it would be best if the Dark Lord was found, and will do nothing to impede that. Severus said firmly. Albus deflated, and once again Severus was reminded of the headmaster's age. I fear that I am once again proving Sirius's view of me as a meddling old wizard true. He murmured. Severus determined that his agreement was not needed. Albus drew himself up. Severus, I would appreciate. Black will not hear of this conversation from me. Severus confirmed, silkily. Thank you, Severus. Albus inclined his head, his floppy hat almost sliding off. I will leave you to your preparations. Severus watched as Albus swept out in a bustle of lime green robes. He shook his head and checked the time. He needed to depart. The wooden box on top of the mantelpiece began to vibrate. He swore under his breath and drew out the mirror that Black had gifted him. He glared at the ornate hand mirror, torn between admiration of the Marauder's inventiveness and his usual disgust at the same. Black. Severus muttered tersely. It only took a moment for Black's visage to swim into view. Black looked tired and worn. The previous days, events no doubt catching up with him. Snape. Severus acknowledged the greeting with a frown. This will have to be quick. I'm due to begin the restoration potion, and the headmaster has already delayed me." He paused. I was surprised at his early return. "The Bulgarians are doing the official cleanup," Black pointed out. "There's not a great deal for the War Council to do." He shook himself, making the image waver. "Did Albus tell you that a Micus Caro was spotted entering Belgium this morning?" he asked, changing the subject. "No," Severus said, hiding his annoyance at Albus. "That was a useful piece of intelligence." Black grimaced. "You might want to share that with Crouch to take back to the Dark Lord." Severus gave a slow nod. He understood Black's reasoning. Caro had failed in his mission and had run away. The Dark Lord's punishment would suffice as Black's vengeance until Black could get his hands on the wizard. "I will inform him," Severus confirmed. "If you can do some digging on that werewolf potion." Black sighed heavily. "We've deemed it need to know. I have some blood samples on their way to you for analysis." Severus didn't react to the assumption that he would look at them. The potion which had turned afflicted men and women into their werewolf selves without the full moon did need investigation, and a counter as soon as it was possible to make one. "I'll begin as soon as they arrive." He cleared his throat. "I should leave. I have a short window to begin the restoration potion." "Watch your back, Snape," Black said, and the mirror went dark. Severus replaced the mirror in the wooden box and summoned his cloak to him. Black was a surprisingly competent leader. He paused a full second, arrested by the thought before he pushed it away. They may have reconciled enough to respect each other's skills and experience, but Black was still Black after all. April 20th, 1995. "Dear Merlin." Clara breathed out beside Sirius. She shielded her eyes with one hand and gaped at the impromptu flying acrobatics above her. "Is that safe?" Sirius grinned at her and glanced upward. He hid his own wince at Harry's speed and tricks. "Safe, no," he said dryly. "Maybe he should come down now." Sion commented. Sirius darted a look at her, and she turned away with a faint blush. She'd been weird with him since the attack, and Sirius had a feeling it had something to do with pack dynamics and his proving himself a competent beta, even if his canine form was a grim and not a wolf. Since they usually could still hardly stand to be in the same room together, he had decided he was going to ignore the whole thing. Another youngster went barreling over their heads, and Sirius sighed. Trust Harry to realize the pack's youngsters hadn't had flying lessons, and to insist on buying brooms and giving them instruction before they went back to England. That thought brought on a wave of melancholic resentment at the need to return, and Sirius ignored that too. His and Harry's European vacation had been great vampiric stealth attacks aside, and while a large part of him simply wanted to continue traveling with Harry and thinking about nothing more than the next sightseeing trip, they did have responsibilities and a life back in England they needed to return to living. Of course, returning to England also meant acknowledging that they would be returning to the thorny problem of Voldemort and the third task of dealing with Crouch, who was most likely hiding at Hogwarts as a student. Sirius had come to the conclusion that Crouch wasn't going to get caught by something as simple as a search for contraband. That Wormtail had helped him subvert the map somehow. Harry had commented that it would explain why George and Fred had never spotted the rat was Pettigrew. It meant that Crouch was taking his disguise seriously. And even if he did get caught, Sirius agreed with Snape's theory that Crouch would kill himself before he'd give up information. What they needed was to get hold of Wormy, who would clearly sell his own mother if it protected his own hide. He's fine. Sirius dragged himself back to the present and the worry of the two women beside him. He'll be down soon. I don't know how you can stand it, Clara admitted. I'd be worrying about him falling all the time. He's a good flyer, Sirius stated firmly. Plus he knew that Harry could change into Snitch at a moment's notice, saving himself. He's going to be missed, Clara said fondly. When you move into the Black Estate, you'll see him more often, Sirius said. Sion made a tooting sound. I don't understand why we can't come back now. Sion. Clara said, warningly. Politics. Sirius answered anyway. We want people to get used to the idea of you before we bludgeon them with the presence of an actual organized pack on British soil. Sion pulled a face but subsided. When is Remus due to arrive back? Remus and Dora had headed for Paris for their honeymoon once the wedding ball was over. Sirius had gifted them the trip hoping that the semblance of normality would counter the very abnormal wedding day. The Alpha and his mate will be back within the hour. Clara confirmed. Sion gave a huff and walked away quickly. Sirius shook her head. She's not going to accept Remus is off the market, is she? She will if she wants to stay in the pack. Clara grinned. Of course, she's also realized there may be a benefit in hooking up with his beta. Sirius regarded her with an even gray stare. I wish Patrick all the best with her. Clara hooted with laughter. Sirius smiled back. He liked Clara. He could see why Remus had been so enamored of her before his friend had found out that she preferred the fairer sex herself. She also seemed genuinely fond of Dora, which endeared her to Sirius even more. I wish you and Harry could stay for longer. Clara said a touch wistfully as they tracked the youngsters in the sky. It's been good for the pack having you stay here. We've enjoyed it. Sirius said simply. I can't believe he's bounced back so quickly. Clara commented quietly, folding her arms and rubbing them slightly. He has the advantage of youth, Sirius said wryly, and Harry's a survivor. Some days he wished Harry hadn't been through as much as he had, but he had to admit that he appreciated that Harry wasn't wallowing in angst over the events of the wedding day. Harry had managed to put aside the terror of being chased by a werewolf, being attacked by vampires, and the sight of a dead witch with surprising aplomb. Either that, or he was saving his freak out for the mind healer. But Sirius worried that Harry was simply getting far too used to life-threatening situations. He, himself, was still wrestling with what had almost happened enough that he would be keeping their mind healer occupied for months. He had run the forensics before the Aurors had arrived and removed the evidence of Narcissa's cold removal of Electocaro. Sirius wasn't about to hand over his pregnant cousin to the Aurors for putting down a witch who would have killed their entire family. Narcissa hadn't done anything that Sirius wouldn't have done himself in her shoes, which was a rather depressing thought. But then he and Narcissa had always been ruthless in their defense of the people they loved. Frankly, he was impressed she'd simply snuffed Caro like a candle rather than chopping off her head in the same way her sister and niece had chopped off Caro arms, and Sirius took a moment to wonder at how scary all his cousins actually were. Still, perhaps Albus's disapproval of Sirius's satisfaction at Caro's death wasn't all unduly warranted. Then he remembered how Simeon had taken a day to heal before he, Anna, and Jason had headed back to Australia, how Ted had spent the last few days in St. Helga's in the Bulgarian capital recovering from his wounds, and the tiny hint of remorse he felt vanished like snow in sunshine. Sirius glanced over at Clara. It wasn't just the black women who were scary, he mused, remembering how she'd taken down the vampire. He thought, not for the first time, that she would have been a good match for Remus. But Remus had Dora now, and Sirius was feeling much more optimistic about that relationship after the wedding. The vows had been particularly poignant and revealing, Sirius mused as he watched Harry demonstrating a sharp turn with marvelous precision. Remus's commitment to building a partnership similar to his parents was a wonderful reassurance for Dora, just as her declaration that Remus was who she wanted was a wonderful reassurance to his worry that no one would ever see past the wolf. Maybe, Sirius considered, as Harry demonstrated another move, Remus and Dora would both find the happiness they deserved after all. The happiness that he'd once believed their getting together would engender before the baby had complicated things. Dora was having to grow up faster. Remus needed someone to lean against in the midst of his alpha responsibilities. They were going to have to talk at some point about Remus's continuing position as steward when really Remus needed to fully assume his alpha position, be a leader in his own right. Sirius understood that more having spent time with the pack. But Sirius knew Remus wouldn't want to fully let go of the steward role. Remus was too stubborn and honorable for his own good, but they would need to settle on some form of compromise. Something else to think about in amongst the reality that they needed to start planning for the third task, for taking down Voldemort once and for all. I have to admit, Clara said, breaking into his thoughts, I think Harry is dealing with it better than I am. You defended your pack, Sirius said. I killed, Clara said tersely. She tightened her arms around herself. And worse, I killed as a werewolf. I know it was only a vampire, but you were defending your pack, Sirius stated again, more firmly. If you hadn't been given the potion, if you had been a witch in that moment, rather than a werewolf, what would you have done? Her expression went from annoyed to contemplative to chagrined. Huh. She sighed and met his eyes. I don't know if I want to thank you for opening my eyes to the reality that I would have killed that vampire either way. I was 19 when I killed my first Death Eater, Sirius replied. Otis Branagh. He was wanted for the murder and rape of an entire Muggle-born family, the Perkins. I'd gone to school with the youngest brother, David Perkins. He was a Hufflepuff, a genuinely nice guy. We'd tracked Branagh down to this crappy little tavern in Wales, and there was a fight. He managed to land a particularly nasty spell on Prongs James, Harry's father, and he went down, and Branagh was going to... He paused. I might have lost it a touch then. My fire whip spell cleaved him in two. I thought I'd just provided the evidence they were right to everyone who said I was dark because I was a black. Clara didn't interrupt as he paused again. She just waited. I was in the bathroom, throwing up in a toilet when James and Lily walked in. They held my hair, made me rinse my mouth, and do a freshening spell. And then they both hugged the dickens out of me and thanked me for saving James's life, told me that it didn't matter that I killed someone, that I was a good man who defended his brother, his family. Sirius reminisced, unaware of the fondness that coated his voice and shone from his gray eyes. I think when they asked me to be Harry's godfather, it was because they knew I'd kill to protect him. I killed more vampires protecting him and the rest of the pack than you, and while the likes of Albus Dumbledore may not approve, I know I'm still a good man. He reached out a hand and touched her gently on the shoulder. And you're still a good woman, Clara. Clara gave a small huff, but she nodded. Thank you. A rush of wind as Harry buzzed them, coming into land. The young boy he'd been flying with landing just behind him broke the shared moment of camaraderie and understanding. Harry patted Dougal on the back and waved him goodbye as the young werewolf scampered off towards the house. Sirius greeted his son with a wide smile. Good flight. The best. Harry grinned. I love this broomstick. As the broomstick in question had been Sirius's Christmas present to him, his words gave Sirius a warm glow. Everything okay? Asked Harry, perceptively picking up on the serious undertones between Sirius and Clara. I was worrying about killing a vampire, Clara admitted honestly, winning her brownie points with Sirius for her straightforwardness. Your father was helping me put it into perspective. Harry's worry melted away, and he darted a look at Sirius. He's good at that. Clara nodded. I'd better go and check all the work on the new master suite have been completed. I don't want Remus and Tonks coming back to a half-finished room. She waved a goodbye to them and headed off back to the house. Sirius had declared the space where Caro had died to be repurposed into a closet. He'd rearranged the rooms on that wing, placing the master suite into the eaves of the farmhouse. It had been a nightmare finding a wizarding construction company to come and do the work at short notice, but both Bogdan and Gregor had provided him with useful references. Harry poked him in the arm. "Are we still leaving tomorrow?" Sirius nodded and slung an arm around Harry's shoulders as they began their own walk back. "'Fraid so. It'll be good to get back," Harry said, surprising Sirius. "Not that it hasn't been great being out here and seeing everyone, but—" He sighed heavily. "Is it bad that I just want the whole thing with Tom to be over already?" "Pretty normal if you ask me," Sirius replied calmly. He just wanted it to be over too. "There'll be a war council at the beginning of next week, the first week back at school. We should do some planning then. We'll see what falls out of the headmaster's raid for contraband, and Snape thinks he'll have the potion ready for the Summer's Woman soon. Now he doesn't have to worry about trying for a combination that would wake up an elf at the same time." "Planning's good," Harry said. "We need the Alliance members to think about what to do with Crouch in the school." And Hermione said she and Daphne had been talking at the wedding ball about the third task. Sirius nodded. "I think they have some more spells for me to learn." Harry frowned. She said Hannah was saying she wasn't sure she and Sue should come to the meetings after what happened on the second task. They think they might get conscripted into the third task as a hostage. Sirius asked, bemused. Harry pushed his glasses up his nose and shifted the grip on his broomstick. "They've been acting weird since the whole thing with Sue and Cedric. It had to have been humiliating for Sue to be chosen as Cedric's hostage in some ways, and certainly the fallout and threatening letter incident hadn't helped. But it seemed like an extreme reaction to back away from helping Harry completely, and they had both taken the heir's oath of fealty, which meant magic might judge their inaction." Sirius wondered if he needed to have a chat with Richard and see what was going on. He mentally added it to his list of things to do. "I think Neville's pretty much reached the end of his rope with Hannah," Harry commented idly as they navigated a set of steps. "And I think Ron's thinking about ending it with Lavender." Sirius's lips twitched at the teenage angst, remembered with nostalgia when his own life was consumed with teenage romance. "It'll be shame about Hannah and Neville," he commented. "I think both families were hoping it would end up being a match." "Yeah." Harry blew out a breath. "You're worried you and Hermione might be next to slide onto shaky ground," Sirius said, understanding the unspoken worry that colored Harry's tone because he'd heard the same in James's too many years before. "Is there any reason to worry?" "Not really," Harry admitted ruefully. I know she doesn't expect us to last. She's dropped a couple of hints in the past about how most people don't end up with their first girlfriends or boyfriends, and—" He shrugged. "I guess I think the others breaking up will kind of make her point for her again." "Well, she's right," Sirius replied. "Most teenage couples don't end up together for life." He brought Harry to a stop. They were within touching distance of the house, but Sirius knew the conversation would somehow be deemed over once they were within its walls. "You and Hermione make a great couple, but you are young. And if you did break up, it wouldn't be the end of the world, even if it would seem like it for a few days or weeks even. I don't want to break up with her." Harry toed the ground in frustration. "And I don't want her to get any ideas about breaking up with me, because the others are breaking up." "Well, you just have to trust that she won't," Sirius said. "I don't think she will. Hermione's not the type to be influenced by peer shenanigans." Harry nodded, a glimmer of relief in his green eyes. She was pretty annoyed about the whole cat thing. It had taken Harry invoking the family magic again to change her back, which she promptly did with no clothes. Minnie had quickly sorted her out with a blanket, but it had been deeply mortifying for Hermione, and it had taken a day before she talked to Harry, without the pair of them blushing furiously. "If she didn't break up with you about you changing her back naked, I think you're pretty solid," Sirius commented, as he turned them toward the farmhouse again. "She knows I didn't do it on purpose," Harry pointed out, a red flush rising in his cheeks again. He looked away and back again. "Do you think it means anything that she isn't, that her form has nothing to do with mine? Your mum identified heavily as your dad's wife at the time she took the potion," Sirius answered calmly, having expected the question since Hermione's transformation. Hermione's determined to be her own person regardless of who she's dating. Her cat form is an expression of her independence in that regard. Harry nodded slowly. "So it's not a representation of how compatible or not we are." "Merlin, no," Sirius snorted. "It's a nice romantic thought that the love of your life will also share your animagus form, but it's rare that a couple can even become animagi together. Your mum might have found her form mirrored your dad's, but she never actually changed into it." Harry fell silent again. They entered through the back door, Harry stowing his broomstick in the utility room. Sirius shrugged out of his outer robe and happily wandered into the kitchen, where the divine-smelling stew permeated the air. "That smells delicious," Sirius said, beaming with approval at Gilby. The elves had been disgruntled over Harry's orders to be safe, and Sirius understood the protective streak that had Harry wanting to keep the elves out of it even if they could have been useful, but it had quickly been forgiven in the need for the massive cleanup. Kreacher wasn't speaking to any of them, since he'd been denied the opportunity to defend Narcissa. Harry's stomach rumbled. He blushed again. "I guess I worked up on appetite. You're a growing boy." Sirius agreed, lightly, as Gilby sprang into action to make sure Harry had a snack. "So Remus comes back tonight," Harry said after thanking Gilby for the plate of sandwiches that had been pressed upon him. "Yes," Sirius said, "and we go back tomorrow." Harry nodded, chewing on his chicken sandwich thoughtfully. Even though I want to go home and get the whole thing with Tom over with, it's going to be weird being back at Hogwarts after this holiday." "Weird," Sirius agreed, cheerfully. Harry rolled his eyes expressively. "Can we visit the Pack in the summer? I promised Dougal we'd do some Quidditch." Sirius felt his heart lighten a touch. It was the first time Harry had suggested plans for after the end of the school year. It gave him hope that Harry was planning to survive his confrontation with Voldemort. "Yes," Sirius said, ignoring the lump in his throat and reaching out to ruffle Harry's hair. "We can visit again in the summer." April 23rd, 1995. Hermione gave a sigh of relief and slumped back on her bed. The train journey back to Hogwarts had been long and tiring, the welcome back feast tedious, and she was glad to retreat to her dorm and enjoy the peace before her dorm mates arrived. Crookshanks jumped up beside her and gave her a friendly bump with his head. She petted him absently, chewing on her lower lip, as she considered that her animagus form was feline. Had her familiar known? Had that been what had drawn him to her? She knew if she transformed it was unlikely that she would be able to understand him. He'd remain a Kneazle, and she'd be a human transformed into a cat. Of course, she had to actually transform first. She gave another heavier sigh, and wondered whether she really wanted to pursue transforming into a cat. She was a touch disappointed in her form. She liked cats, she did, and she loved her familiar, she hastily thought, fingers sinking into his fur again. But she wasn't sure she was ready to accept what it said about her. There were a lot of positives, Hermione told herself, firmly. Cats were intelligent, curious, and independent. That was her. They were also sneaky, ruthless, and could be standoffish. Okay, maybe that was also her. She frowned. It rankled that she wasn't something else. She could admit it to herself. She liked cats, but she'd wanted to be something fiercer, something different. At least it explained why she and Ron butted heads a lot of the time. Between his inner dog and her inner cat, It was a wonder they managed to connect on any level at all. Well, they wouldn't, Hermione reminded herself, if it wasn't for Harry. Harry, who was a raven in his true form. A bird. Cats preyed on birds. So, what did that say about their relationship? She shook her head, sending her hair flying and prompting Crooks into giving her a disapproving stare. She'd had the lecture from Sirius and Professor McGonagall that she shouldn't read anything into her relationships with others because of her form. And Harry had certainly looked at her admiringly when she'd been naked. She felt her face go bright red with remembered embarrassment. She reached over and pulled a pillow over herself as though to hide from the memory. Maybe she should speak with Luna, Hermione mused. The Ravenclaw had become a good friend and always seemed to help Hermione find clarity. She shook herself lightly and pushed the pillow aside. It seemed selfish to focus on her issues with being an animagus when so much else had happened. The wedding had been surprisingly touching for all it had been prompted by a pregnancy, and the aftermath. The events at Black Farm had been quietly pushed aside in favor of the wedding ball. She and her parents had been transported to the ministry and looked after beautifully, while Sirius had stayed behind with Aurors dealing with the cleanup. It had been frightening, but quickly forgotten. She knew her parents had talked to Sirius about whether it would be safe to attend anything further until the matter of Voldemort was taken care of once and for all, and had concluded they wouldn't let him win by staying away. Hermione was thankful, all the more for knowing before she'd been adopted by the House of Black. Her parents may have made an entirely different decision just out of a lack of knowledge and understanding about the wizarding world. The dorm room door opened, and Lavender raced through, throwing herself on her bed with a wail. Hermione's eyes widened as she struggled up into a sitting position, readying herself to comfort the other girl. Parvati hurried in and closed the door, immediately heading for Lavender. Hermione scuttled off the bed. What's happened? Parvati stroked a hand over Lavender's hair as the other girl sobbed into her pillow. Ron broke up with her. Her dark eyes turned accusingly on Hermione. Hermione held up her hands. "Don't look at me," she said. "I had no idea he was planning to do that." And she hadn't. "Boys," thought Hermione exasperatedly. "I don't understand." Lavender sobbed. "We were having so much fun." "Maybe too much," Hermione mused inwardly. She did know that Ron had been taken to task by Molly during the Easter break for the lewd behavior the couple had engaged in. The twins had teased him most of the journey back. She sighed and tried to pat Lavender consolingly on the arm. "I could go and see if I can find out something," Hermione offered slightly hesitantly. Lavender hurled herself upright so fast. She dislodged Parvati, who almost slipped off the bed, and forced Hermione to take a step back lest she get an elbow in her face. "Would you?" Hermione waved a hand toward the door. "I'll go right now." Lavender smiled tremulously at her, her eyes shining bright with new tears. "Thank you." Behind her, Parvati rolled her eyes expressively. "Thanks, Hermione. While you do that, I'll get Lav cleaned up." Hermione nodded and hastily made for the door. It only took her a few minutes to traverse the stairs down, make her way through the busy common room, and seriously shouldn't the prefects be herding people to the dorms already, and up the boys' stairs to the fourth-year boys' dorm. She opened the closed door and stormed through. Neville, to her left, yelped and dove over the bed, throwing the curtain across the side to hide himself. "Hermione!" Ron dived for his bed, and she caught a glimpse of pale, freckled flesh before his body disappeared beneath covers. By the bed next to him, Harry snatched up a discarded towel and yanked it around his lower body. Her eyes widened as she took in his blushing torso. A half-dressed Seamus settled his hands on his hips, trousers gaping open to reveal Merlin underpants, and glared at her. "Merlin, Granger, don't you knock." Thankfully, Dean seemed to be in the bathroom if the off-key rendition of the latest take that song over the faint sound of a shower spray was any indication. Hermione felt her face heat up, knew she was red-faced, and averted her eyes from Seamus. She naturally turned to Harry, whose hand tightened into a white-knuckled grip on the blue towel he had covering him. She frowned. "Why are you here?" Hermione demanded. "Shouldn't we be asking you that?" asked Ron grumpily, huddling into his bed covers. She glared at him. "Lavender's in bits. I came to find out why you dumped her." She snapped, ignoring Seamus's exclamation at the revelation, and returned her attention to Harry. "Well, Sirius asked Professor McGonagall, if I could stay over in the dorm more this term," Harry said, his free hand patting the bed behind him for his robe. "Oh." Hermione vaguely recalled he had told her something about Sirius's plan to get him used to Gryffindor again while they were in Paris. But what about Crouch? If he is pretending to be a student, isn't it dangerous for you to stay in the dorm? She stared at Seamus as though her glare was enough to detect if he was an imposter. Seamus and everyone here took a blood identity test, and Sirius is going to be right outside the door once lights out is called. Harry shrugged. "Besides, I told you, at the Alliance meeting yesterday, everyone agreed we act as though we don't really suspect anything. So we don't tip Crouch off and just make sure we're never alone, so he can target one of us." He grasped his robe tightly. Hermione blushed lightly, remembering how she'd escaped up to her room to spend time alone earlier. She had promised her parents that she'd be extra careful, knowing that as Harry's girlfriend, she'd be a tempting target for Crouch. Her parents had been close to pulling her out of Hogwarts. Actually, a lot of the Alliance members had been unhappy at the idea of sending their children back to the school, knowing it was very likely Crouch was hiding in the student population. It had taken a lot of discussion before it had been agreed that everyone would return and safety measures taken. "What about Lavender?" Hermione asked, changing the subject and glaring at Ron. "I told Lavender that I thought we didn't have enough in common to keep up being boyfriend and girlfriend." Ron retorted, answering her primary question. "Not long term." That was surprisingly perceptive of Ron. Hermione mused before remonstrating inwardly that she was being unfair to the redhead. "Best to end it before we went any further." Ron concluded. "Quite right." Hermione agreed. "That was a very sensible thing to do, Ron." Ron looked taken aback by her approval. Hermione." Harry had his robe clutched in one hand, the towel in another. "Do you think?" She bit her lip as she realized Harry was still blushing. "Oh, sorry. I'll turn my back if you want to put your robe on." "Thank you," Harry said fervently. Or alternatively, Miss Granger could remove herself and make her way back to her own dormitory. Professor McGonagall's dry voice drifted over Hermione's shoulder. Hermione slowly swiveled to face the open doorway, and she flushed bright red at the sight of the head of Gryffindor stood between Professor Moody and a beaming headmaster. "Professors, this is, we heard Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall said sternly, "Since you have satisfied your curiosity in regards to the end of Mr. Weasley's romance with Miss Brown, I suggest you take your leave." "Of course," Hermione said, immediately mortified. She glanced over her shoulder at Harry, who smiled sympathetically back at her. "See you tomorrow," Harry said softly. Hermione nodded and stepped out of the room. "Perhaps you should consider knocking before entering next time, lass," Moody commented as she inched past him to take the stairs down. She blushed again, but nodded in agreement. "Right now," Moody's voice boomed down the stairwell. "Line up next to your trunks. Spot check for contraband." Hermione hurried down into the common room and back up to her dorm. She quickly closed the door behind her and slumped against it. "Well?" asked Lavender impatiently, pushing away from Parvati to make her way over to Hermione. "What did Ron say?" Hermione rubbed her nose tiredly. "Not much," she admitted. She ushered Lavender back towards her bed. "We got interrupted by—" "Oh, the professors," Parvati blurted out. "They doing checks for banned items." "But Ron said something?" Lavender was like a dog with a bone, her attention never wavering from Hermione. Hermione perched on the end of the bed. "He said he didn't think you had enough in common for your relationship to go further." Lavender's hopeful expression crumpled into dismay. "Oh, I'm sorry, Lav," said Parvati, sweeping Lavender's hair back over a shoulder before hugging her. "No," Lavender sniffed. "Actually, he maybe has a point." She plucked at the coverlet absently. "We didn't really have a lot to talk about once we stopped, snogging each other's brains out," suggested Parvati a touch tartly. Lavender pushed her weakly and grinned. "Yeah, pretty much that." She sighed. "He was a fantastic kisser." Hermione managed to keep the wince off her face. "Right. Well, I should get ready for bed." "Thanks, Hermione," Lavender said brightly, "for finding out." Hermione waved away her thanks as she made for the bathroom. She closed the door and shook her head. To think she'd embarrassed herself in front of the headmaster, Professor Moody, and Professor McGonagall for no real reason. The farcical nature of her entry into the boys' dorm ran through her head again, and a chuckle took her by surprise, amusement bubbling up as she recalled the way they'd all dived for cover. She smiled as she headed for the shower. At least she and Harry were kind of even now, she thought happily. He'd seen her when she transformed back from being a cat, and now she'd seen him. It did make her feel a lot better about that. Now all she had to do was feel better about being a cat, and half her problems would be solved. If only Harry's problems could be solved so easily, Hermione considered with a grimace. Her boyfriend was still facing the final task of the tournament, and the denouement to whatever dastardly scheme had been concocted by Voldemort. But he wasn't alone, and Hermione had every intention of being right beside him for as long as she could, hopefully, without either of them having to be naked. "Well, that was close," Seamus said, as soon as the door closed on the three departing professors. Harry, who was in the process of finally being able to lose the towel and get dressed into his pajamas, glanced over towards Seamus and wondered again why he thought spending time in the tower was a good idea. He sighed inwardly. It was a good idea if he wanted to feel a part of Gryffindor again. But he couldn't help wish for a moment that he was back in the rooms with Sirius and where nobody barged through his bedroom door. Seamus leaped over his trunk and made his way to the window. He opened it, reached around the window to the ledge on the wall, and pulled back with his hand wrapped around a large bottle of Muggle Irish whiskey. "Ta-da! Blimey," Ron muttered. "Sneaked it out of my ma's kitchen last night," Seamus said proudly. Dean wandered in from the bathroom, stopped and stared at Seamus for a moment. "Did I miss something?" "Nothing," Neville replied dryly, smoothing his hand down his pajama front. "Just the professors checking we don't have bottles of whiskey, and Hermione wanting to find out why Ron chucked Lavender." "You broke up with Lavender?" Dean blinked at Ron. "Really?" "Yeah," Ron shrugged self-consciously. "Didn't really fit, Dean nodded slowly and made for his bed. "Sorry to hear that, mate. Sometimes it doesn't," Neville said morosely, slumping down to sit on his bed. Harry put his glasses on and peered in his godbrother's direction. "You and Hannah?" "I'm breaking up with her tomorrow," Neville confirmed, with a forlorn shrug. Today was the last straw. The other boys looked at Neville, and then back to Harry. Harry rolled his eyes at the silent plea that he be the one to step in. He made his way over and sat next to Neville. "You want to talk about it?" Here, Seamus said suddenly. Let's gather round and have a drink. He unscrewed the bottle and took a gulp before handing the bottle to Neville. Neville grimaced, but took a drink. He offered it to Harry, who shook his head. Not unless you want my magic, out of control, and flattening Hogwarts, Harry said, remembering the summer and his disastrous drinking with his American friends. Neville blanched a little and handed the bottle instead to Ron, who had stumbled over to sit beside Harry. He took a drink, coughed, and spluttered his way through the burn, and handed it on to Dean, who'd sat on the floor in front of Neville along with Seamus. So, Seamus waved the bottle. You and Hannah. She and Sue were meant to sit with me on the train. Neville explained. Only they didn't turn up to the compartment at King's Cross, and when I went looking for them, Hannah said Sue wasn't up to seeing anyone, and made me leave. His voice had risen steadily throughout, and Harry couldn't help thinking he was entitled to the note of indignation at the end. Wow, mate. Ron shook his head and reached for the bottle. He took a large swig and handed it to Neville. Neville took a sip, grimaced, and handed it back to Seamus, who drank again before handing it to Dean. It's just... Neville sighed heavily, his cheeks flushed pink from the alcohol. I really like her, but it's the last straw. She keeps canceling on me for Sue, and Sue just won't buck up from the whole thing with Cedric. That poisonous letter really traumatized her. Harry noted quietly. He had felt for Sue. If he hadn't had owl wards and an overprotective Padfoot, he'd probably have received similar missives through the post himself. He could understand Sue's retreat. I know, Neville said, simply passing the bottle to Ron when Seamus handed it to him. And I'm not saying she isn't right to be upset or anything, but is it so wrong to want to spend time with my girlfriend? No, Nevada, Harry agreed with a sigh. It was a valid argument, and Hannah was making it clear just how unimportant Neville was to her in the way she was ignoring him in favor of Sue. He did want better for Neville, who deserved to have someone put him first or at least maintain some semblance of a relationship while helping a friend. Oh. Ron's eyes widened suddenly, and he made a gesture with the bottle that almost had whiskey splashing onto Neville's bed. Harry grabbed the bottle and handed it over to Dean. What? I was just thinking about what Moody said about changing habits, and... Ron stared at Harry, horror in his pale blue eyes. You don't think Crouch Jr. is hiding as Sue or Hannah, do you? They all stared at Ron, with varying degrees of horror. No. Neville shook his head wildly. Just no. But it explains why they've been so mental. Ron pointed out passionately. Whichever one of them's him has the other under the Imperius. They alibi each other. It all makes sense. It does not make sense. Harry stated firmly, crossing his arms over his chest. Although, he mused, he did see why Ron had jumped to that conclusion. They were admittedly acting weird, even if they did have a good reason. It does. Dean argued. Ron's right. Hannah wouldn't have treated Neville this way back at Christmas. Neville paled. But it can't be... Look, Harry said. Sue and Hannah were home over the Easter, and we're pretty convinced if Crouch is masquerading as a student he was here over the holidays. So it can't be them. Or Crouch has a whole group of students he's pretending to be, and he's rotating through them or something. Ron countered. What if they are in trouble? Neville wondered out loud. Harry dragged his gaze from Ron to look at Neville. Nev, it's just... Neville made an impatient gesture. They are acting weird. Sue was threatened. Harry said with some exasperation. Hannah's protective. They've been friends for years. Even so, Ron butted in, ignoring your boyfriend so completely? Sue hiding away like a meek little thing? She almost took my balls off in dueling class at the start of the year. They have a point. Seamus said from his sprawled position on the floor. The mostly empty bottle of whiskey dangled from his fingers, and Harry got hold of it, closing it and setting it aside before it spilled over, and the room was drenched in whiskey smell. "We should investigate," Ron proclaimed suddenly, standing up on the bed. "We should follow them tomorrow." "I don't think stalking them is a good idea," Harry said, trying to keep his voice steady and firm. "It's a great idea," Ron argued, slurring his words. "We follow them, and when we have evidence that they're him, we jump them." Harry pinched the brow of his nose and wished again he was back in his rooms with Sirius. Why did he have to be the sensible one? He mused tiredly. Probably because he was the only sober one. It sucked. He sighed and broke into the babbling plans of the group of boys around him. "You can't follow girls around the school and attack them," Harry said loudly. "You'll get into trouble. Or expelled." Merlin. He sounded like Hermione. There was a stunned silence. "Harry's right," Ron conceded. "Thank you," Harry said. "What we need to do is be stealthy," Ron declared. Harry dropped his head into his hands. "We can sneak out." "You can't sneak out," Harry hissed. "Sirius is out there." "Why?" asked Ron, visibly perplexed. "He's protecting Harry," Neville spelled out. "Harry said before, remember? When Hermione asked him why he was here." "Bugger." Ron flopped back, causing the bed to heave in an uneven bounce. "Well, how do we corner Sue and Hannah now?" "I'll tell Sirius tomorrow," Harry stated with what he hoped was stern finality. "He can raise it with their folks, and if there is something else going on, they'll discover it that way." Ron grumbled, but nodded. Neville gave a quick nod of gratitude. "Bed," Harry declared. "We've got an early start." He made his way back to his own, and the others followed to theirs. Seamus staggering haphazardly over to simply throw himself atop his covers. The lights went out, and Harry turned over, pushing his pillow into a more comfortable position. Could Ron be right? He wondered. He shook his head. Crouch was smart. If he were Crouch, he would choose some student who had no visible connection to any of the Alliance. In fact, he'd choose someone who wasn't friendly with anyone very much so he could fly under the radar. Harry frowned heavily. He couldn't see Crouch taking the place of a first year. No, Crouch wouldn't be able to hide his knowledge. So he had to be hiding in the upper years. Probably in Slytherin or Ravenclaw somewhere where advanced knowledge of spells wouldn't be unusual. A loud snore to his left brought his racing mind into sharp focus. He wasn't going to be able to sleep until he spoke with Sirius and confided his suspicions. He slipped out from under the covers and grabbed his robe. He padded over in his bare feet to the dorm door and opened it. The black grim on the landing immediately raised its head. Harry stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him softly. Sirius shifted straight away. "What's up? Can we go back to our rooms?" asked Harry urgently. "I need to talk to you." Sirius nodded gravely, and Harry gave a sigh of relief as they headed down the stairs. Sirius raised an eyebrow as Harry came to a stumbling halt. He cleared his throat. "Right, so let me summarize just to make sure I've got this straight." He began. "You went to spend the night in the boys' dorm and ended up thwarting a drunken attempt to spy on Sue and Hannah by promising you'd raise the possibility of them being part of Crouch's schemes to me?" Harry nodded and sipped the mug of hot chocolate Dobby had given him as soon as he and Sirius had entered their usual suite of rooms at Hogwarts. Sirius took a sip of his own and leaned back into the plush cushions adorning their living room sofa. "But then you got thinking about who Crouch was likely to be, and came up with a profile." Sirius pressed his lips together. Harry's logic was hard to argue with. "You think I'm right, don't you?" Harry said. "I think you have a very plausible theory of Crouch being one of the 7th years." Sirius confirmed. "I'll speak to the heads in the morning well. Later this morning, we're likely to narrow that down to the ones that are independent and potentially friendless." but there's no proof. Harry sighed, rubbing a hand across his face. The contraband check went pretty much the way we thought it would. Nothing was found. Sirius gestured with his mug. I mean, apart from a bit of alcohol, some prank stuff, and one hideously fluffy bunny someone was keeping as a pet. And he's definitely not showing on the map. So he still has a vanishing cabinet stashed somewhere. Harry bit his lip. If we can narrow down the suspects, we can keep watch on them. Sirius said. Snape thinks Crouch will attempt to maintain his guard duty when Snape is doing the potion as much as he can. If he does, then we will catch him using it and verify who he is. Sirius was still split on whether they should leave Crouch in place if they did identify him. There were pros and cons on both sides. In his heart, Sirius wanted Crouch locked up or put down. Sirius grimaced. He knew the time for a decision was fast approaching, and it wasn't his alone to make. Harry yawned. What about Sue and Hannah? I don't think either of them are Crouch or under his spell. Sirius replied absently, his mind still on the thorny subject of what to do if they found Crouch. Me either, Harry said pointedly. I meant Ron was right in that something's not right with them. I'll talk with Leonard and Richard. Sirius said. It's likely that the girls are reacting to the attack on Sue, but it looks like they're not dealing with it in a healthy way. Harry nodded, relief flooding his tired face. Can we just stay here tonight? Sirius let his gaze roam over Harry and read the anxious hope that was written there with a frown. It was good Harry felt he could relax in the sanctum of the rooms they had. Bad that Harry didn't feel comfortable returning to the dorm. You don't want to head back, inquired Sirius gently. Wake up with the others tomorrow. Harry shook his head. It's late, and they're all going to be hungover. There's that. Sirius sighed and nodded. Go on then. Up to bed with you. I'll get Dobby to retrieve what you've left in the dorm. Harry flung himself over the gap to hug Sirius quickly before he called out a brisk good night, and was up the stairs before Sirius could draw a breath to wish him the same. It looked like the first attempt to get Harry used to Gryffindor again was a spectacular failure. Sirius sighed and made for his own bed. The next morning brought with it a flurry of activity as Sirius settled back into the routine of life at Hogwarts. Harry slept late, had a rushed breakfast, and made off for his schooling in the company of Bill Weasley with barely a word about their discussions in the middle of the night. Penny arrived on the dot of 9, and Sirius wasted no time starting the mountain of work that awaited him. He sent an invitation for dinner to the Abbotts and Bones before diving into the paperwork Penny had set aside for him. The day disappeared in a blink of an eye. The time off for a European vacation, and a wedding meant there was more than enough to keep him busy. A message to the heads of houses, 2 mirror calls with Remus provided clarity on a few things, and all too soon Sirius was wishing Penny a good evening as Harry arrived back with the news that Neville had ended things with Hannah at lunch. Sirius pushed him in the direction of the bedrooms to change for the War Council, just as Dobby greeted the contingent from the ministry at the door, Cornelius, Bertie, and Amelia. Albus was close on their heels, arriving with both Alastor and Snape. A few minutes later, Minnie arrived and was also ushered into the study. Sirius waited for Harry to join them before he called Remus on the mirror and started the meeting. We're almost at the end. Sirius began. Since we began, we've made some good progress. Most of the treasures that we've been seeking have been found. He nodded at Bertie. Only the snake remains as a possible anchor for Voldemort in this life. The treasure hunt has taken out his other means. Amelia raised her cup in Bertie's direction, and he accepted the praise with a tilt of his head. I'm going to miss young Bill when he heads back to the goblins. Bertie admitted wistfully. He and Caro have done a sterling job. He paused. And we should also remember Lawrence. He won't be forgotten when this is done. Sirius promised softly. He turned to Cornelius. Our power play in the Wiesengemot has also achieved a great deal. Cornelius beamed at him. Our objectives have been met. He stated smugly. The Potter Alliance holds the majority. We've pushed through the laws on creatures and magical races with improved relations across the board. Our new laws on muggles will be in place within the next couple of months. Financially, we're starting to regain stability in the government budget. He nodded sharply. We're in a good place. We couldn't have done it without you, Cornelius. Sirius said sincerely, and Cornelius preened at the praise. And I would agree that our objectives have been met. The wizarding world is changing, and Voldemort won't find it quite so easy to take over. His previous supporters are bound by their marks, but there are few who are unquestioningly loyal, and the support among their heirs is minimal. But we should not underestimate those who hate and resent the current tide of events. Snape commented slyly. He still has support, even if some of that is based on fear. Sirius acknowledged Snape's commentary with a tilt of his head and glanced toward Amelia. I know you think tag hasn't been as successful as a strategy, but it has helped us even if it hasn't always led to arrests and information. Amelia huffed out a breath, but gave a sharp nod. We've had some successes. She conceded. But I won't deny we need to do better if we're to catch the bastard. She sighed. The facts are that the main players remain at large. Riddle, Pettigrew, Crouch, and Travers. We may also need to add a Micus Caro to that list since he has eluded authorities on the continent and is anticipated to be heading for Britain. Sirius didn't dispute her take on progress. For all they'd caught Travers Sr., taken down the trap in Italy and had a hand in the arrests at the World Cup, the squad had failed in its main objective to track down Voldemort and his cronies. It had been Greyback's mission to kill Remus that had led to the old werewolf's death, and that confrontation hadn't been one the squad had played a role within. Crouch, though, is the primary immediate concern. Amelia continued. Given Professor Snape's information, we have reason to believe he's at Hogwarts to interfere with the third task of the tournament, and in possession of a vanishing cabinet that would allow a way around the wards. With the threat to the students he represents, we need to find him as a matter of urgency. Too right, a disgruntled Alaster said. Sirius knew the Exor was furious that Crouch had found a way around the security he'd put in place. I believe the tournament, and Hogwarts must take some responsibility. Albus commented without a twinkle in his eye. We have failed to secure the safety of the students in the tournament at every turn. Only Harry's performance in the tournament is a boon, as it has most assuredly failed to provide Tom with the victory he wished for when he entered Harry within it. Alaster snorted, but didn't say anything further. Sirius's lips twitched. I think Albus has managed to succinctly summarize the position. Harry's tournament strategy remains on course. He dipped his head in Harry's direction, and his son smiled back at him. But Voldemort succeeded in getting him into it, and Hogwarts isn't secure, and won't be until this is over. He shifted position, straightening a touch, which leads us to what we need to discuss, the endgame. He looked at each of the council, in turn establishing silent agreement before settling on his son. Harry. Harry stepped forward into the center of the loose circle. He dressed in simple open robes with dark muggle clothing of black jeans and an emerald button-down shirt underneath. They conveyed an impression of formality rather than youth, and Sirius had been proud at Harry's choice. He was learning the impression he gave was half the battle. We all know there are two options to ending this, Harry said. Find Voldemort before the third task, and end this then, or wait and plan a counterattack for after the third task. He clasped his hands behind his back. The former relies on us finding him before the third task, and is plan A. The problem is finding him, which makes this plan bloody unlikely to succeed. Alaster grumbled, his eye whirling. He's well hidden, and he's not contacting anyone we've got eyes and ears on. We do know Crouch is at Hogwarts. Snape sneered. We suspect. Amelia corrected. Although, admittedly, it's a strong suspicion. We have eliminated the teachers, who all voluntarily underwent an identity check. Albus said despondently. Unfortunately, that has left the students as the only possible place to look. The Durmstrang and Beauxbatons students have been cleared. Alastair confirmed, gruffly. As we don't have permission to check our students, it's more than likely Crouch is one of them. Speaking of which, Harry had a few theories, and we have narrowed it down to a list of suspects based on his profile. Sirius tapped his wand on the table, and a parchment appeared. Amelia was the first one to pick it up. 2 Ravenclaws, a Gryffindor, for Slytherins, and a Hufflepuff. Minnie nodded grimly. Based on Harry's profile, which Sirius shared with the heads of houses today, these are the individuals that conform to the parameters. They all stayed over Easter, are in the upper years, are solitary or antisocial, and have few ties outside of the school. She cleared her throat. None of the students seem out of character. The map also shows all 8 as if they are themselves. Sirius confirmed. We believe Wormtail has managed to find a way around it. Remus's voice drifted from the mirror perched on the mantel of the fireplace. Sirius turned to nod at him. Or, he always had a way around it. It doesn't really matter since we know now that the map can't help us. Harry said. Sirius nodded. Even with this list, it won't be easy finding Crouch amongst them. Snape inclined his head, his dark hair falling forward. If we are able to narrow this list, he pointed with his wand to the parchment Amelia held, to one single individual, the problem remains how to trap them without endangering another student and how to make Crouch speak if captured. He paused for what seemed like dramatic effect to Sirius. He is insane. I believe he will kill himself and anyone in the near vicinity rather than allow us any victory in taking him alive. I agree. Alastair said. Crouch is a badly timed hex waiting to explode. Regardless, Minnie spoke up frostily. One of these students is potentially being held hostage by Crouch while he uses their identity. We have an obligation to find and save them. And Crouch will kill them the moment he believes his cover is known. Snape rejoined. They are safer wherever he has stashed them, and if we do deduce which student Crouch is, we would be better informed leaving him in place and watching him. He glanced around the horrified group. I may perhaps be able to gain Crouch's confirmation of where he is keeping the student in time, so we may secure their safety at the end. Alastair gave a loud harumph. I know we have some hard calls to make, but keeping an innocent locked up for months to maybe gain some information isn't one I want to make. I gave an oath to protect and serve, and I know I wouldn't want to be locked up and kept as a potion's ingredient for any longer than I had to, lad. Here. Amelia said forcefully. Harry raised his hand. Surely we can't allow Crouch to keep impersonating a student. It puts too many people at risk. Well said, Harry. Remus said. Our initial plan must be to identify who Crouch is and to try to capture him for information on Voldemort's whereabouts. But Severus has highlighted the issues with that plan. Albus pointed out, namely that Crouch is mad. Harry said, folding his arms over his chest, and a danger to others. Sirius added thoughtfully. He let his gaze rest on his former nemesis. I can see why Severus is advocating identity and leave alone as the course of action. It provides some surety of getting the student he's impersonating and the rest of the student population out of this without harm, as backwards as that might seem. Maybe, Harry began, his eyes taking on the look that Sirius recognized as his son, working things out, puzzling things through. What? Demanded Snape impatiently. Harry glared at him a touch, but appeared to bite back whatever retort had been on his lips. He swallowed and began again. Look, the main reason for pinpointing Crouch is for him to lead us to Tom, but he's mad, and he's not going to just let us do that either by tracking him some way or by capturing him. I believe we've made this point already, Potter. Snape said curtly. Sirius was the one to glare at him, then. Harry rolled his eyes, clearly used to the treatment from his professor. So Plan A using Crouch is a bust. Harry said simply. It's a non-starter. There's no point going after Crouch with the aim of him leading us to the others in mind. He stopped Amelia with a raised hand when she would have spoken. We should just look at finding him, so we can help whoever he's holding hostage. That makes perfect sense, Harry. Minnie said approvingly. Tactically sound lad. Alastor confirmed. Albus smiled happily. You have an idea, Pronglet? Prompted Sirius proudly, ignoring Snape's slightly sour look at the other's praise of Harry. I think so, Harry said, pushing his glasses up his nose. If we assume he is one of the 8 then, if they're willing, we have a house elf follow them discreetly the next time Professor Snape leaves to deal with the potion. I know there is some risk to the house elves, but nobody notices them, and he won't think twice about a house elf cleaning something near to him if he spots one. I think the risk would be acceptable. Albus said thoughtfully. We can but ask them to participate. So the house elves will identify which of the 8 leaves Hogwarts through the vanishing cabinet. Bertie murmured. Which will help us spot the damn thing, since we had no luck last night. Alastor said. Anyway, once we know who it is, we let him come back to the castle and have the house elves keep following him, so he'll hopefully lead them to where he has his hostage. Harry continued. Then, in the early hours of the morning, we have Professor Snape bundle him out of Hogwarts on the premise that he's been found out, while another team rescues the hostage. That does place Professor Snape at some risk, Harry. Albus commented. But it is a reasonable risk if we are to save the child Crouch is pretending to be. Snape countered, surprising Sirius and Harry, who looked fleetingly wide-eyed until he covered it up with a headshake. Then, we're agreed, asked Sirius, giving Harry a proud look. We give up on Crouch being Plan A and focus on saving the hostage he has. There were murmurs of agreement from everyone. We'll have to put the school on lockdown after. Alastor warned. No Hogsmeade visits, and nobody leaves without an identified check on return. I believe I will be able to convince the board that such a step is necessary once we have proof that Bartemius kidnapped a student so easily. Albus said sadly. So am I right in thinking that effectively ends Plan A before we've gotten started? Remus asked from the mirror. We have no other leads. Unfortunately, I concur with your assessment. Bertie said. What about the Summers woman? Amelia asked, setting her cup down with a thud. He's keen that she doesn't get a chance to speak to us. I doubt that he would be worried at her giving away his current location. Snape replied. He has moved a number of times since we found her. More than likely, it's something to do with the ritual. Bertie said. He is afraid. He has revealed something that would give us an advantage. Well, if we're putting Plan A on hold pending any kind of lead concerning his whereabouts, I'm right in saying that the ritual will play a large part in Plan B? Amelia asked. Harry waved a hand towards himself. Plan B is that we let things play out with the third task and Tom making a grab for me. Sirius felt his breath catch, just like it caught in his chest every time he thought about Harry being abducted and used in the ritual. He hated the idea of it. Hated it. As if Harry sensed his thoughts, his son moved closer to stand beside him. We can use me as bait, and when he takes me, I lead us to him. Harry said, simply. He does the ritual. We take him and whoever's helping him down. Nobody in the room looked happy. Foolish Gryffindor recklessness. Snape muttered under his breath, just loudly enough for his words to be audible. You're agreeing to this? Albus asked sharply, his full attention directed to Sirius. Sirius sighed heavily. Do I want this? No. I'd prefer we spent the time between now and then trying to find a way to make Plan A happen, so it doesn't ever come to this. I don't want Harry used as bait. He answered just as sharply as the question which had been posed to him. I don't want that abomination anywhere near my son. But it is the easiest way to trap Riddle, Bertie said quietly. And it provides an opportunity we can plan for, just like we knew they would hit the wedding. Remus added, but is it an opportunity we can win? Amelia asked bluntly. I don't intend losing, Harry said, as he met her gaze. There was a steady resolve in his young eyes, and Sirius felt himself swell with pride, even as his heart ached with worry. And that, ladies and gentlemen, Sirius said, placing his hand on Harry's shoulder, is our endgame. Harry was going to win against the bastard, Sirius thought darkly, because any other possibility was just not one Sirius could live with. Finding Pronglet's Power, Chapter 5. May 24th, 1995. No, your wrist is too weak here. Hermione reached out and corrected Susan's stance. Try again. Sue frowned at her, but did as she ordered. The hose spell flew out of her wand in a stream of water into the waiting bucket the room had provided. Sue relaxed and grinned weakly at Hermione. Thank you. Hermione smiled and pushed her hair back over her shoulder. Shall we move on to the next water spell? Sure. Sue agreed. Her eyes glanced across the room to where Harry stood instructing Neville and Ron. Harry's pretty great keeping these defense classes going. A flicker of worry appeared in her eyes before disappearing again. Hermione placed a hand on her arm, trying to reassure the other girl. Don't worry. We're pretty certain that hostages won't be used in the third task. It's not that. Sue sighed. I'm worried about the real reason for these sessions, that there's still someone walking around pretending to be a student. Me too. Hermione answered immediately. She had been a little horrified herself when the adults had agreed that Ron's supposition was truth, and a Death Eater walked among the student body. Safety measures were in place, though. None of the Alliance went anywhere alone, even in the relative safety of the dormitories. Hermione recalled the first night when she'd escaped to her dorm for solitude and blushed, but she hadn't done it since. They all carried emergency alarms, and they were all taking Harry's defense class, which doubled as a tournament training session for him. She did wonder if Sirius had rethought allowing Harry in the dorm, since Harry hadn't been there since the first night of term, but then, given the boys had been hung over the next day, maybe that had less to do with Crouch, and was just plain old parental caution. I think it's only natural everyone is going to worry until we know for certain that they're captured, Hermione stated, realizing Sue was waiting for a reply. She made the wand movements for the glacial spell. That's what Healer Allen tells me. Sue quipped dryly. Hermione gave a visible wince and made to apologize, but Sue waved her off. Ignore me, I'm just... Sue sighed heavily and tucked a strand of hair back behind one ear. It's embarrassing, you know, having to see a healer because I flipped out. You didn't flip out. Hermione argued quietly. You were traumatized and fell into a state of heightened anxiety. It could have happened to any of us. Sue grimaced. Well, it happened to me. You were fine after the second task, and so was Natalie. I was the only one. You were the only one who received hate mail and humiliation at being chosen, Hermione stated firmly. Besides, Natalie is much older, and I'm, well, used to it. Sue suggested with a fleeting smile. Yes. Hermione replied with a smile of her own. It's kind of a side effect of being friends with Harry. And honestly, you shouldn't feel embarrassed. Don't forget Harry sees Healer Allen himself. Harry had continued seeing the healer weekly since he'd returned from Bulgaria. Hermione often wondered what they spoke about, but she wasn't going to ask. His healing sessions were private. She was working on accepting that there were things that Harry couldn't tell her. There was something big about the third task. She and the others knew that there was a risk that Voldemort would try again to sabotage the task, that he'd use it to try to kill Harry, but there was something else going on too, something which Harry wasn't talking about. Hannah said the same thing. Sue attempted the glacial spell and grinned when she got it first time. Her eyes flickered back to the boys. I feel guilty about what happened with her, and Neville. Hermione hummed under her breath, tried the spell, and gave a satisfied nod when it worked. She sympathized with Sue's feelings of guilt, but she sided with Neville. Sue's spiraling anxiety and depression had been bad, and made worse by Hannah trying to deal with it on her own, instead of confiding in her parents or another adult. It hadn't been until Sirius and the parents of both girls had confronted them on their strange behavior that the truth had come out. But then, Hannah had been trying to keep Sue's confidence, and Hermione couldn't say with certainty that she wouldn't have done the same thing in Hannah's place. She still thought Hannah had treated Neville appallingly. She still likes him. Sue said softly, her gaze shifting guiltily to where Hannah was practicing spells with Ginny just along from them. Do you think? I don't know. Hermione said. Neville hadn't started dating anyone else, but he had been close-mouthed about Hannah, especially once the truth about Sue had become known within the Alliance. Could you maybe tell him? Sound him out? Sue asked tentatively. Hermione turned to look at her fully. Sue's eyes held a measure of hope along with trepidation. I'll let him know she still likes him, but I wouldn't get Hannah's hopes up. She hurt him quite badly. Sue nodded slowly. Thank you. Hermione gave her own sharp nod and raised her wand. Shall we try the fountain spell? Merlin, you are hopeless at water spells. Blaise commented as Draco failed to achieve the hose spell again. You're not saying the incantation correctly. Theo pointed out and proceeded to demonstrate the spell with accuracy. Draco sniffed. I hardly think Crouch is going to be taken out by a stream of water. Not when it's barely a trickle. Theo agreed, gesturing towards Draco's bucket. But if he gets hit by all of us together... Come on, Draco. Blaise said impatiently. All the Gryffindors have mastered this already. Draco lifted his chin, pointed his wand, and performed the spell perfectly. Blaise exchanged a knowing look with Theo that had Draco frowning. What was that look for? He demanded. You still need to work on that Gryffindor button you have. Theo pointed out bluntly. Anybody presses it, and it works every time. Draco spluttered angrily and launched into the next spell, aiming it directly at Theo, who simply shielded before the ice could hit him. At the buckets, people. Harry's voice carried over the length of the room, separating them. Not each other. You know, I think he's the best defense teacher we've had. Blaise commented breezily as Draco subsided with a sulky frown. Moody is better. Draco rejoined, although secretly he had to admit that Harry had a talent for teaching. Potter is acceptable, and it's only right he's providing us with some form of protection against Crouch. Theo rolled his eyes and did the glacial spell. You could have moved into the black suite of rooms if you were that worried. I'm not worried, Draco corrected huffily, ignoring the nerves that fluttered uneasily within his belly at the idea of coming across Crouch on his own. But the situation here is causing Mother to worry needlessly, especially at present. His mother's burgeoning pregnancy wasn't something he liked to contemplate very often. She was tremendously happy-glowing. He wondered if she'd been the same way when she had been expecting him. The new baby had been confirmed as a girl, though, which was one worry off Draco's mind. At least your mother worries. Blaise commented almost casually. Draco tilted his head in silent acknowledgement of what Blaise didn't say, that Nora Zabini hadn't so much as sent a letter of support to her son. Father thinks it's unlikely that any of us will be targeted by Crouch. Theo offered quietly. He says Riddle can't afford to lose too many supporters by endangering any of the progeny of his marked followers, and he's likely to leave Slytherins alone completely. Draco lifted a pale eyebrow. Perhaps, but from everything I've heard, he's just as likely to off one of us to make the point that going against him is wrong. He shifted position, trying to lose some of the tension that had crept into his frame. He had received word from his mother that his father and his allies were considering their position in light of the very real possibility that there was an imminent climax to the Dark Lord's pursuit of Potter. Given the discussions in the summer, Draco was almost sure his father wasn't going to choose to side with the Dark Lord openly, but slyly in order to save his life. Draco could believe his father would do that. His mother's choice was obvious. She had made her position clear at Easter in her defense of Black Farm. He doubted that the Dark Lord was going to just sweep his mother siding with her sister and niece against the Dark Lord's agent under the rug. Draco's gaze moved back to Potter. His former nemesis was demonstrating an advanced water spell to Longbottom. The power and skill required to make the spell work were enormous and proved without Potter saying a word just how powerful he was. He thought again of Halloween and his own stand in the Slytherin common room, the decision he'd made in the summer to take power as part of the House of Black. His spine straightened almost without thought. It was a decision he stood by. He realized Potter was better than the prospect of living under the thumb of a Dark Lord who would kill at a whim. We should be practicing cutting and bludgeoning spells, Draco said, remembering how his aunt and cousin had dealt with Electo Caro. Blaise raised both his eyebrows. Merlin, you Blacks are a bloodthirsty lot. Draco smiled haughtily. And don't you forget it. Theo gave him an approving nod and pointed at the bucket. You know, a thinly directed hose spell with enough pressure will punch a hole through an object. Blaise grinned. How about it then, Malfoy? A galleon says you can't do it before the end of the session. Draco pointed his wand at the bucket. Prepare to lose your money, Zabini. And considered that perhaps the two of them knew all his buttons far too well. Ron breathed in deeply and thrust out his wand again. He grinned at the rain of ice that appeared, showering itself mostly into the bucket. Good form. Harry grinned at him. Neville. Neville pursed his lips, adjusted his stance, and moved. Ice fell into a steady stream straight into the bucket. That's great, Nev. Harry patted his back. Neville gave a happy smile and turned around to tease Ron, but his gaze caught on Hannah, and the words died on his tongue. He yanked his eyes away from his former girlfriend and back to the bucket. Harry's pat turned into a consoling squeeze. You know she still likes you, mate. Ron commented, not without sympathy. He twirled his wand around his fingers. I still like her. Neville shrugged. It wouldn't change what had happened. Hannah had been courteous enough to request an audience to explain what had gone on with Sue, and Neville had accepted. He'd already heard through a letter from his gran the main details Sue's anxiety, and Hannah's attempt to help her friend through it despite struggling to deal with Sue's ever-spiraling situation. He had even accepted Hannah's apology for her behavior and told her that he understood why she had acted the way she had. It didn't erase the months of ignoring him in her attempt to deal with Sue, and perhaps if she'd had more faith in him or them, she would have confided in him long before they'd gotten to the point of breaking up. You could give her a second chance, said Ron, breaking into his reminiscing. Neville was somewhat surprised that it was Ron who had made the sensible suggestion, but he shook his head. It's up to you, mate. Ron said immediately. Merlin knows I've had enough hassle about breaking up with Lavender. I'm not going to give you grief over Hannah. It's not the right time for us to be together. Neville summarized out loud. She's dealing with the fallout from what happened with Sue, and she needs space. That sounds remarkably specific, Harry commented, pushing his glasses up his nose and frowning at him. Possibly because that's what she said when we talked, and I suggested it. Neville replied, trying and failing to keep a hint of bitterness out of his voice. Both of his friends visibly winced. Sorry, Nevada, Harry said quietly. He gave Neville another comforting squeeze. Girls, Ron scratched his chin with the butt of his wand. Mental. Neville shrugged again, just wanting to drop the subject. Across the room, Blaise sent a questioning look, and Neville gave him a short nod, confirming all was fine. Blaise had been a good friend in the wake of the breakup, and had even refrained from starting a betting pool on how long it would take the couple to get back together, or for them to find someone else. The last 5 weeks had seemed like an eternity, and yet at the same time as though they'd disappeared in a blink of an eye. You want to try that split water spell again? Neville motioned at Harry, who nodded. Why are we focusing on these water spells again? There was a touch of a whine in Ron's voice. Because the research group found out that in at least 10 of the tournament's elemental obstacles had been used to challenge the champions. Harry responded briskly. Rather you than me, mate. Ron commented. Neville sent Harry a sympathetic glance, and Harry acknowledged it with a small smile. Are you planning to try staying over again in the dorm now Blakely's been cleared? Asked Neville, changing the subject again for Harry's benefit. He wasn't sure whether the presence of a Gryffindor suspect had altered Sirius's decision to allow Harry time in the dorm, but it seemed evident in the fact that Harry hadn't stayed over since the first night. Caspar Blakely, though, had ended up spending over 2 days in the infirmary after one of the Bosbaten's horses had kicked him, and that had proven he was himself. Hardly any other progress had been made in finding Crouch, as, according to his gran, every time they thought Crouch would make an attempt to leave, all the suspects headed classes, making it impossible for them to go without blowing their cover, and so no one had. Ron's face brightened with anticipation. You should come over this weekend. Seamus has another bottle of whiskey. We can have a party and can't have alcohol, remember? Harry poked his first friend in the side. Ron's face fell. Right. Frankly, Neville wished he had the excuse of not being able to drink alcohol. He hadn't enjoyed waking up the next morning the last time, his mouth dry and furry, his head pounding and his stomach churning. He had silently decided that he'd stick to butterbeer until he was of an age to drink alcohol. His peers were clearly not thinking the same thing. Neville pressed his lips together. He could say he was supporting Harry's abstinence, and that would probably get him out of having to participate. He pointed his wand at the bucket and tried the fountain spell, frowning when it didn't work. Harry corrected his wand movements. Maybe I'll try and sleep over one night this weekend, Harry offered, if Sirius agrees. Ron beamed, and Neville couldn't help feeling a flare of satisfaction at the idea of having Harry back in the dorm. It would be good to have you back, Neville commented out loud. No, Ron slung a friendly arm over Harry's shoulder. It will be great to have you back. Harry walked beside Bill on his way back to his and Sirius's rooms without complaint about the escort. Bill kept an easy pace, as though he was aware Harry wanted to use the time to think. The practice session had gone well. Most everyone had managed the hose spell and the glacial. The fountain took quite a bit of power, and only the oldest or determined, such as Hermione, had succeeded at first go. Harry yawned and covered his mouth with his hand. He was tired. Since his return to Hogwarts, it felt like every spare moment had been spent planning or training for the third task, and what lay beyond it. Maybe it would be good to have a night off in the Gryffindor dorm and just sit around playing chess with Ron, or providing an ear for Neville. You need a good night's sleep, Bill commented as they entered the corridor that led to Harry's quarters with Sirius. Harry nodded. Practice was tiring. You need to pace yourself, Bill advised. You've got a lot of magical power, but if you keep pushing yourself, you'll end up in Poppy's care with exhaustion. Harry grimaced, but didn't refute it. The door opened at the password, and Harry entered with Bill just behind him. Harry spotted their visitor and stilled. Snape rose from his seat in the armchair. I shall take my leave. Sirius didn't move from his place, stood in front of the slumbering fire, leaning on the mantel. He raised his cup in acknowledgement. Saturday, then? Snape inclined his head before whirling around and sweeping out of the room with a billow of cloak. Harry headed over to the living area and collapsed onto the sofa. He had some news. The next part of the potion he's making requires him to leave Hogwarts on Saturday. 3 of our suspects have the dueling class, but the others are free. Sirius explained, leaning against the mantel and smiling at Harry. Hopefully, this will reveal who Crouch is pretending to be, or narrow the field again. About time. Harry said with a sigh. It's taken forever. It's taken far longer than anyone wanted it to. Sirius agreed. He nodded at Bill. How are things going with the ritual research? Bill perched on the arm of the sofa and grimaced. We're missing Lawrence, he said. We've managed to gather up as much information as we can, but we think Riddle has the only definitive copy of what it involves. There are a couple of first-hand accounts from a resurrection back in Greece. Caro's working through the translations. He motioned at Sirius. Are we sure we don't want to screw with the potion? Sirius shook his head. Both Bertie and Albus think that's a bad idea, and Snape has confirmed that the structure of the potion means that the only possible sabotage would provide Voldemort with a less-than-human body, which would be to our detriment. If anything, animals are more instinctive, and we need him to respond in a way we can anticipate. Bill nodded. What about this antidote for the Preggers lady? I thought that would have been ready by now. Friday. Sirius confirmed. It was Snape's other bit of news. Apparently, the last ingredient took a few more weeks than he anticipated to be at the right point, but it's ready now. The potion should be completely ready Friday evening. We think we'll be able to wake her then, and hopefully find out what she knows that Voldemort's so keen to keep her quiet about. Bertie's planning to be there, since the most likely thing for her to know is something about the ritual. Good. Well, I should head out. Bill said, getting up again. Mum's expecting me for dinner. He grimaced. I think she's invited another one of her friend's daughters. Best not to keep her, or the prospective bride, waiting then. Sirius agreed with a smirk. Send her and Arthur our greetings. Bill laughed at the teasing, gave a nod, and a moment later, he was gone. Harry breathed out, relaxing as Sirius came to sit beside him, nudging his shoulder. All right there, Pronglet? Sirius asked gently. Long day, Harry said, nestling into the sofa and allowing the warmth of the room and Sirius to lull him into a sleepy contentment. Long month, Sirius said, settling into a more comfortable position. I think on Sunday you and I should take the day off. Head out of Hogwarts and do something fun. Yeah. Harry brightened at the idea. He missed the Sunday Father Sundays with Sirius that they'd had in the summer. That'd be great. Dobby popped into view in front of them and held out the vibrating mirror with a waggle of his ears. Wolfie calling his Patty. Sirius grinned and took the mirror. Thank you, Dobby. He tapped the mirror and grinned again. Moony, Padfoot. Remus smiled warmly at Sirius, and his smile widened as Sirius turned the mirror, so it caught both him and Harry. Snitch. Moony. Harry smiled back. Dora sends her regards. Remus's eyes warmed with affection, and Harry was pleased to see it. Ever since the wedding, Remus seemed to have fully embraced his marriage with Tonks, and the result was a happy couple. She's gone to bed early. The cub keeps tiring her out. Really? Sissy's bouncing with energy. Sirius commented dryly. She spent 3 hours dragging me around London yesterday looking for the perfect crib. Don't worry. She ordered one for you too. It's being shipped, so should be with you next week. How did she manage to inveigle you into shopping? Remus asked, visibly amused. She needs protection from a possible attack from Caro, and Malfoy is out of the country right now on business. Sirius countered seriously. Besides, he smiled, I'm just cementing my case for godfather to little Reggie. Harry rolled his eyes. You know, Draco thinks he's got that sewn up. He's her brother. Sirius argued. He can't be her godfather. Besides, I am an excellent godfather. The best. Harry agreed, smiling. Remus chuckled. Narcissa is going to have your balls if you continue calling her child Reggie. What about you? Asked Sirius. Any names in the frame? He smoothed a hand down in his front. I'd like to remind you that Sirius is a good name. Harry burst out laughing. Remus shook his head. Dora suggested Theodore John after our father since it follows Black tradition to name him after forefathers, but I'd rather name him something unique. Do not call him Quaffle. Sirius instructed with mock sternness. I was going to suggest Bludger. Remus countered. Harry laughed again, and the two men joined in. The hilarity died down, and Sirius pointed at the mirror with a wagging finger. I assume you called to catch up on my meeting with Snape, Moony? Sirius didn't wait for a reply, but launched into it a summary. Remus regarded them with a frown. Sounds like you have a busy weekend coming up. We were thinking of taking Sunday off. Sirius said brightly. Good idea. Remus seemed to look past them for a moment, and turned back with a sigh. Got to go. Dora's just freaked the house elves out asking for Angel Delight, whatever that is. It's a muggle pudding mix. Harry explained. You just add milk and whisk, and you get this thick mousse kind of thing. My Aunt Petunia used to make it for posh dinners when they had people over. Remus smiled at him. Thank you, Harry. Have a good night. His gaze drifted to Sirius. Good luck with the Alliance meeting tomorrow. The mirror winked out, and Sirius placed the mirror carefully down on the coffee table. He slung an arm around Harry. I think you need an early night. Harry didn't argue. He was very tired. He gave Sirius a quick hug and said his goodnights. His bedtime routine was quick, and he clambered into his bed with a sigh of pleasure at the crisp, clean sheets that surrounded him. Hedwig gave an approving hoot from her perch, and Harry closed his eyes. The cemetery was cold. The gravestone in front of him was all too familiar. He reached out and touched the words reverently. Where there is love, there is life. It wasn't the first time he dreamed of the cemetery and his parents' graves since Paris. Every night since he'd returned to England, it seemed he dreamed of it again and woke with a sense of foreboding. So much so that he was almost afraid to sleep. You are drawn to this place. A voice intruded into the hushed silence and broke Harry's remembrance of his parents. He turned to face the visitor, a young man who looked remarkably similar to Harry but with an old-fashioned style of robe he had seen once before. They're my parents. Your blood. His ancestor said crisply, your flesh and bone. He approached another step and paused beside Harry. Our parents make us more than any other. You should remember that. Harry shivered. I'm not sure I'll remember this any more than I remember the other conversations I've had here. He could only remember fleeting glimpses of his conversation with Ignotus, only a faint memory of speaking with Death. The young man smiled at him. You'll remember this one, because I am the reason you can speak with the dead. Cadmus. Harry stared at him for a long moment. You're Ignotus's brother. Yes. Cadmus agreed. Your many times great-uncle. He lifted a hand and revealed an image of the gleaming resurrection stone. I harness my gift, and it is now yours. You could speak to whomever you wish. I spoke with my parents, already. Harry admitted. It was singularly his most brilliant and painful memory. He knew he couldn't use the stone again. It was too tempting. Why are you here? Ignotus thought you might respond better to someone else other than him this time. It's not that. I dislike what he did. Harry said grudgingly. I was upset before, but I understand it. Yes, you more than anyone would. Cadmus agreed. You won't make the same choice. No, agreed Harry. I won't make the same choice. Good, Cadmus said. You shouldn't make the same mistakes we made. We spent so much time making the Hallows, we forgot their blessing. His smile turned wistful. I spent so much time wishing to be with the dead. I forgot to want to live. Harry could remember when he had felt the same, when he'd felt the pain of losing Sirius and his parents. He turned back to the gravestone, aching with empathy. Ignotus lost Antioch, and I when we fell on the battlefield. He paid for our mistakes. You are paying for them now. Cadmus said, but for all you have lost, you have love, Harry, and where there is love, there is life. Harry completed the quote and turned back to Cadmus only to find him gone. Harry startled awake, his heart pounding. The conversation was clear in his mind, so clear and yet still so enigmatic. He scrubbed a hand over his face, frustrated, and turned over again in his bed, punching his pillow. He'd have to discuss the dream with Sirius and Remus, Harry mused wearily. Maybe they'd be able to decipher the message Cadmus had given him. He snorted. Or maybe it was just a dream. And I say that all he needs is a good sharp smack in the mouth with a trout. Griselda Marchbanks declared with a smirk. Really, Griselda? Augusta commented. I don't think I've ever seen that particular move employed in a Wisengamot debate before. Daniel Greengrass murmured as Carl Brandstone laughed beside him. Albert Goldstein lifted his cup. Griselda always has a unique outlook on political debate. Tiberius Ogden gave a huff. You have that right. Sirius barely allowed his own smirk to grace his lips for a moment before he cleared his throat and brought the meeting of the ancient and noble houses in the Potter Alliance to order. We're here to prepare for the upcoming Wisengamot session and share news. Sirius stated. He nodded toward Daniel. Politically, we're in a good place, Daniel stated firmly. The legislature remains under our control. There is a small minority on the old pureblood side, though Malfoy has conceded public leadership of the group to Benjamin, Not. Not is a true political animal. Intelligent, capable, and focused. He's not prone to emotional outbursts or rushing in. He makes good arguments. He set down his cup. We could have done worse. Isn't such a capable leader bad for us? Asked a subdued Richard Bones, idly. Actually, the opposite. Sirius answered. Not will keep them under control, and we'll have a forthright debate. It's good for the law to have a balanced view, and it will mean that our laws will gain more credibility having taken into consideration any valid points they raise. The next set of laws that are under review will be the Muggle laws we want to bring in. Arthur is going to make a proposal to begin reviewing the Statute of Secrecy legislation in the next session based on the findings around Muggle technology his department have made recently. We expect some opposition, but that the proposal will pass. The laws that Arthur will want to make will be problematic. Tiberius said gruffly, but we won't have to deal with getting them through for another few months. Arthur intends targeting the August session. Sirius confirmed. It provides enough time for us to ensure that the arguments on our side will be well constructed and to sound out the counter-arguments they are likely to make. The other proposal the Wisengamot is likely to have before it is one Avery is making. Daniel grimaced. All we've been able to find out about it so far is that it is a proposed amendment to the revised magical race and creature laws, and its primary thrust is a move to keep any kind of organized creature governance off British soil. So, a move to ensure Remus can't ever bring the pack here. Sirius summarized with a sigh. Daniel nodded. I fear so. I can't participate in the debate. Sirius said. I have too much of a vested interest. Exactly. Carl agreed. I expect they'd object if you did try. They may insist anyone in the Potter Alliance be prevented from debating on the same grounds. Augusta noted dryly. We all fall under the House of Potter, which is supporting the Lupin pack. Agreed, Daniel said, which is why I will make a motion to have Dirk make the rebuttal for Avery's motion. Griselda slapped a hand onto the table. Splendid. I haven't seen that protocol employed for years. Protocol? Asked Richard, delicately saving Sirius the trouble. The lawmaker defends his own law. Alpheus explained, simply. After all, if such an amendment was necessary, why wasn't it included in the first place? It's a good move, and lets US defeat the motion without calling undue attention. Sirius said. Anything else on the political front? Remus has sent over some information about international law and progresses they've made where we've fallen behind. Augusta said. A group of us are looking it over to see where we might want to propose change in the future. Good. Sirius nodded, remembering how Remus had reminded him they need to build bonds abroad, as well as at home just the day before. Remus himself was making a lot of headway in that regards because of his position in the European werewolf leadership. So, leaving aside politics, shall we move on to other topics? Daniel looked around, and a flurry of nods and gestures confirmed agreement. The next topic is Riddle and Crew then. Sirius said. He updated them on what little news he had. It's our hope things with Crouch will be brought to a head this weekend, and at least we'll be able to lock down Hogwarts until the third task. I have to admit that I'll be relieved if all that happens is we get Crouch out of Hogwarts, Richard said grimly. Just the knowledge that there's a Death Eater among the students, I've thought about pulling Susan out a dozen times. I've given the same consideration about Tony. Albert admitted. Daniel nodded. It's a difficult task, simply leaving our children in place suspecting there is a snake in the grass that could strike at them at any moment. The kids have been great, Sirius said. They're protecting each other. No one travels the corridors alone. No one is alone in their dormitories. They've managed to ensure that Crouch's ability to attack anyone is much reduced. It doesn't stop us worrying. Augusta said crisply. While we all agreed that the children were to remain at Hogwarts, it's maddening knowing we are leaving them in the company of an unseen enemy. Sirius nodded understandingly. Believe me, I have the same worries, the same anxieties. We know. Daniel said, and we know of all our children he's most likely to strike at Harry, which he's potentially doing by interfering in the third task. Sirius said, turning their attention to the reason why Crouch was at Hogwarts in the first place. Do we know how we think he's going to sabotage it this time? Asked Albert. Sirius shook his head. Albus has said that the task is dangerous enough on its own to be life-threatening just like the second. He paused. Of course we don't think the aim of this task is for Harry to actually die. To be challenged, yes. Mortally, no. Because the bastard wants to get Harry at the end of it. Griselda growled. Yes. Sirius sighed. If anything, I suspect the task to be designed to Harry's advantage to enable him to succeed. The assumption, then, is that Crouch is in place to ensure that Harry is abducted as soon as the tournament is feasibly over. Daniel surmised with a gesture of his hands. That's why he needs an agent close, not to sabotage the task, but to ensure he gets what he wants from it. Sirius nodded slowly. Unfortunately, the War Council is of the same opinion. However, even if Crouch gets caught or booted from Hogwarts, there's no guarantee that Riddle won't use some other means to get Harry for the final confrontation. More than likely he'd just use Snape, his one remaining agent at Hogwarts. Ultimately, it may not matter to him if it is your lad who ends up at the end of his wand. Tiberius pointed out, all the champions could be considered to have gone through the same challenges as your boy. Yes, the thought has occurred to Albus too. Sirius said, the most likely way for Voldemort to take Harry is with a portkey on the night of the third task. Bagman announced the aim of the task to the champions just over a week ago now, and it's well publicized that they have to traverse a maze with hidden dangers to find a cup. He shifted. Albus has confided the original cup was to be in the center of the maze, and when the champion reached it, it would portkey them to the winner's stand at the entrance of the maze. The task has been changed so that each individual has to find their own cup, but they still get portkeyed out of the maze, ostensibly to the winner's podium. I take it the cups are under lock and key, Daniel said, soberly. Unfortunately, all 4 cups will be on display the night before the task in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, thanks to the conditions Voldemort set in the parameters. Sirius said, they'll be guarded, but the risk remains that someone will be able to get to them. Daphne says the training plan and sessions are going well. Daniel said, breaking the silence that had followed Sirius's proclamation. As well as they can. Sirius agreed, lightening his tone. The Alliance is doing their best to help him, and we're very grateful. Pish-posh. Griselda said, strongly. We only wish we could do more. Has anything more been discussed about his affinity with the family magic, or an alternative to defeating Riddle? Asked Albert. There are a couple of possibilities. Sirius prevaricated. I can't say more than that. His eyes caught Richard's, and the head of the House of Bones winked at him. There wasn't very much more to cover, and Sirius made his way to the Ministry with a sense of satisfaction. The Alliance was being wonderfully supportive. Politically, they were doing the most of the work, leaving him to spend time with Harry. His spirits rose again as thought of the broom race he had in mind for Sunday. It would be good for them both to get out and do something other than brood over events. Harry looked tired and worn. Sirius had a suspicion he wasn't sleeping well, and his son's confidence that morning at breakfast about a dream involving a Peveril suggested it was fact. The dream was the reason why he was making his way through the Ministry to the Department of Mysteries. He tapped lightly on Bertie's office door and went in at the faint call to enter. Bertie greeted him with delight, and Sirius soon found himself seated with a steaming cup of tea. So, what brings you here today, Sirius? I'm afraid if it's progress on the ritual research. No, Sirius shook his head. Bill gave me a brief update on that yesterday. He sipped his tea and set it aside. Harry had a dream last night. He briefly sketched out the detail which Harry had provided that morning. Do you think it's possible it was the spirit of Cadmus Peveril, and that Harry has been having conversations with him and Ignotus in his dreams? I think all things are possible, Bertie said, looking at Sirius over the rim of his own cup. He took a fortifying sip. Harry united the Hallows the night he spoke to his parents at the cemetery. He wore the cloak, called the wand, and unlocked the stone. It's remarkable that all that happened that night was a comforting talk with his parents, and your reunion. Sirius nodded slowly. You don't have to explain to me what could have potentially happened, Bertie. Since Madame Vert was kind enough to share the story of the Hallows with you and Harry, it's been clear that there are forces at work we cannot comprehend. If we take the story at face value, Harry is Death's champion. He is barred from using the Hallows as Ignotus did to end a life, but nothing has been said to discourage using the Hallows otherwise. Bertie continued thoughtfully. A faint stirring of hope began to unfurl in Sirius's heart. Bertie gazed into his tea as though it held the answers. 3 things strike me. Firstly, Harry's ancestors are reaching out through Cadmus's gift to talk to Harry and share knowledge. You say Harry doesn't remember the first dream. He dreamed it back in Paris and barely remembered it on waking. He dismissed what he did remember and put it down to an overactive imagination after Vivian's tale. He vaguely remembers yelling at Ignotus, clearly remembers it took place in the cemetery, said he thought death turned up somewhere in all of it, but he says the rest of it is just a jumble of impressions, frustration more than anything. Sirius said, "In this dream, we have Ignotus send Cadmus as an envoy, the brother who could speak to the dead sent instead to speak to the living." Bertie said, "This is an attempt to ensure that Harry remembers, which would make the detail important." He put his cup down and clasped his hands. The dreams have both taken place in the cemetery by his parents' graves. Cadmus draws attention to that in Harry's dream and notes blood, flesh, and bone come from the parent. He tapped his fingers together. It's interesting that these are the 3 ingredients required for the resurrection. Do you think he's trying to tell Harry something about the ritual? Sirius asked soberly. Perhaps. Bertie allowed. The bone is from the father, but we've never focused on the importance of Riddle's own genealogy within the ritual. He pursed his lips and picked up a quill to scribble a quick note to himself. We shall look into this more, I promise you. Sirius nodded. What about the rest of the dream? It's interesting that it focused on Cadmus warning Harry not to make the same mistakes they made. Bertie frowned and reached for his tea. Sirius waited a tad impatiently, but he knew from the thoughtful frown that Bertie was working things through in his brilliant brain. Let us start with the first mistake. Lumiere's account suggests that the 3 brothers split up on the battlefield. They were separated from the start, each with their own artifact, but it was not enough in the eyes of magic to make the Hallows work as one, to imbue them with the blessings Merlin and the family magic had given them. Ignotus was left alone, without his brothers. Sirius said out loud, trying to understand the point Bertie was making. They didn't stand together. Bertie stated again. That was the first mistake. Thus, Harry should not fight alone, but with those that provide him strength. He set his cup down. If we allow him to be taken on the night of the tournament, then it follows that for a period of time he will face Riddle alone. Sirius nodded slowly. If we knew where Valdai is doing the ritual, we could be there and set up an ambush. Harry wouldn't be alone. Or if they found Voldemort before the 3rd task despite, that possibility looking more and more remote as time went on. It is something we should aim for, but realistically, Sirius? Bertie said gently. I know. Sirius sighed heavily. Bertie tapped his fingers together. Of course, Cadmus could have been speaking about a metaphorical loss rather than a physical one. It is entirely possible that the brothers metaphorically lost each other either through an argument or some other kind of schism. So Harry just has to keep in mind that he isn't alone. Sirius hummed, his mood brightening. Perhaps. There is strength in numbers, in allies. Bertie said. Sirius nodded again. Hadn't Harry won the heirs to fealty with just such a statement? Hadn't Lily and James counseled that Harry was weaker when he pushed others away? He gestured, signaling a change of topic. Cadmus mentioned mistakes, and for Harry not to make the same. Each of the brothers relied on their own artifact alone. Bertie said, the magic wanted them to work in concert. If Harry uses the artifacts, then he cannot pick and choose. He must use all 3. He continued solemnly. Nor can he make the mistakes the brothers made. Antioch relied too much on the fight in front of him, and forgot that sometimes there is treachery from behind. Sirius stated, Cadmus dwelt too much in death, and not enough in life. I think the conversation with Lily and James helped Harry in that regard. It had helped Sirius. Bertie nodded compassionately. And Harry has confirmed he will not use the Hallows to take Voldemort's life from him as though he was death himself, as Ignotus did with the 7. That mistake will not be repeated. So, if Harry takes the artifacts into the battle with Voldemort, he should be able to use them. Sirius nodded decisively. That's good to know. All for one, and one for all. Bertie said quietly. Sirius raised his eyebrows in silent question. A quote from some literature I once read. Bertie explained. It was a fascinating tale of treachery and adventure, romance and friendship, particularly brotherhood. The Marauders had that once. Sirius replied. All for one, and one for all. That could have been us at school. Do you think Pettigrew will help you? Bertie said. No. Sirius shook his head. I rather think he's the treachery in all this. His gray eyes dimmed with memories. He certainly was the last time. He sighed. If I think back to 81, I know we went ahead and made the same mistakes the Peverils did. James didn't see Wormtail stabbing him in the back. I focused too much on vengeance for the dead, and not enough on taking care of the living. And Remus stepped back from Harry because he didn't have us to strengthen him. He lifted his teacup. And yet, in many ways, we were already lost. We'd already allowed distrust and distance to start separating us. You won't make the same mistakes this time. Bertie commented. Not the same mistakes, Sirius agreed dryly, but I'm sure we'll make all new ones. The thought kept echoing in his head as he headed out to his last meeting of the day. It had been requested that morning, and it wasn't one he was looking forward to attending. He mentally prepared himself as he stepped into the ministry, flew, and out into the reception room at Black Manor. Penny greeted him, taking his cloak swiftly. Lord Knott and the Malfoys are waiting for you in your study. They have a tea tray. Would you like anything? I'm swimming in tea, Sirius said with a quick negative shake of his head. He left Penny in the library and entered his study, wrapping the mantle of Lord Black around himself like a shield. 2 of his 3 visitors rose when he entered. Lucius had already been on his feet. Sirius ignored the men and greeted his cousin first. Sissy, you look blooming. Sirius bussed her cheek and squeezed her hand supportively. She did look stunning. Pregnancy suited her, adding color to her complexion and providing a healthy weight to her body. Thank you, cousin. Narcissa replied formally. She allowed him to usher her back into her chair, while he greeted Knott and Lucius with handshakes. Sirius remained standing when Lucius demurred, overtaking a seat. He was Slytherin enough to understand the subconscious power exercise of standing over someone who was seated, and he refused to allow Lucius to use the tactic on him. Good to see you back in the country, Lucius, Sirius said evenly. When did you get back? We traveled this morning. Lucius inclined his head toward Knott. Sirius hadn't realized they had gone together. And the first thing you requested was a meeting with me? Knott nodded. The Dark Lord has been busy abroad. Caro Pet Vampire is in charge of raising an army, and to spread the word of his imminent return on the night of the 3rd task. Sirius's eyes narrowed dangerously. You heard this abroad? From Albert Blanc. Knott said, giving up his contact bluntly enough that Lucius raised his eyebrows. Blanc was a prominent politician in the French court de Magicale. He was the head of an old family and a brilliant tactician. He had been the public face of the French government's refusal to lend Britain aid in the last war. He wasn't a Death Eater, but his sympathies were not far removed. His estate neighbors mine in Brittany. Knott explained. Our families have enjoyed a cordial relationship for over 100 years. Sirius inclined his head. His source. A messenger. Knott grimaced. From the description, I would say it was Dennis Travers. Makes sense. Sirius commented coolly. We believe Crouch is at Hogwarts still. Pettigrew is tasked to remain close to Voldemort, and Caro is persona non grata on the continent after the incident in Bulgaria. Travers is a poor diplomat. Lucius drawled casually, flicking lint from his sleeve. but he is effective at delivering a message. Sirius frowned. There's been no sight of him traveling abroad. The vampires have supply lines. Not explained brusquely. We believe he was secreted out in this fashion and landed in France almost 4 weeks ago. Sirius crossed his arms. I can't help but note that you're telling me all of this information very freely. Not sighed, and leaned back the chair he had selected. You know my motivation, Sirius. I will not restate it. I'm certain we all share the need to protect our children. Narcissa asserted, drawing Sirius's attention. If the Dark Lord returns, none of our children will be safe. She looked at Sirius with determination. You know more than you have shared with us. I do. Sirius agreed. There were many things which he wouldn't share with the Malfoys. We know that the Dark Lord plotted to get Potter into the tournament. Lucius said, we know he is plotting to return. The date of the third task is magically significant. Not continued. There is a resurrection ritual that calls for the blood of an enemy who has been challenged and in fear of their lives for 9 months, a condition which could be said to be met through that same enemy being a champion in the tournament. Sirius debated for a long moment whether to concede the information. It wasn't surprising that they'd pieced some of it together. You know the ritual? He asked instead, knowing his question was as much of an admission as though he'd stated it explicitly. Not withdrew a book from his cloak and placed it on a side table. I once lent this book to Tom Riddle. I don't doubt that he has remembered the contents. Sirius almost swallowed his tongue. A book. An actual book. They'd been searching for information about the ritual, and Not had just handed it all to them, without asking for anything in return. We have a détente, but nothing that would press you to provide this level of aid and support. I assume you want protection, asked Sirius bluntly. For Theo. Not reiterated. Sirius held Not's gaze for a long moment, but found only sincerity and determination looking back at him. He made his decision abruptly. Lucius and Narcissa will be covered by family oaths, he said. I'll need an oath before I tell you anything further. I'll make a vow. Not agreed unhesitatingly. The wording took a few moments to agree, but the vow was swiftly taken. Sirius directed Lucius to a seat and took one himself as he confirmed their suspicions regarding the ritual and the role of the tournament. We think Voldemort will try to grab Harry from the tournament and use him in the ritual. You have a plan to prevent this? Lucius asked snidely. A couple. Sirius confirmed in a sharp tone that warned Lucius to watch himself. Narcissa cleared her throat. You are not confident that either will work. Sirius tilted his dark head in his cousin's direction. Both plans rely on us either finding Voldemort or the agent he placed within the castle, or finding out what method he will use to abduct Harry before it happens. For the latter, we can close down many avenues, but the Portkey ward will be down during the third task, and the champions will be ostensibly alone in the maze. Not grimaced. It would be easy enough to plan a Portkey and the task's obstacles keyed to your son. Sirius nodded grimly. On the former, well, we might find Crouch before the third task, but we all think he's insane enough to ensure we wouldn't get anything out of him unless we managed to completely immobilize him and dose him with truth serum before he could do anything. I see your dilemma. Not said. His face creased in thought. I assume you are contemplating allowing Lord Potter to be taken so you can find Riddle and finish this? It is one option. Sirius said calmly. You can't be serious. Narcissa exclaimed, her eyes widening with horror. Sirius repressed the urge to make the obvious joke. It wasn't the time for levity. He turned to his cousin instead. Voldemort has an obsession with Harry. If we don't find Voldemort but stop him from taking Harry, that saves Harry from one torment, but means Harry continues to live with the threat of Voldemort hanging over him until they do meet. Knowing he will try for Harry on the third task gives us a window of opportunity. He raised a hand when her eyes flashed angrily. I don't want to use Harry as bait or have him involved at all, but Harry believes that this might be the best way to end this, and I can't argue with his logic. How very Gryffindor. Lucius sneered. And Slytherin. Not countered. Turning an enemy's plan back on themselves is very Slytherin. Harry has some Slytherin traits. Sirius acknowledged. If this plan goes ahead, we would have a small advantage, but an advantage. He grimaced. Although the news Voldemort is out amassing support is not welcome. You do realize that the first thing he will do when resurrected is call all who wear the mark to him. Lucius said derisively. Lucius is correct. Not said. Riddle will call us and punish any who do not answer. In this you may be comforted that he will not kill your son immediately if he has him. He will want an audience. How many of you will be called? Asked Sirius bluntly. Within the country, and not imprisoned. Not hummed. Perhaps 20 or 30 of us that are known to each other, although he may only summon those in the inner circle, of which they were around 15, about 10 of us who are not imprisoned. Sirius hid his own satisfaction at Knott's openness. I guess it's likely that you'll end up being called either way. The question is, what do you want us to do when we are called? Knott rejoined. If he wants us to injure your son, we can argue. Those of us with the détente, that is, we can argue we cannot harm him, but we will do that at risk of torture and death. He'll ask you to make a choice sooner or later, regardless of the when. Sirius pointed out. You know that, and accepted the risk when you agreed the détente. Knott conceded with a gesture. I assume you wish for me to spy. Lucius said cuttingly. You assume wrongly. Sirius said firmly. You've done a great deal for the House of Black since the summer, Lucius, and he won't forgive you for placing yourself back under the house primacy. I'm not interested in sending you in like a lamb to slaughter, so you're safe. If the worst comes to the worst, and Voldemort survives the encounter, and is free, you can go abroad and hide. Lucius was unable to hide his surprise for a moment, but he swiftly covered with another sneer. Narcissa raised her cup in gratitude. Myself and the others are not so fortunate. Knott stated dryly. We shall have to think about our response, carefully. He caught Sirius's gaze again. Theo talks with passion of your son's power and prowess. Are you confident that he will be able to defeat him fully? He can defeat him. Sirius responded forcefully. He has affinity with the family magic. Knott noted, his eyes shrewd and calculating. Does he mean to use it? Sirius raised one eyebrow in mocking acknowledgement. He has an affinity, yes, but that may be because he has the oaths of fealty and alliance from the others. Whether all the magic would come when it's called. Knott grimaced ruefully. I can see why there is doubt. You are not certain the magics of those who are branded with the dark mark would accept his call. Sirius gave a slow nod. Something for us to think about. Knott said quietly, almost to himself. Perhaps our oaths to do no harm would suffice. He shook his head and got to his feet. Thank you for your candidness, Sirius. We will need to discuss a way forward with our allies. Do you give permission for us to speak to them on this? I'll allow you to reveal the likelihood of the third task's link to the potential resurrection, and to talk in general terms that it is likely that Voldemort had a plan for abducting Harry, and what you might want to do, or not, if he does call you to bear witness to attempting to kill my son again. Sirius said sharply as he stood. Nothing else. You don't mention explicitly that we may use it as an opportunity to take him down. Knott picked up the book and handed it to Sirius. You may keep this. Sirius nodded his thanks, and after Knott took his leave from the Malfoys, escorted him out to the flue. He returned to the study, and the Malfoys who sat in stony silence. You should have already confided in us. Narcissa remonstrated with him coldly. We are useless to you if we are without inside knowledge, and you know we are bound to keep your secrets. Sirius glared back at her. And if I trusted you wholly, you'd consider me a fool. Narcissa conceded the point with an angry toss of her head. Sirius sighed and gestured with the book. There is not much else to tell, cousin. You know about the prophecy. Then you seek to resolve it on the night of the third task. Lucius said stiffly. Now you sound like Albus. Sirius commented, aiming for a cheery tone. Lucius flushed a purple color. There is no need to insult me. Sirius held up a hand in silent apology, but inwardly awarded himself a point. Lucius gave a huff and finally sat, perching himself on the sofa next to his wife. High hand caressed the top of his cane, giving away his nervousness. It is a sound stratagem to ambush the Dark Lord when you have knowledge he is to strike. Sirius sat and leaned back in his own chair, giving the impression he was more relaxed than he felt. I'd be happier if we didn't have to risk Harry in the effort. Lucius acknowledged Sirius's words with a small nod. A pity, but he is up to the challenge. There was a hint of a question in the remark, and Sirius ignored it. What's your take on his gathering support abroad? Sirius asked instead. The Dark Lord will want to return in a position of strength. Lucius said. He cannot be unaware of the political environment you have created here. He knows he cannot retake the ground he has lost with the few followers he has that remain loyal to him. Sirius nodded. It made an unfortunate kind of sense. You cannot trust, though, that those who have sworn détente will keep them in the face of his presence. Lucius said quietly. It was a fair warning, and Sirius nodded. I'd hope they'd think twice about lifting a wand to help him, but I'm not counting on it. Lucius nodded in reply, and fingered his cane again. Speaking of trust, Severus Snape has informed Avery that he is now working on a key potion to restore the Dark Lord. I believe it was this rumor which alerted Benjamin to the exact nature of the ritual the Dark Lord intends to use. I'm aware of what Snape's up to. Sirius said dismissively. Very well. Lucius glanced at Narcissa, who raised an elegant eyebrow. He sighed and turned back. The other thing of note you may wish to consider is that a large consignment of magical snakes has been procured and is on its way to Hogwarts. I witnessed the magical transportation this morning at the ministry. It had to be for the third task, Sirius realized. Magical snakes would provide a good obstacle in the maze, and it validated the theory that Voldemort would have stacked the third task in favor of Harry, assuming he knew about Harry's Parseltongue abilities. There were a number of poisonous breeds included. Lucius continued with a sneer. Perhaps it would not be remiss for Harry to learn some healing spells as part of his training. Narcissa added, That's a good idea. Sirius acknowledged and made a mental note to talk to Harry about including it in the training plan. Lucius changed the topic to the upcoming Wisengamot session, and Sirius led him, interested to see how much Lucius would give away about Avery's petition. It was another hour before the Malfoys took their leave. Sirius fled back to Hogwarts and took sanctuary in the small study in his quarters. He sent a letter with Hooter to Bill asking him to call around that evening. He planned to give him Knott's book to aid the investigation into the ritual. Hopefully it would provide some details they didn't have, give them some kind of advantage. His mirror vibrated and Sirius picked it up quickly, grinning as he answered, and Moony's face swam into view. It took Sirius quite a while to catch Remus up with the events of the day. His oldest friend looked grave when Sirius had finished. You've had quite the day, Remus commented, stroking his chin. It hasn't even been 24 hours since we last spoke. Sirius shrugged. Things are beginning to move, which is why I was calling you. Remus said, Dora and I have been talking, and we think we should come home. Moony, hear me out, Padfoot. Remus said firmly. His warm brown eyes met Sirius's through the mirror. Politically, we're out of the woods in terms of mine and Dora's relationship. Yes, there's still some fallout, but not much. With your permission, we'll move into the Black Estate, and Dora will be behind major wards and protected. Out of sight, then, for the most part. But we'll be able to spend time with you and Harry and be there for the third task. Dora knows she can't be part of the fight, but I will not let you and Harry face that alone. Sirius battled with his head and heart for a long moment. His heart wanted his friend beside him, but also wanted to protect him. His head believed their plans would only benefit from having Remus closer, but was also concerned that the political fallout of having Remus back in England wasn't going to be as minimal as Remus thought. He sighed heavily. You have permission to move you and Dora to the Black Estate. Remus began to smile, triumphantly. But, Moony, you keep a low profile, and you both stay out of the fighting. Sirius stated sternly. We'll make the arrangements, and aim to come back early next week. Remus said with only a touch of smugness. Sirius harumphed, but his expression warmed. You've been missed, Moony. It'll be good to have you home. Remus smiled brightly at him. It'll be good to be home, Padfoot. We'll talk more tomorrow. The mirror went blank, and Sirius gave a small chuckle. He couldn't deny he was relieved Remus would be with him again. It had felt so wrong, the werewolf being so far away. He frowned as a thought drifted through his head. Hadn't Cadmus warned of schisms and distance? Hadn't James and Lily? Sirius shook himself as though he were in his grim form, suddenly pleased that he'd agreed to the homecoming. It was time for them to come together, time for the allies to make sure there was no distance separating them. His lips firmed. They wouldn't make the same mistakes as the Peveril brothers. Harry's survival depended upon it. Harry scoffed down the last of his toast and hummed at the headline in the Prophet. It was clear that the imminent Wizengamot debate about werewolves in Britain had already come to the attention of the newspaper, and there was a tentative article presenting both sides of the debate. He wondered if Moony returning with Dora would be reported as a good thing or a bad thing. Sirius bounded up to the table, taking his place with a swish of his wand to lay the napkin on his lap and start the pot pouring his early morning coffee. Harry stared at him, a little bemused. You're in a good mood. Moony was on the mirror. Sirius explained. He's confirmed he's coming back on Sunday to oversee the preparations, and then Dora and the bump will follow after him. Patrick's staying behind on the farm, but Clara's coming with them to give Remus some help with the steward work. Harry smiled back at his beaming father. That's great. I can't wait until they're back. Me either, Sirius said cheerfully. It'll be good to have them home. He took an appreciative sip of his coffee, humming in satisfaction. I was thinking we might give the Prophet an exclusive interview with the happy couple at the Black Estate ahead of the Wizengamot session. Harry nodded, pleased at the tactic. It wouldn't end the debate, but it would give them some positive press before the session. The door chimed. Harry looked at his watch and grimaced. I have to get to class. Be good, Sirius said brightly. And if you can't be good, don't get caught. Harry chorused with him. They grinned at each other, briefly. Harry grabbed his bag and hurried over to the door. Bill was waiting patiently on the other side. He nodded a greeting and a goodbye to Sirius as Harry stepped through the doorway, and they were on their way. So history of magic first, right? Bill asked. That's right, Harry said, looking forward to the class. Professor Memoir made the history class much more interactive and fun. There was no opportunity to sleep as there had been with Binns. Charms for the rest of the class after that. So Caro and I will be taking you for a dueling session. Bill recited. And then potions all afternoon. Harry made a face to show his disgust, and Bill laughed. Harry adjusted his bag. His relationship with Snape had improved leaps and bounds, but Harry still didn't enjoy being taught by the spy. "What about you?" Bill copied Harry's disgusted face and sighed. "More research." "Don't you have to do a lot of research as part of your job?" questioned Harry with sincere interest. Curse breaking sounded like a great job. "I do," Bill admitted, "but normally I'm not the one going through the dusty books. I usually get the summary from the research team and have to then work out practically what I do with it." "You miss it," Harry commented, feeling a touch guilty. Bill shrugged. "I've enjoyed my service, Harry, never doubt that. It's been important, and it's opened my eyes to a lot of things." He smiled suddenly. "I can't deny, though, that I'll be glad to get back to my day job for a while." His smile took on a hint of the twins' mischief. "You know, going through dusty old tombs with dead bodies, and—" Yeah, Harry said, waving him off as he remembered why he'd ruled Bill's job out as a possible career option. Bill deposited him at the door of History of Magic, where the rest of the fourth-year Gryffindors were already waiting. Harry kissed Hermione lightly, sliding his hand into hers and grinning at her a touch. Hermione's eyebrows rose a touch. "You seem happy." "Why shouldn't he be?" Ron remarked. "He's staying in the dorm tonight." Harry nodded. "And Remus is coming home on Sunday." "Really?" asked Hermione, lighting up. "Oh, it'll be good to see him and Dora. Andy will be thrilled." Harry was about to reply when the classroom door opened and the professor ushered them inside. He shrugged away his reply. He'd tell Hermione about Crouch and the press stuff later. Barty whistled low under his breath as he whirled his wand in the right sequence. Gilbert Pinner, the plain seventh-year Ravenclaw he was pretending to be, was a perfect foil for him. Gilbert was a pure-blood orphan of a very minor house very distantly related to the Crouches. The young boy lived with his grandfather, an irascible old man who had died a very quick death under Barty's wand. Gilbert was nicely potioned up in the basement, and under the guard of an elf he had purchased back during the previous summer when he'd had freedom to roam. At Hogwarts, Gilbert was an introverted student, shying away from the other students. He was treated courteously by the others in his year, but there were no close friendships. He would leave Hogwarts with an unremarkable education. Little Gilbert should be grateful to him, Barty considered. Certainly once it was revealed that Barty had chosen him to impersonate, the Ravenclaw would find himself the sudden center of attention. Well, perhaps posthumously, but still fame and infamy were on the cards for Gilbert. Of course, Barty couldn't wait to be free of the disguise, and he was closer than ever to that goal. His mission at Hogwarts was almost over. His main mission was to set up the third task to ensure it delivered Harry into the hands of his father. The Dark Lord was insistent that it had to be Potter, and after all the work that Barty had put into getting Potter into the tournament, he was agreed. The parameters of the task had been changed to be more dangerous, and while Moody's security was tight, Barty had finally been able to sabotage the maze 2 nights before. There was only the switching of Potter's cup for the duplicate one with a portkey. Barty had thought he'd need to stay in Hogwarts to do the spell, but while the cups were tightly locked up, the podiums they would be displayed upon were simply stored in an old classroom. Barty had spelled all 4 with a timed switching spell, just to be on the safe side. His first mission then was all but complete. The second mission the Dark Lord had assigned was easy enough: somewhere to hide the vanishing cabinet so that a group of the Death Eaters they were recruiting would be able to sneak into Hogwarts under the wards. Barty had left the cabinet in Trelawney's teaching room under a timed transfiguration. The small, frivolous unicorn ornament would change at the start of the third task back to its original form. Barty couldn't decide whether he wanted to be at his father's side in the graveyard or taking down Hogwarts. Whatever his father wanted, Barty reminded himself. He wasn't too eager to earn another punishment. Carrow punishment for not using the ward buster had been brutal. His skin had been half flayed from his body before Pettigrew had been ordered to heal him. Pettigrew was a mediocre wizard, so Caro had been left horrifically scarred. Barty valued his own looks and was keen to avoid that particular punishment. Caro had at least been useful in helping them have a conduit to Europe to recruit. With so many of their supposedly loyal brethren in England rolling over for Black and the reshaped Wisengamot, the Death Eaters needed new members. At least the charm that Pettigrew had given him to hide was working. Pettigrew had informed the Dark Lord at the beginning of the school year of a map, an artifact that he had created along with his friends, which showed every individual within the wards of the castle. In his 7th year, Pettigrew had found a spell in the restricted section to hide himself from the map, so his friends wouldn't tease him if they spotted he was with a girl. Apparently, Pettigrew had used the spell liberally at Hogwarts when he'd play-acted as the Weasleys' rat. It had only been in his horror of being chased across the grounds by Black that he had forgotten to recast it. Barty had been wary, but so far the charm had worked like a dream. He cast it every morning and night, and so far he had gone unnoticed. But not unsuspected. He was aware that the staff were cautious. Moreover, no matter how quiet the students kept the rumor, the whispers that a student might be being impersonated had found its way to most of the student populace. He was certain that he was being watched. Constant vigilance, as Moody would say. Barty repressed the urge to chuckle madly. Barty looked up as Flitwick approached as though to examine his work, and carried on when the diminutive professor went straight by him to the more charismatic Gerhardt Fulstrom. He was miffed at the professor's dismissal of his perfect work, but he assumed Pinner was used to it. The other mission was one which Barty had set himself. He wanted to ensure that there was no threat to the Dark Lord from either Winky or the Summers woman. It still smarted that Dumbledore, Black, and Potter had located the pair. Barty grimaced. His family magic still would not come to him despite performing the inheritance ritual. He shook away the thought and focused on the charm he was doing. He'd located Winky pretty quickly. As her master, it had been easy enough to follow their bond. The little elf was kept in a small room off the infirmary. She was attended daily by another elf, but other than that was alone. Her room was barely warded. It would be easy enough to sneak in and end her life. Barty felt no remorse for killing the small elf who had cared for him as a child, remembering only her part in his imprisonment by his father. That Winky had had no choice in following his father's orders didn't occur to Barty. He would be safe with her death. The new elf he had acquired would mask him from the Black Elves, and Winky's fate was sealed. That left only the Summers woman. It had been clear after careful investigation that the Summers woman was not at Hogwarts despite the understanding that she was. Barty knew she must have been transferred to a ministry safe house somewhere, and it was unlikely that he'd find her. He'd decided to turn his attention instead to destroying the potion that would wake her. Severus had sent word to Father that the potion for the Summers woman would be done by the beginning of the following week. Oh, the potion's master had given the Dark Lord platitudes about ensuring the woman would be mute for the rest of her life when she was given it, but Barty wasn't taking any chances. He had managed to locate Severus's quarters and the lab within. He had identified the strong wards that Severus had placed. He knew that destroying the potion would need to be his final foray, as he would be discovered, and, with the vanishing cabinet out of reach, he would have to fight his way out. What he needed was a distraction, and he'd come up with the perfect one. Barty almost wished he could grin, but it would break his cover. He only needed a few more hours, he reminded himself. Only a few more hours, and he would be back by his father's side. Finding Pronglet's Power, Chapter 6. I surrender. Caro yelled, breathless with laughter from the strong tickling spell Harry had thrown at her. It was all Bill could do to avoid Harry's rope spell as he tried not to laugh himself silly at the sight of her writhing on the floor of the room of requirement. He skidded behind a nearby sofa and sent a stunner in Harry's direction. Harry dived over a chair to safety, and the stunner impacted the furniture, sending it flying. Harry cast another stunner towards Bill, who managed to duck and land a summoning spell on Caro, who slid across the floor to him. He immediately cast a finite, and she stopped laughing, swiping at her wet face as she gasped for breath. Bill shot up some sparks. End. That's enough for today. Harry didn't move from his position, but he stopped casting. What's the white flag phrase? Bill grinned. In one of their first duels, Bill had hit Harry with a hex after he called time. He'd pointed out the Death Eaters weren't going to play fair, and Harry was going to need to be cautious if anyone called time or surrendered in a duel. Red is my color. Bill yelled. Harry stepped out, and Bill stood up, offering a hand to Caro. Caro took it gratefully. She shot Harry a disgruntled look. You overpowered that tickling spell. Harry shook his head and grinned at her. Took you down and out. Damn it. Caro swore, brushing down her black pants. It was a good tactic. Bill, aloud. You all right, Caro? Just my pride. Caro admitted ruefully. She brushed a lock of hair out of her eyes. Bill was suddenly very aware that Caro was wearing very tight black leggings, a cropped top, and nothing else but trainers. She was sweaty and damp and very appealing. Harry cleared his throat. Bill flushed and turned back to the now smirking teen. All right, Harry, what could you have done, Diff? A loud bang echoed through the school, and for a second, it seemed as though Hogwarts trembled. What the hell was that? Demanded Caro. Bill caught Harry as he charged for the door. Stay behind me. He knew it was useless to argue for the teen to stay in the room. Sirius will have my head if you just go running out. Harry nodded briskly. They opened the door and peeked into the corridor. It all looked normal, but the portrait across the corridor was empty. Bill gripped his wand and marched forward to the window. He gazed out and caught sight of smoke. It was the infirmary. All students to their common rooms. All students to their house common rooms. Dumbledore's voice sounded through the school, concern and worry evident in the amplified tone. The infirmary's on fire. Bill informed Harry and Caro in a clipped voice. We'd better get you back to your rooms. Harry. You go help, Harry said quickly. Caro can walk me back. Caro nodded and pushed Bill a touch. Go. Bill gave her a quick glance of gratitude and ran for the infirmary. He made his way downstairs and down corridors until he came to the infirmary doors. Minerva and Phileas were already there casting. He swore at the smoke seeping out from under them. He joined them, recognizing the wand movements as a charm to hold back fire and one to transfigure the door to glass so they could see inside. Where's everyone else? Bill demanded as he added a charm to dispel the smoke, shooting it under the door. The headmaster is outside dealing with the structural damage and holding the wards. Minerva said sharply. Helen, Poppy, and 4 students are inside. Phileas fretted. Running feet caused Bill to spin around, wand drawn to deal with the threat. He was pleased to see Sirius and Snape. Moody's gone to assist the headmaster. Snape told the others. Suddenly the wood became glass, and they all peered through and froze. The left outer wall of the infirmary was just cracked down the center, light seeping in from the sun outside, and the crack traveled all the way across the floor to the inner sanctum of the infirmary. The inner wall was ablaze, smoke and flames creating a wall of fire. There. Sirius pointed with his wand. Underneath a bed as far from the blaze as possible were the huddled forms of Poppy and 2 students. Bill and Sirius looked at each other and raised their wands in unison. Bill cast bubbleheads on them, both as Sirius vanished the doors in a rush of powerful magic that thrummed through the air. They dived in, peripherally aware of Snape Minerva and Phileas shifting to cast spells that would hold the heat and smoke back from them. Sirius banished anything in their path, and they soon skidded to a halt, kneeling down to get under the bed. It was damp to the touch, and Bill realized Poppy must have drenched it in water, trying to keep it from going up in flames. "Take the children," Poppy ordered, pushing the 2 second years at them. Sirius took the girl who was crying hysterically, and Bill grabbed hold of the lad. "We'll be back for you in a moment, Poppy," Sirius informed her sternly. Bill cast a bubble head over her, and her expression eased with relief. She nodded. They hurried back across the room and deposited the students with Minerva, who ushered the youngsters away along the corridor. "Hurry," Phileas shouted. "We can't hold this. Get Poppy." Sirius ordered immediately, hurrying to Snape's side and helping with the suppression magic. Bill charged back into the infirmary, running full tilt to reach the end of the ward. Poppy saw him and started inching out from under the bed. He grabbed hold of her and shushed her as he picked her up. As he made his way back, the crack groaned, and the windows shattered in a storm of deadly glass particles. Bill knew he wouldn't get a shield up in time. Knew Sirius, Phileas, and Snape could not come to his aid. He moved, placing his back to the windows, covering Poppy as much as he could while she protested weakly. And nothing hit him. He looked up astonished. "Get moving, you great pillock," Caro yelled from the doorway. Her wand was out, and he knew immediately it had been her who had shielded him. Bill stood, adjusted his hold on Poppy, and hurried through. The 3 other wizards followed him with alacrity. "You must go back," Poppy said urgently, pushing Minerva away when she tried to start a diagnostic charm. Helen was in the private examination room with 2 Hufflepuff students. Bill set her down on a nearby bench and went back to Sirius, who was at the doorway examining the lay of the land. He shook his head. "There's no way through here." Poppy gave a cry. Suddenly, a blue wave of magical energy, singing with the signature of Albus Dumbledore, swept over them and into the infirmary. It smothered the flames and destroyed the smoke, leaving only silence and the devastation of the fire behind. "Thank Merlin," Minerva muttered, pushing the hair that had escaped her due back. Her hand squeezed Poppy's shoulder comfortingly. "Sirius, Helen," Bill checked with Sirius in a silent look, and they both headed back in. Bill was aware Snape was following them. The charred and melted contents were grim to look at, with the crumbling inner walls shocking in their destruction. They moved carefully through the half-collapsed doorway into the small corridor with the private rooms. It was suddenly clear where the fire had originated. A room at the end of the crack was black at the door. A quick peek inside, and Bill gagged. The room had been blown to bits and burned. The shape of something on what had been the bed was a small pile of ash. Cracks spiderwebbed across ceiling and floor. One of the inner walls was half gone. Sirius gripped his wand tighter. This was the elf's room. He performed a spell that Bill recognized from the Auror Handbook. Forensic detection. The explosive device was in here, but there's only elf magic present. "Crouch," Snape snarled, and Bill was reminded how Crouch had used his elf to terrorize Harry the summer before. Sirius nodded grimly. He must have secured another elf and decided he didn't need her anymore. Snape pointed his wand down the corridor. "Down here." The first private examination room was empty. The second the same. The third had evidence of being used, but was also empty. Sirius pursed his lips and cast an aura detection spell. Portkey was used. Bill nodded and wiped his brow. "That means they're safe, right?" Snape nodded slowly. "I am uncertain how they circumvented the Portkey ward, though." Bill sighed in relief. 2 elves popped in and started setting the examination room to rights. They carefully made their way out and found the bedraggled group of professors in the corridor was bereft of Poppy, Minerva, and the students, and had been joined by the headmaster and Moody. "We think Dr. Jordan portkeyed out," asked Sirius quickly. The ward was momentarily disrupted around the infirmary due to the explosion. Dr. Jordan carries a portkey to the Valley Clinic for emergencies, and thus will have arrived there with her 2 charges. Dumbledore confirmed gravely. "They will return in a week." "That's something," Sirius said, not hiding his relief. "Poppy." "Minor injuries," Dumbledore replied, "along with her 2 charges. Minerva has taken them to the secondary infirmary by the Great Hall. She was going to summon a healer from St. Mungo's to attend them." He gave a heavy sigh. "The explosion damaged the fire ward, but it is now re-established. All the other wards have held, and the damage is mostly superficial. The elves will have everything fixed by tomorrow. We will need the potion supply replenished, but we can apply to St. Mungo's for an emergency source. I assume the DMLE is on its way." Sirius turned to Moody, who nodded. "You'll want to tell them that there was an explosive device left in the elf's room by another elf. I know damned well it wasn't Dobby, so Crouch has procured another to his dirty work." Moody growled. "And hide his identity," Snape said smoothly. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Posey." An elf appeared immediately. "I believed the wards have restricted all elves but Hogwart elves. Are you aware of any others that have been within the school?" Dumbledore asked gently. "Many student elfsies come and go. Elfsies of students are considered Hogwarty elfsies, Master Dumbledore." Posey answered immediately, her ears waggling. "Merlin's bloody balls." Moody exploded. "Alaster." Dumbledore began remonstratively. "There is a lady—" "You've got that right, Moody," Caro agreed. "Is there a chance that this isn't just about getting rid of the elf?" Moody asked Snape. Snape's shoulders moved in an elegant shrug. "He's insane. Anything is possible." Moody's expression turned even grimmer. "We need to check all the classrooms and common areas. He may have had his elf plant more explosives." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Posey, have the elves check for anything that may explode and report it to Professor Moody at once, and restrict access to Hogwarts to elves of the school, and the black elves only." Her large head bobbed, and she disappeared. "I'd better go collect my son before he wears the carpet out with his pacing," Sirius said. "Thank you, Sirius, and you, William." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at them. "Your help was most appreciated." Bill fell into step beside Sirius and smiled when Caro moved to Sirius's other side. She winked at him, and he grinned appreciatively at her. He'd have to think about buying her a thank you for the shield, maybe a night out at that cinema thing she'd introduced him to. The big screen, with its enormous photo detailing a story. It was tremendous. Sounded like a plan to him. "All students will gather in the Great Hall for lunch. There will be announcements. All students." Dumbledore's voice sounded again. Bill tuned out Sirius's complaints that the headmaster had done that on purpose, knowing Sirius was on his way to Harry, and turned his mind back to his future plans. Barty found it hard to cackle wildly as he followed the rest of the Ravenclaws to their table. He settled himself down between the sixth form and a place from Natalie Warren, certain that no one would notice him in the shade of the captivating head girl. He ignored the heated whisperings as the table debated what had happened and what it meant. He watched instead as the Gryffindors filed in, Potter among them with his hand clasped to an elf's. Barty controlled his features. It was the elf that had seen to Winky, and clearly it was Potter's own elf. Shame his explosion hadn't caught the little vermin. Black hurried in along with the Weasley heir and a blonde, shapely woman who garnered more than one stare for her skimpy attire. Potter sprang up to greet them, and they joined him on the Gryffindor table. The staff swept in, but remained standing in front of their seats. Moody and McGonagall were missing along with the infirmary staff. Dumbledore waited for quiet before he spoke. "Thank you. It's my grave duty to inform you that the infirmary was attacked today. We believe the perpetrator to be Bartemius Crouch Jr. The DMLE is on site and searching the grounds, but we believe Mr. Crouch used an elf and thus will not be found easily." Barty preened. He had done such a good job. Mutterings broke out across the hall. Dr. Jordan and Madame Pomfrey are both safe, as are the 4 students who were in their care. Unfortunately, an elf in the care of the school was killed. Dumbledore announced. Silence settled again, except for a pitiful wail from the elf by Potter. "The secondary infirmary is located by the hall through the chamber door, behind me." Dumbledore waved, and a set of doors identical to the ones that opened up to the infirmary appeared. "It will be used for at least a few days, until we can verify the main infirmary has been repaired and properly outfitted." Barty grimaced. He had once read about the secondary infirmary in Hogwarts, a history, but had thought it would have fallen out of use. No matter. His explosion had caused damage, and it had served its purpose. Lunch will now be served and classes will resume this afternoon. Dumbledore intoned before leaving, the food appearing on the tables in his wake. Barty ducked his head as the rest of the table erupted in a storm of debate. He reached instead for the shepherd's pie by his elbow. The afternoon would be busy, and he would need a good meal. Harry took his place in the potions lab with a sigh. He actually enjoyed the brewing of potions, but he hated Snape's tutelage. Hermione gave him a smile when he turned around to look at her, and Harry smiled back. He'd just returned his face to the front when Snape stormed in with his usual swirling robes. "You may be assured this classroom has been examined and no explosive device found." Snape sneered. He snapped his wand at the board, and the ingredients for a simple calming draught appeared. "Our infirmary is in need of potions, and I expect perfection." He sneered. 2 hours. You may begin." Harry immediately double-checked the instructions with the book he had opened up and confirmed they were the same. He reviewed his potion ingredients and was pleased to find everything at hand. He set out his cauldron, checked its cleanliness, and manually wiped it, the stirrer, and the knife he would use down with a cloth. Beside him, Neville was following the same steps. Snape stalked past. His dark eyes glared at them briefly. Harry and Neville exchanged a rueful look and turned their attention back to the potion. The act of chopping and measuring was almost soothing. Cooking was something he had almost enjoyed at the Dursleys, although he'd hated doing it only for his own portion, to be meager. He carefully peeled his bay root and added it to his cauldron with enough water to cover. He was glad the classrooms had been searched because he didn't believe in his gut that Crouch would stop at killing Winky. It seemed all too coincidental that the very day the potion was going to be ready to wake the Summers lady, that Crouch would choose to strike at the elf. He had asked Sirius if the potion was safe at lunch, and Sirius had promised to check with Snape. Presumably that accounted for why the professor had been late in a grumpy mood and made it a point to say the classroom was safe. Dobby was devastated at the death of Winky. He'd been crying and wailing, and it had taken a good few minutes for Harry to settle him down, so he could make any sense of the elf's words. Harry had reassured Dobby he hadn't failed in his task to look after Winky. Thankfully, Dobby had agreed to join the other elves in the search for more explosives and seemed grateful to be doing something useful. Harry was actually thankful that Snape had given them something useful to do too. Brewing potions to replace those lost was a good idea. Suddenly, Peeves appeared in the classroom, just underneath the high ceiling. Balloons. The poltergeist cackled and dropped the armful of brightly colored spheres he held. He disappeared again, hooting madly. "Shield your cauldrons," Snape ordered. While his classmates all responded, hurrying to throw shields around their equipment. Harry instead pointed his wand at the floor and erected the dueling shield. It traveled up and up. The balloons drifted down and down. The ward was almost there, and the first balloon hit the invisible shield with a squelch. Lavender screamed, Parvati following as balloon after balloon hit the dueling ward, and liquid exploded over the top of the dome. Potter, make a hole. Out. Snape yelled. Everyone out. Harry concentrated and formed a small hole in the shield at the door. He took a deep breath. Maintaining the ward but keeping an opening was hard work even for someone with his power. Snape hurried people through, including an anxious Hermione, until there was only Snape and Harry left in the classroom. Snape waved his wand, and the doors slammed shut, sealing them inside. Get under the lab table, and don't let any of the potion touch you, Snape ordered briskly, following his own instructions by gathering his robes around him and beginning to lower himself to the floor. On the count of 3, let go of the shield and erect a bubble head. Harry nodded his acquiescence, straining to maintain the shield against the liquid potion. 1. Harry dropped to the floor and crawled under the table. 2. He focused on his wand on maintaining the shield until 3. Harry dropped the shield and attempted the bubblehead charm, only for it to immediately wobble and collapse. He frowned. The potion fell, splattering over the classroom haphazardly. Where it hit the open cauldrons, it sizzled ominously. But where it simply landed was worse. It hit the ground and turned into a white vapor. Harry's eyes widened, and he tried to cast another bubblehead before it reached him. As the second failed, he realized that he didn't have enough room under the table to get his wand movements right, but before he could try a third time, the vapor hit him. He gave a cry as his body started to change. Potter, we need to get moving. The alarm has triggered on my private laboratory, and... Snape stood up and walked towards him. Harry's writhing through him clear of the table into the aisle. Snape stopped, and Harry squinted up at him. Snape looked at him aghast, his head sealed into a bubblehead. You're... Harry looked at his fur-covered hands and snarled. Animagus. Potion making me... He managed to get out. Can't control it. Leave. And suddenly, he couldn't stop the transformation any longer. His body arched, and his clothing tore. He landed on 4 huge tawny paws, threw back his head and roared. Snape turned heel and ran. He slammed the door shut behind him and locked it. Harry hit the door with a thud. A small part of Harry knew he was a lion, that he'd changed but was still a human underneath the fur, claws, and teeth. A larger part of him still under the potions, Thrall was simply a huge predatory animal incensed at being trapped. He threw himself at the door again. What was he doing? His human brain demanded the answer from the animal. The animal snarled and went to launch itself for a third time at the door. Stupid. Mindless. Why just throw himself at the door? What was that going to do? Apart from hurt, because throwing himself at the door hurt. And just like that, Harry's mind shook off the thrall, just as it had shaken away the compulsion on the ring. The lion sat back on his haunches and huffed. All right, Harry mused, he should have a go at transforming back to a human. He closed his eyes and reached nothing. He pondered the situation. He remembered that the werewolves had been in their forms for another 24 hours after inhaling the potion. Maybe this was a variant. He could only hope. He gave an unhappy huff and sank down to the ground. He was fairly certain that the potion vapor was no longer potent. The vents in the potion lab were spelled to counter anything harmful within a few minutes, sucking it into a magical space where it would be neutralized before shunting whatever was left into the air outside. There was nothing to do until someone came to let him out. The lion in him didn't like to wait, as his wildly lashing tail gave away. Harry roared and dropped his head to his paws. Severus slammed shut the lab door behind him and spelled it locked. A heavy thud against the door proved his intelligence and instinct was sound. He whirled around and found himself facing a horde of worried students. "You've left Harry in there?" Granger demanded hotly. "He's been exposed to a potion to turn him into a mindless beast." Severus snapped out. "Get Black down here to deal with him. I have something to check elsewhere." He left them agape at his terseness and seeming lack of care for a student, but it couldn't be helped. The alarm on his private ward meant someone was in his quarters, in his private lab. It was Crouch. It had to be. He was after the antidote potion. It was the only explanation. The mad wizard had already removed one thread in the elf. It made sense that he'd use the chaos of the day to attempt to remove the second. Severus hurried down the shortcut through the dungeons, a curl of guilt wrapping itself around his spine about Potter. Black was best placed to deal with Potter, he assured himself. At least they'd gotten the rest of the students out before they'd turned into animals. He shuddered at the thought of being trapped in a locked lab filled with feral beasts. He charged down another corridor and saw the door to his quarters was ajar. He was about to take a step toward it when the headmaster appeared beside him in a rush of flames. Fawkes arrowed up to perch on a rafter, leaving Albus behind. The old wizard gestured toward the room. "Shall we?" Albus asked quietly, low enough that his voice would not carry. Severus nodded, relieved beyond words that Albus would be with him. He took a deep breath and walked forward. Sirius stormed down the dungeon corridor. He thanked Merlin Hermione had enough common sense for a dozen teenagers. She had called for Dobby, and the elf had immediately informed Sirius of the situation. He banked the worry he had for Harry behind the anger that was percolating about Snape. The greasy bat just couldn't help himself, Sirius thought angrily. What was Snivellus doing, leaving Sirius's potion son alone in a lab? He turned the corner and saw the huddle of students in front of the lab. Hermione was trying to unlock the door, and Sirius did grudgingly give Snape credit for ensuring the kids were protected from their own curiosity. Hermione definitely lived up to her animagus form at times. Sirius cleared his throat loudly. It was almost amusing how their heads snapped up and around to look at him, in unison. "Cousin," Draco greeted him formally. Professor Snape said he had something to check. "He just left Harry in there." Ron interrupted heatedly. "That's not important right now," Hermione remonstrated with the boys. "We have to get Harry out." The professor said he was a mindless beast. Draco retorted. He wouldn't lie about that. Sirius took a deep breath. Snape probably did have a good reason for leaving, and his description of Harry was a tad worrying. What a day. He held up his hand, commanding immediate silence. "Everyone away from the door." He pointed down the corridor. "I want you all to wait at the end of the corridor." Hermione looked mutinous, but she moved away, and the others followed her. Sirius turned back to the door and performed a scan that allowed him to assess what was beyond. It was a very useful aura spell. The results almost made him smile. Harry was in an animal form, but he seemed to have settled down, lying on the floor some distance away from the door. There was no sign of any active potion. Sirius figured that there was no harm in being cautious and ran another scan. The ventilation system had activated a few minutes before, drawing out a toxic potion vapor. He frowned but unlocked the door. Sirius entered carefully. Harry might seem docile, but the words "mindless beast" echoed in his head. He peeked into the lab. The young lion, lying by the desk, looked incredibly sorry for itself. Its head was resting on its paws, ears flat, black mane a wild mess, and there was a sorrowful look in its bright green eyes. Sirius shuffled inside the room and closed the door. Harry. Harry growled, glanced down at his paws, and back up at Sirius. Yes, you're a lion. Sirius confirmed. He did his best to hide his amusement. I'm assuming since you're not attacking me, you're completely in control of your form? Harry huffed. Sirius gave a sigh of relief. His eyes landed on a shredded balloon. A sticky yellow potion still clinging to the rubbery inner surface. He waved his wand, and an evidence box appeared. A moment later, the remnants of all the balloons were safely secured. Well, we'll have that analyzed later. Sirius said, Come on. We should get you somewhere safer than a compromised lab. Harry got to his feet and stretched, his sizable claws scratching the stone flooring. Sirius winced at the sound. He was pleased that Harry just padded over to him. The urge to reach out and pat his head was strong, but Sirius resisted. The lion wasn't a form Harry had chosen. It was a form he had been forced into, and even if he had his faculties, there was no point tempting fate. Severus looked carefully around the room from his place just inside the doorway. The living space looked undisturbed. The same book on potions rested on the side table where he had left it the night before. The wards on his bookshelves were intact. The small kitchen area was clean and tidy. His bedroom door was closed. The door to the lab was open. Albus waved him back and strode ahead, marching into the space like the Gryffindor he was. Severus rolled his eyes and followed him. They both came to a halt in the doorway, watching as a Ravenclaw student poured acid into the potion that Severus had readied for the Summers woman. Hello, Severus. And the headmaster. How delightful. The boy cooed without taking his eyes off the ruined potion. He set the acid down. Hello, Mr. Pinner, Albus responded. Or should I say Mr. Crouch? Barty giggled. Ah, I'm afraid you've caught me red-handed. He pouted and looked at Severus. You will forgive me, Severus, but I just cannot allow you to complete this potion. Severus glowered at him. In the presence of Albus, he could free his hatred for the sniveling little wretch, rather than have to pretend a camaraderie, because they both served the Dark Lord. You foolish cretin. He sneered. You think the Dark Lord will be happy with you? You're wrong. You're caught. Where is Mr. Pinner? Albus asked, drawing Crouch's attention. Barty pouted. Oh, he's safe enough. His eyes gleamed with smug triumph. I'd be willing to tell you where he is if you'd give me the location of the lovely Ms. Summers. I'm afraid I won't trade one life for another. Albus said firmly, his blue eyes flinty. Perhaps he'll be more cooperative once the Aurors have him back in Azkaban. Severus sneered. His fingers gripped his wand tightly. I'll come quietly. Barty proclaimed, batting his eyes innocently. I rather think that's a lie, Mr. Crouch. Albus said conversationally. Barty twirled Pinner's wand. Of course it's a lie. And the room behind them exploded. Oh, isn't he cute? Lavender cooed. Harry's ears slapped back on his head, revealing just how pleased he was at that comment. Sirius coughed, and Harry's superb feline hearing caught the laugh that underscored the sound. He glared at his father. I don't think Harry likes being called cute. Ron commented stiffly to his ex-girlfriend. He's a lion. Draco commented flatly. He's about as cute and cuddly as He's adorable. Lavender insisted. He's an apex predator capable of taking down an entire elephant. Hermione corrected her sharply. I hardly think that's possible. Draco argued. Harry roared his displeasure, effectively silencing them all. Sirius grinned. Right, I think that's Harry Lion speak for, I'd like to vacate this corridor, and I'm not cute. He ignored Harry's green glare. I'm taking Harry back to our quarters, and he'll stay there until the potion wears off. But he's supposed to be spending the night in the dorm. Ron protested. He can do the next weekend, when he's not a lion instead. Sirius countered. You lot should head to your common rooms. Shouldn't someone inform the headmaster? Asked Hermione, folding her arms and looking mutinous once again. Sirius waved his hand dismissively. Snape's probably already got it covered, but I'll send word once I get Harry back too. Boom. The corridor rocked with the explosion. Common rooms now. Harry heard Sirius ordering the others, urgency spilling into every word, but Harry was already running. Harry! Harry gave into the primal urge flooding him. His prey was close, and he needed to find him even if that meant running towards the explosion rather than away. He was aware the moment Sirius shifted into Padfoot, the following footsteps turning into bounding, scrabbling paws. All students remain in your classrooms. The harried voice of his Aunt Minerva echoed through the school. Harry skidded round one corner, then another, running. Flames brought him to a furious halt, and he lurched to a stop, only millimeters from getting his fur singed. Harry snarled and paced, glowering through the flames. Just as Sirius bounded up, Harry caught a flash of a black cloak flashing through the flames. He roared, and Sirius became a wizard in a blink. Harry leaped as the flames were doused hurriedly with magic from his father's wand. Harry was barely aware. He charged after the Ravenclaw, who was escaping on a broomstick, flying ahead PF him. The boy glanced behind and saw Harry chasing after him. He gave an insane laugh and pushed the broom harder. Harry redoubled his efforts, heart pounding as he ran hard to keep up. The broom was a good quality one, but it was hampered by the tight corners and narrow corridors in the dungeons. It wasn't a surprise to Harry that the student was heading for the main staircase. He just hoped that the students were staying in the classrooms out of harm's way. The Ravenclaw suddenly took a left, darting into a side corridor, and up a short staircase towards an entrance Harry recognized. It led to the astronomy tower. He pushed himself harder to catch up the stairs, round another corner. The broomstick just ahead. A flash of black, cloak again. Stairs. Corner. The broomstick's twigs were almost there in front of him. Stairs. Corner. Light ahead. And Harry launched himself forward, paw stretching. The twigs of the broomstick snapped under his furious swipe, sending the broomstick spiraling wildly, dumping its rider onto the tower. Harry landed awkwardly, but he was on his feet in a trice. The student scrambled upright and blurred for a moment as the polyjuice faded away, leaving a gleeful-looking Bartemius Crouch Jr. in its wake. Harry's chest heaved as he fought for breath. His head lowered itself automatically, ears back and tail flicking madly as he stared at his prey. Crouch twirled his wand. Well, look at the pretty kitty cat. Here's me with a wand, and you without. Harry bared his teeth to hide his alarm as he realized Crouch was right. Apart from the teeth and claws, he had no real defenses as a lion. Crouch took a step back toward the edge of the parapet. I could hog-tie you and take you to Father, but... He appeared to ponder the matter for a moment. But no, if you're who I think you are, and really that mess of hair is a giveaway, you really do have to stick around here for the third task. He grinned madly. Can't have an ingredient spoiling at this late stage. Harry growled low in his throat. A warning. I guess I'll just have to settle for some minor maiming. Crouch lifted his wand and snapped off a bright purple spell. Harry leaped out of the way of it, ending up by the right wall. Trapped. Crucio. Crouch yelled. The spell slammed into a suddenly conjured slab of rock. Crouch's head snapped around to the door to the tower's roof, his face contorted into hatred. Black. Sirius stalked onto the roof, and Crouch took another step back. Get away from my son. Sirius snarled. You can't keep him safe, Black. Crouch smiled nastily. You never could. The Dark Lord will get him in the end. Your Dark Lord is a craven coward who attacked a baby. Sirius snapped, inching closer to Harry, his wand never wavering from Crouch. Give up, Crouch. Put your wand down slowly, and your hands behind your head. Crouch giggled, high and loudly. You think I'm going to give myself up to you? You'll pay for what you did to Rab. I'm going to destroy you, Black. On the ground, Crouch. Sirius had reached Harry, and Harry pressed against his legs, reassuring his father he was fine. Never. Crouch shouted, Reparo, Accio. He took a step back and jumped from the tower. The broomstick cracked into pristine condition and zoomed over the edge. Sirius shot out a red stunner, but it missed Crouch, who had managed to snag the broom, and was flying away. Harry lifted his head and roared. Bugger. Sirius swore roundly. He sighed and looked down at Harry. Harry cringed, his ears flattening again, as he waited for the inevitable blistering lecture. You're not exactly you right now, and you're mostly working off animal instincts, Sirius allowed. So I'm going to give you a pass on running after a crazed madman alone, the same crazed madman for that matter, for the second time in a year, but so help you if you try it for a third time. You understand me, Harry? Harry gave as much of a sheepish nod as he could in his lion form. Come on, Sirius said with another sigh. You need to get safe inside our rooms, and I need to go find out what's happened to Snape. His quarters looked like a bomb had hit them. Harry followed his father down from the tower. Glancing behind him one last time at the empty Sky Crouch was long gone. It took longer than Sirius liked before he'd ushered a rather dejected lion into their quarters and hurried back to the dungeons. A gaggle of professors and Aurors stood around the door to Snape's quarters. They were all fiercely arguing about what was to be done. Sirius was ignored as he edged his way around the group and into the room. It was bad. The bookshelves were intact at least. The wards had held. The rest of the furniture was pretty much kindling. Side tables consigned to splinters. The sofa was a ruined wreck that had clearly been alight. The blast had originated from a door to the back of the rooms. Snape's bedroom, Sirius surmised. The bedraggled potions professor stood in front of the scorched entry, gazing into the ruin of his private room. Snape. Sirius called, softly walking up to stand a touch behind. The glimpse of the blackened and gutted room, beyond his old childhood foe, had him wincing. Snape turned to him. He was dripping wet and looked devastated. He ruined the antidote in the lab and demolished your quarters by the looks of things. Sirius said crisply, careful to keep any hint of pity out of his voice and his expression. My books survived. Snape said almost absently, his attention returning to the bedroom. Have you been seen by a healer, Snape? Asked Sirius, concerned at Snape's demeanor. They had to check the headmaster first. He saved us, Snape said in an almost confused tone. They took him away. Sirius carefully reached out and rested a hand on Snape's shoulder. Come along then. We need to get you to the infirmary. Snape let himself be led out almost docilely. It was unnerving. Dawlish stopped them as Sirius guided Snape into the corridor. Hey, where are you taking him? Dawlish. Shacklebolt remonstrated swiftly. Apologies, Lord Black, but I asked the Aurors to investigate, as they were already on site for the infirmary bombing. Minerva cut in, glaring at them both. A wise decision, and I'll be happy to provide a statement regarding Bartemius Crouch Jr.'s escape. Sirius said formally. However, Professor Snape is in some shock. I'm taking him to the infirmary. Alastair gave Sirius an approving nod. Hogwarts is on lockdown, lad. Sirius gave an answering nod. That was good. At least they could be certain as they could be that Voldemort's main agent was gone from the castle and couldn't return. They'd start a concerted search for the cabinet. It had to be hidden somewhere. He led Snape through to the Great Hall and the secondary infirmary. It felt strange for Pomfrey not to be the one bustling in and ordering them into a bed. The young male healer who approached seemed far too junior. "Oh, good," the healer said chirpily. "I was going to return to see to the professor, but it's good you've brought him. He's in shock," Sirius informed him briskly. "Of course he is." Snape and Sirius exchanged an incredulous look which was quickly dropped as they realized they had just looked to each other in silent conversation. "Drink this." The healer bundled a blue potion into Snape's hand, and Snape drank it down. Sirius recognized it as a calming potion. It would alleviate the physical symptoms of shock and provide a mild, cheering charm. Some bruising and scrapes, but otherwise fine. The healer tutade, wand weaving in charms that would reduce swelling and heal the surface damage to the skin. "And we need to get you out of these wet clothes." In a flash, Snape was stripped and redressed in infirmary pajamas. He was cleaned and dried with another spell before he was ushered into a bed like a recalcitrant student, and the healer left through a side door. "Well, this is mortifying," Snape muttered, plucking at the coverlet. "Severus." "Sirius, is that you?" Albus called from behind a portable screen. Sirius moved the screen, revealing the headmaster in striped pajamas, also tucked into bed, although he was sitting propped up by a mountain of fluffy pillows. Snape shifted, sitting up and putting his own meager one pillow behind his back. Sirius resisted the urge to find him more. "How are you, Albus?" asked Sirius, concerned. "Just some bumps and bruises." Albus replied cheerfully, the drugged glaze of his blue eyes giving away that he was probably under a dose of the same potion as Snape. "Young Mr. Crouch should get detention, I think." Sirius exchanged another fleeting glance of worry with Snape. "I think prison would be a better idea. Or death." Snape suggested, bitterness dripping from his tone. Sirius couldn't argue with that. "Did you find out who he was impersonating?" "When I got to him, he was back to his own ugly mug. All I could tell was that he was a Ravenclaw." "Pinner," Snape said tersely. Minerva informed Moody. An oar was dispatched to check on his residence. "Good," Sirius said, and wondered if they'd be too late to save the boy. "What a day." He rubbed his forehead tiredly. "I assume Potter is still an overgrown feline?" asked Snape briskly. "Yep, still a lion, when I dropped him off at our rooms," Sirius admitted, refusing to get riled at the way Snape had phrased his question. But he was in control of himself more. He motioned backward. "I have the remnants of the potion secured. You can take a look when you're up and about, and the elves have fixed your lab." "The lab is intact," Snape said. "He destroyed the potion thoroughly, but his aim was petty destruction of my property, not wholesale destruction of my work." He folded his arms. "I'm certain he only left it alone in case I had other work for the Dark Lord in motion of which he was unaware." "Well, I guess that's good." Sirius fumbled a reply. Snape snorted, and Sirius couldn't blame him. "We will replace anything of value," Albus said brightly. "We do have an emergency fund for these situations." And Sirius could see that it received an additional donation to help. "I keep everything of real value at my home. There was nothing of particular value here except the books, and—" Snape caught himself and stopped, a hint of blush streaking across his sallow face. "And," prompted Sirius. Snape glowered at him. "Nothing you would understand." Sirius turned away and rolled his eyes. "We need to find the vanishing cabinet he left behind." "Yes, but the wards will alert me now to anyone entering without due notice. Alastair has assured me of that," Albus said cheerily. Just how much of that potion had Albus been given, wondered Sirius. I'm afraid, though, between the loss of the house elf and the ruined potion that Mr. Crouch has achieved his objective in keeping us from finding out what Tom does not want us to know. Albus continued in the same bright tone. It is most vexing. Vexing. Sirius agreed, refusing to share another commiserating look with Snape. I don't see the issue. Snape argued, pulling Sirius's attention back to him anyway. You don't see the issue with what's happened today, Sirius said disbelievingly. Maybe Snape was more traumatized than the healer had realized. I also find myself perplexed by your statement, Severus. Albus said. The house elf was admittedly a long shot, and we know Tom never gave any explicit instruction to keep her silent. But he has worried about Mary Summers, and we now have no way of waking her. Yes, we do, Snape argued. No, Albus said, enunciating slowly and clearly, we do not. The potion was lost. Severus. Have you forgotten? I have not forgotten, but the potion is not lost. Snape shot back. An acid was poured into it. Albus pointed out. It rendered it useless. Yes, but it is not lost. Snape replied with a sneer. Of course. Albus crowed, brightening as the answer came to him. You can remake it. Too late for us to learn anything before the third task, though. Sirius pointed out. But it would revive the woman, and it would save her from a living death. I don't need to remake it. Snape countered huffily. There is a portion of it in stasis at my home. I will have a house elf fetch it. We can still revive the woman. Sirius and Albus stared at him. Snape squirmed under their regard. I did say anything of value was at my home. Snape, Sirius said slowly, don't take this the wrong way, but I think I may have to kiss you. Snape's eyes widened fantastically fast. Remus paused, his nose wrinkling at the smell of charred wood. The door in front of him looked pristine. He sighed and knocked briefly before entering on the sneered command. Whatever damage had been done to Severus's quarters had clearly been fixed. Remus couldn't see any of the damage that Sirius had told him about. The sofa was a sumptuous silver and green paisley upholstery. The small wooden side tables gleamed with polished varnish. Remus followed his nose to the entry of the private lab. Severus reluctantly rose from the armchair he inhabited, placing his book down and setting aside the fine china cup he held filled with fragrant tea. Lupin. Severus. Remus said evenly, not reacting to the edge of distaste in Severus's voice. It's good to see you well after yesterday's events. The headmaster shielded me from the worst. Severus allowed, almost grudgingly. Remus nodded. Albus was still in Hogwarts infirmary after the healers had diagnosed him with magical exhaustion. It was a reminder that the headmaster wasn't a young man and wouldn't live forever. I didn't realize you were back in the country, Severus said, folding his arms huffily across his chest. I was coming back tomorrow. Remus explained. When I heard what happened, I brought my travel plans forward. I was expecting Black, Severus stated bluntly. Remus shrugged lightly. He doesn't want to leave Harry when he's still in lion form. Severus sniffed. The potion will wear off before the end of the weekend. Sirius thought it might have been something similar to the werewolf potion. Remus questioned, aiming for a casual tone. Severus gave a huff and shook his head. The werewolf potion is completely different. He lectured sternly. That is a masterful example of how dangerous a potion may be. He paused. I have started a counter, but it will be some months before completion. Remus gave a sigh of relief. It's good to know there will be some way to stop or reverse it. He said, most of us hate changing. To have someone force us to do that with a potion when we can't even stop ourselves. He shuddered. I know my pack, and I will happily test the antidotes for you, Severus. I will keep you in mind. Severus said. So if yesterday's potion wasn't related to the werewolf potion. Remus let the end of the question trail away. Severus grimaced. A prank potion. He glared at Remus. It was very similar to the one you used on Regulus in our 6th year. Ah. Remus remembered that. It had been a retaliatory pranking for Regulus trying to beat up his brother. They'd spiked his drink and turned him into a chicken for an hour. I believe the potion was designed to turn all the Gryffindor students into lions. Severus continued. It would have left the Slytherin untouched to defend themselves. It would have been a massacre either way, Remus thought. Either the Slytherins would have hurt and killed their Gryffindor year mates, or vice versa. Potter did well to get the shield up. Severus said, looking grumpy at having to give Harry credit for anything. He's very talented. Remus said mildly. Severus gave a snort and gestured for Remus to follow him through to the inner lab. I assume you are here for the antidote potion. Yes, Remus agreed. I'm surprised you're not coming to the safe house, though. It would be far too dangerous for me to attend if I am to retain deniability with the Dark Lord. Severus pointed out as he made his way across the lab. Remus looked around with interest at the well-organized space. He was impressed, and he had expected no less from a potions master of Severus's skills and reputation. Sirius said Crouch left your lab intact. Just. Severus snapped. He pointed his wand at a cupboard and levitated a vial filled with a vibrant pink potion. Remus took hold of it and made a face at the color. It was very lurid. How do we administer it? 5 drops on her tongue should be sufficient. If you find she has not roused, try 1 more drop every 15 minutes up to a total of 10 drops. If it hasn't worked at that point, I will need to reassess my work. Severus instructed. Do not administer it to Mr. Pinner. I will have to do a full review of his blood work before I can verify that the same potion was used to keep him alive but unconscious. I understand. Remus had been surprised that the Aurors had managed to find Pinner alive, but he guessed that Crouch had been delayed in his exit by Sirius and Harry enough to reconsider returning to the Pinner house and killing the boy. If that is all, I am expected elsewhere. Severus said pointedly. Remus nodded hurriedly. Thank you, Severus. He made his way out of Severus's quarters and through Hogwarts' maze of corridors to Moody's office. Moody barely looked up from his marking when Remus entered. How's your new missus? In good spirits. Remus said, fondness at the mention of Dora stealing over him so swiftly he didn't even realize it. She'll be arriving home tomorrow. And the Sprague? Moody asked, as though uninterested. Doing well. Remus shook his head, thinking of just how much Dora was showing. The rounded curve of her belly filled with their child. I can't believe how much time's gone by already. Moody snorted. Rather you than me. He waved a hand at the sheaf of papers. This lot's a bloody nightmare. You don't think you'll be signing on for another year then? Asked Remus, curious. Harry raved about Moody's classes. All the kids did. Not bloody likely. Moody muttered. I retired for peace and quiet. What do I get? Remus nodded. I guess with the tournament and Crouch's recent escapades, it hasn't exactly been a quiet time. Moody harumphed. Oh, I can handle the tournament, and the hex bombs. It's the bloody kids. Asking questions and whining about essays I can't stand. But, Professor, he mimicked in a high voice, I accidentally turned my parchment into a dog. Remus laughed. Moody nodded toward the flue. You'd best be off. Amelia's waiting for you. Thank you. Remus said, giving him a quick salute. He fled through to the office of the director of the DMLE and waved the soot away with a flash of his wand. Amelia rose from her seat, and Remus greeted her warmly even as his smile widened at the sight of her companion. Brian, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Remus shook hands with the black solicitor. The firm was appointed to protect Ms. Summers' legal rights when she was taken into protective custody. Brian explained. Sensible. Remus said approvingly to Amelia. I rather thought so. Amelia said. A knock on the door had her breaking into a tense smile. That will be the other members of our party. The door swished open to reveal the head of the DOM and a plump old woman with gray hair. Bertie, Glenda. Amelia waved them inside and closed the door. She locked it and placed a privacy ward up. Glenda Croker, this is Remus Lupin. Remus, this is Glenda Croker, a DOM healer and Bertie's sister-in-law. Remus was pleased when the healer immediately offered her hand. He shook it warmly. Pleased to meet you, she said. I take it you have the potion? Remus withdrew the pink vial from his robes. This is it. Amelia picked up a sock on her desk. Hold on to it carefully. We're going to port key to the safe house. A moment later, they all laid a finger on the sock and were pulled into the transportation's portal. They landed in a small back garden. It looked overgrown and weedy. Remus smelt salt in the air, and a brief turn of his head brought the edge of a cliff and the sea beyond into view. The cottage Amelia led them into was small. It was all one living space. A small kitchen area with an old-fashioned low porcelain sink, a blackened aga providing the heat, and a tiny seating area. A young man thundered down the narrow stairs on the far wall and stopped in the center of the space. Glenda, Brian, directors. His eyes landed suspiciously on Remus. Amelia smiled. Colin, this is Remus Lupin. He's here to represent Lord Black and Lord Potter. Remus Colin Summers, Mary's brother. Nice to meet you. Remus said politely. I have the potion that will wake your sister. Colin's shoulders dropped, and he pushed a hand through his sandy hair. Thank you. What? Mr. Lupin and I will head up to your sister's room and administer the potion. Glenda stepped forward. Once she is awake, I will thoroughly examine her. Only if I believe she is ready will she face questions, for which I will be present. Brian confirmed as Colin glanced over at him. Remus let Glenda show him the way. The stairs were steep and narrow, and he had to duck his head at one point to avoid the ceiling beam. He was able to make out a tiny bathroom with old fixtures, an open door to a bedroom that looked half lived in, before he entered a small room with a single bed occupied by Mary Summers. The rounded swell of her belly, the covers not hiding her pregnant condition, brought to mind Dora, and Remus shuddered, thinking of how close she had come to ending up in Voldemort's hands the same way Summers had done. He handed the potion to Glenda and gave her Snape's instructions. 5 drops on the tongue later, and the comatose patient began to rouse. Remus left, heading back down the stairs. An elf bustled about the kitchen, and soon pressed a cup of tea into Remus's hands. He conjured a chair in the absence of a spare one and sat down. It's worked, Remus confirmed to the anxious-looking group. She's coming round. Her brother slumped back in his chair, relief written all over him. I meant to ask, how is Albus? Bertie broke the silence, subtly changing the subject. Still confined to a hospital bed. Remus said, it's easy to forget how old he is. Brian commented, shielding himself and Snape at ground zero couldn't have been easy. I doubt many would have managed it. Amelia agreed, especially since he'd already expended a great deal of energy earlier that day bringing the infirmary incident under control. Do you think you could speak of something else? Blurted out Colin. They all looked over at the nervous brother and silently acquiesced, turning the conversation to Quidditch and the latest gossip. A creak on the stair drew their attention. She's awake, Glenda said. Colin was on his feet and running up the stairs in a heartbeat. Amelia cleaned up the spilt tea, with a wave of her wand. She followed more sedately, and Remus motioned for Bertie and Brian to head up before him. When he entered the bedroom for the second time, he was pleased to find it had been expanded. A wan-looking Mary Summers, blonde hair pulled back into a messy ponytail, sat upright, cushioned by a mound of pillows. Her brother sat beside her, and their hands were tightly clasped together on top of the covers. "I will state this only once," Glenda said firmly. "Should Miss Summers become distressed, I will call this to an end and evict you all. Does everyone understand?" There was a chorus of agreement. Amelia took a seat next to the bed, and Brian stood behind her. "I'm Director Amelia Bones from the DMLE, and this is Brian Cutter, who is representing your interests as a solicitor. If you need to confer with him at any point, please request a stop, and for the rest of us will leave." Mary nodded slowly, casting a quick look at Brian. The rest of the introductions were done swiftly, and Amelia brought out the quill and parchment to automatically record Mary's testimony. "Just begin at the beginning," Amelia encouraged. Mary nodded uncertainly and looked at her brother, who nodded. "I was at the marketplace." Mary began. I had a craving for fresh apples, green ones. Colin." Another look to her brother. "He'd taken me in after my dad threw me out. The baby." She blushed furiously. It was one night at a Muggle club, and there were drinks, and—" "We are not here to judge you," Amelia assured her. "Well," Mary sighed, her color receding, "they'd given us the leaflets in the clinic warning us to be on the lookout, but I kind of thought they were just being paranoid. Colin had told me not to go out without him, but I really wanted the apples. I left Colin a note and headed out. There's a lovely fruit stall about halfway in." "Bountiful Bounty." Amelia nodded. "The stall owner recognized your picture. She said you were approached. A small boy. He asked about the apples. Said his mom had sent him to get some since she was pregnant and tired." Mary shook her head. "He dropped enough hints that made me worry that she was, I don't know, ill or injured. I asked him to take me to her once he'd bought the apples." Her eyes dropped to the coverlet. "I followed him like a sheep." "Where did he take you?" Amelia asked. "A flat just off the marketplace, but it was empty." Mary sighed and rubbed her nose. "I turned around to demand an explanation, and there was a red light. Stunning spell, most likely." Amelia supplied. Mary nodded jerkily. "I woke up." Her voice broke. Colin put an arm around her, and Mary leaned into his comfort. "I woke up chained up in the basement of a house," Mary managed to say before her eyes filled with tears. She swiped them away almost angrily and motioned Glenda away. "I'm fine." Amelia glanced at the healer, and Remus could almost hear the internal debate of whether to continue or not. She turned back to Mary. "What happened in the house?" "There were 2 of us chained up. Janice." Mary turned hopefully to Amelia, who shook her head. Her face filled with sadness. She was much braver than me. There was an unconscious man on the cot opposite. I didn't recognize him, but Janice said he was Barty Crouch. It was." Amelia confirmed. They'd tortured her, killed her baby. Mary said bluntly in a rush. "I was so scared they'd do the same to me." "Who is they, Miss Summers?" Amelia pressed her gently. "Can you tell us?" Mary shifted awkwardly under the intense scrutiny as they waited for her to speak. "There were 4 of them. There was that dirty werewolf, Greyback. I recognized him from the wanted posters. A pudgy man they called Pettigrew, a younger man who—" She flushed lightly. "He was attractive, physically, but he was mad. He'd come down and just stare at the bloke on the cot." "And the 4th, prompted Amelia. It was a baby." Mary shuddered. "But not." An abomination. Something possessing a child. She grimaced. They bowed to him and called him Lord. I think they thought it was, well, you know who. We believe it is a wraith of Voldemort, Amelia said gently. Remus watched as Mary gave a low moan and clutched at her brother. Colin tucked her into his side protectively. Did you hear anything that may give us an idea of their whereabouts or their plans? Amelia said after a long pause. Any detail, child, no matter how much you think it irrelevant, could be useful. Bertie interjected. Mary looked at him for a long moment before she gave a nod. You have to understand that they left us alone for the most part. We were given food once a day, and there was water within reach. Otherwise, she sighed, it was dark and grim and awful, but they left us alone. Except, prompted Bertie, ignoring the glare from his sister-in-law. Except one night. Mary allowed, reluctantly. Her free fingers plucked uneasily at her coverlet. They left the door open, and their voices drifted down. They all waited. Nobody wanted to rush her despite their need. The thing was talking about regaining a body. He mentioned Harry Potter. He said they were going to kidnap him at the end of the tournament. Mary shook her head and wet her lips. Glenda reached over and handed her a glass of water. Mary sipped gratefully for a long moment before she handed the water back and rearranged her covers a little self-consciously. They said they needed the blood of an enemy, and he wouldn't accept anyone else. Remus was a little disappointed. He could see why Voldemort hadn't wanted them to talk to the woman, since they'd given away the ritual in what she'd overheard, but ultimately it wasn't anything they didn't already know. Thank you, Mary, Amelia said softly. Now, Mary shook her head quickly. That wasn't everything, she said, leaning forward. They were talking about how they were going to kidnap him. They said they'd be able to portkey him to the cemetery. Remus perked up, and so did Bertie. A cemetery? Bertie asked before Remus could speak. Did they say which cemetery? Mary shook her head. Not exactly. They said something about the ritual having to be within a magical circle, including where the bone of the father had been taken. She sighed heavily. I don't know more than that. She bit her lip and looked directly at Remus. Please, tell Harry I'm sorry. I couldn't be more help. You've been a wonderful help, and I know both Lord Black and Harry will be appreciative. Remus said truthfully. You should rest and focus on the baby now. Glenda stayed behind to do one last final check on her patient, and Brian demurred, wanting to discuss the options the brother and sister had now she was awake once more. Amelia gave them a spare portkey and led the rest of them back into the garden. They portkeyed directly back to her office. She erected a privacy ward and turned to them with a triumphant smile. No wonder the bastard didn't want us talking to her. Amelia commented bluntly. Indeed, Bertie said, but we should verify. Possibly the book Bill and Caro are examining will confirm it. Remus nodded at his caution. We'll verify, he said, but if it holds true, Harry won't have to be alone. His eyes flashed amber. He won't have to be alone, because we'll know exactly where Voldemort is going to do the ritual, in the cemetery at Little Hangleton. And if they knew where the ritual was going to be, they could plan and take him down for good. Finding Pronglet's Power, Chapter 7. The chill of the country air had Severus pulling his cloak tighter around him as he hurried down the pitted driveway to the back entrance of Riddle's house. He was almost certain that Crouch would be present in the lab, if only to gloat at the chaos he had evoked at Hogwarts the day before. The tradesman's entrance yielded to Severus easily, and he darted through the dusty shelves to the lab door. He quickly made his way inside and checked the time. He gave a relieved sigh and began to divest himself of his outer clothing, carefully hanging it up and pulling on a potions robe he had left specifically for his work there. A few moments later, and he had recovered the potion from its stasis and set out adding the next key ingredient to it, the skin, until it was all dissolved. He let it bubble up, forming a thin membrane on the top of the liquid, which morphed and twisted into an almost handsome face before sinking down again. He carefully covered the cauldron, casting a ward around it that would prevent any harm coming to it. He levitated it back to its dark cupboard and locked it away again. The silence, as he caught his breath, made him suddenly aware of his solitude. Crouch had not shown up. Severus frowned, but decided not to dwell on the matter. The potion would need to steep another 4 days before he could add the next ingredient. He began to clean down the surface he'd used, taking care to meticulously set the sparkling instruments back into their places with a wave of his wand. He was pulling on his cloak to leave when the inner door of the lab began to open. Severus grimaced. It had been too much to hope for that Crouch had chosen to stay away. It wasn't Crouch who entered, though. Severus's dark eyes widened, and he immediately fell to the ground and prostrated himself, lowering his head almost to the floor and keeping his eyes on the hard tile. "My lord." "Rise, Severus." The voice sent a shudder down his spine. It brought back too many memories. He swallowed his panic, strengthened his acclimacy shield, and slowly got to his feet. Pettigrew was situating the husk of what had once been a child on a cushion on top of a deep chair. Severus took note of the Dark Lord's condition. He was already in need of a new vessel, Severus mused, dispassionately ticking off the waxy gray skin mottled with dark lesions, the few remaining tufts of hair that gleamed white and fragile like spun sugar. The Wraith would definitely need to move on to a new body by solstice. The Dark Lord was dressed in a child's robe, black and velvet. He held his wand in a chubby hand, and his red eyes raked over Severus with cold admiration. A boy no longer. "Severus, you have grown into fine man." Severus bowed his head. "My lord." "Leave us." The Dark Lord waved Pettigrew away. "Severus and I have much to catch up on. Nagini will tell you when to fetch me." Pettigrew nodded smartly and made a hasty departure. Severus heard the hiss of a snake behind him, but refused to look. If the Dark Lord chose to have his familiar attack him, Severus would be dead before he could raise his wand. "Severus, attend me." The Dark Lord pointed his wand, and a small footstool appeared by the chair. Severus gathered his robe and sank to sit gracefully on the stool. It forced him into a position of looking up to the Dark Lord, and he knew that was the point. "I had not expected to see you before the ritual, my lord." The Dark Lord smiled, a frightening expression on the young child's face. "Bartemius's recent actions have meant that my plans required a change of venue. While Bartemius is convinced the Vanishing Cabinet will not be accessible until the solstice eve, I would rather not stay in the same place as its counterpart just in case." Severus kept silent. It was good to get confirmation of the cabinet's presence in Hogwarts, better to know that there was a plan to make use of it, and when. "You always did have very good self-control, Severus. You never leap before you look, never speak when you can be silent." The Dark Lord cooed. "How I wish more of my followers had your attributes." Severus bowed his head in supplication. He knew his younger self would have been delighted at the praise, bowled over to be held in such high regard. His younger self had been an idiot. Bartemius is currently residing in the basement cell. He will be released tomorrow and sent abroad to assist dear devoted Dennis. The Dark Lord continued. "I fear Bartemius can sometimes get above his station. I blame his parents. He was meant to remain at Hogwarts." There was enough disgruntlement in the tone that Severus spared a thought of pity for Crouch. He had no doubt that the Dark Lord had punished Crouch for his initiative. "No matter." The Dark Lord murmured. "You are still there, after all. I am your obedient servant." Severus confirmed in a quiet voice. Bartemius informs me that he has set all in motion for Potter to be portkeyed to the site of the ritual at the end of the tournament as planned. The Dark Lord said, "However, I will need your eyes to ensure that there are no further deviations." "As you wish, my lord," Severus confirmed. He kept his mind battened down and resisted the temptation to think what it meant for the plans to defeat the Dark Lord. "I would apologize for Bartemius's attempt to injure you, but you seem in remarkable health," the Dark Lord commented. Severus didn't raise his head. "The headmaster protected me with a powerful shield. He took the brunt of the explosion himself." "His condition?" asked the Dark Lord casually, as though the answer was of no importance to him. Severus knew better. "He remains in the infirmary, my lord. The healer is concerned that he has overstretched himself. A wizard of his advanced years does not recover as quickly as others." The Dark Lord said. Perhaps Bartemius was not completely misguided in his actions then. Severus said nothing again and waited. "I assume Albus is aware of your habit of keeping potions at various stages to ensure they were not required to be restarted from scratch." The Dark Lord's question came out in a quiet, silky tone that masked its angry undertone. "He is aware, my lord," Severus confirmed. "However, I was able to convince him that Bartemius was successful in delaying the inevitable finishing of the potion. So his attempt was not in vain," the Dark Lord queried. Severus fought to keep the distaste for helping crouch from his tone. "I will not be able to complete a potion to revive the Summer's Woman between now and the solstice, because it was already completed, and hopefully the woman was already revived and providing them with useful information." "Excellent," the Dark Lord said. "You have done well, Severus. You will take your place at my side when I rise." "My lord." Severus bowed, low despite the awkward position. "You may leave now, Severus. I do not wish to delay your return to Hogwarts further, and we will have plenty of opportunity to speak when you attend the potion in the coming days." "My lord." Severus rose, bent to kiss the knuckles of the small outstretched hand, and quickly made his way out, trying not to throw up or give in to the urge to wipe his lips of the putrid taste of rotting flesh. He hurried out of the house and through to the outside, where he took a deep breath. Pettigrew wandered into view, his hands in his pockets, ambling around the corner of the house as though he was simply taking a stroll. Pettigrew, Severus reminded himself, was the wizard responsible for betraying Lily. Severus might have whispered the prophecy in the ears of the Dark Lord and unwittingly made her a target, but the fat balding rat in front of him had been responsible for leading the Dark Lord to Lily's door, who was complicit in her death. The urge to simply release his wand and hex the little bastard filled him. The rat stopped at the sight of Severus. "Snape." "Pettigrew," Severus said evenly, masking the signs of his inner fury. At least the anger had burned away his remaining physical discomfort at being close to the corpse possessed with the Dark Lord's wraith. "I should congratulate you. Nobody would ever suspect that you would be the one to bring about the resurrection of the Dark Lord. You never did rate me, did you?" Pettigrew said. "You hated James, loathed Sirius, and feared poor old Remus. But me? I was never worth your attention." His eyes glittered with a smug superiority. "Nobody pays any attention to me except, of course, for our master. All the better for your spying, I suppose," Severus replied tersely. "Although that is now out of the question given your status as the most wanted wizard in Britain. All that will change when our master regains his rightful place in the world," Pettigrew replied breezily, but his beady eyes had hardened. Severus so badly wanted to hex the balding fat arse his fingers were beginning to twitch. He reined himself, and just in time as a dark shape slithered through the entrance behind him and up to Pettigrew. Severus remained still, He had no wish to incur the attention of the snake. Pettigrew froze as Nagini hissed at him. "I must attend our master." He hurried past Severus, and the snake followed as though hurting him. The door banged shut, and Severus waited a moment more before continuing on his way. He had much to report. Harry adjusted his omniculars and watched the broom riders zoom for the finish line. Come on," he muttered under his breath. "A galleon says Baxter has it," Sirius said cheerfully beside him. "Rampart's going to get it," Harry countered confidently. The blonde, which had been winning races all day. The final was a relay with the 3 teams competing. Rampart had the last leg of the race and was already gaining ground on Baxter. Sirius gave a soft harumph. "She's got good form." The broom racers rounded the corner and hit the back straight. "Whoa, look at them go," Sirius exclaimed. Harry's lips twitched at Sirius's excitement. It felt good to see his father simply enjoying life. The last couple of days had been exhausting, between Crouch's assault on Hogwarts, Harry's lion time, and the news from Remus and Snape. It felt like they barely had time to breathe. Sirius had hustled them out of the school that morning, determined to continue with his plan for them to spend the day together at the races. It had been a good day, and a great idea. Sirius slung an arm around Harry's shoulders and hugged him as Rampart crossed the finish line just ahead of Baxter. "I guess I owe you a galleon." "She's very good," Harry commented, dodging Sirius's attempt to muss his hair. "Want to meet her?" Sirius asked. "If we drop the disguises, I'm sure I can sweet-talk us into the players' changing rooms." Harry shook his head. "I'd rather stay anonymous." Their disguises were simple glamours, turning their distinctive hair colorings into a more nondescript brown, their eyes into the same. Average, everyday wizarding robes in equally dull colors had them fading into the background, but at the same time looking like the average wizard and his son. It had been great to simply be part of the crowd for a day, Harry considered, and when Sirius didn't try to argue for losing the glamours, Harry figured Sirius was probably of the same mind. The stadium was beginning to empty, and they fell in, following the crowd as everyone made their way to the exits. They soon found themselves on a sunny Cardiff street. Sirius tugged Harry in the direction of an apparition point, and a few moments later they reappeared in a small Blackpool shop, hidden away near to the pier. A quick wave of Sirius's wand restored their own looks, and another had their clothing changed to be completely muggle, jeans, a light sweater, and a comfortable denim jacket for Harry, jeans, a shirt, and a blazer for Sirius. They bought fish and chips from a nearby shop, and wandered down to the end of the pier to eat them. Harry chose an old worn bench with a good view of the sea. Seagulls swirled above them, crying out harshly into the still blue sky, hopeful of leftovers and scraps from the visiting humans below. Harry took a deep breath. The scent of brine, old wood, and warm sand washed over him and left behind a feeling of peace. "All right, Harry?" Sirius asked quietly. "Just happy to be here," Harry replied. "It's been nice to get away, have a day to us, you know? It really had been a crazy week." "I know," Sirius said softly. He nudged Harry's shoulder with his, and the two of them settled for leaning against each other. After a long moment, Sirius, his voice slightly rough around the edges, began a story about the Marauders, Lily, and a day at the beach just after they finished school. Harry settled in and listened to his father, pushing all thoughts of Voldemort and the battles to come to the back of his mind. The story was a tale of fun, of a warm sunny day and a packed beach, of a black dog playing fetch with a stick in the waves, of sandwiches with added sand, of laughter and love. Harry could picture them. For young men just finished with school, ducking each other in the sea, his mother and father holding hands, stealing kisses, and cuddling as the day turned colder, the bonfire as it grew dark, the cider bottle passed from hand to hand. A day of escape together before the war had started in earnest for them. And every word Sirius spoke was filled with warm affection, love for the brothers he'd chosen. Even for Peter, although the words seemed tinged with pain and sadness. Love for the girl who'd become the sister of his heart, for the family they'd been that day before they'd disappeared into jobs, and the war, before betrayals and loss. Harry thought of Ron and Neville, of Hermione, of the Weasleys, even of Malfoy, Nott, and Zabini, of everyone who stood beside him in the Alliance. He thought of how alone he'd been when he'd left them after Christmas, grief-stricken at losing Sirius. He thought of Sirius, of Padfoot, of how he'd changed Harry's life, so completely changed the world for Harry, and filled it with family, filled it with so much love and hope. Love surged up within him for Padfoot. He wished he could take away the weight of worry from Sirius's shoulders, to remove the shadow from their lives that hung over them. He wanted to give Sirius a world where they could spend their own day at the beach without a care, burying Remus in sand with a pregnant Dora watching on, and playing in the waves, and Harry suddenly just knew his power, the power Tom knew not. Harry huddled closer into Sirius, the knowledge creating a warm, fuzzy ache in his heart. They stayed on the pier talking of Harry's parents and watching the sunset, only returning to Hogwarts in time for Harry to head to bed. The graveyard seemed warmer, friendlier somehow. There was still a chill in the air, but it never seemed to reach Harry. The graves of his parents were before him, and he stooped to trace his fingers over the quote Sirius had chosen. Where there is love, there is life. The one you call father chose well. Harry turned to greet his ancestor. Antioch Peveril stood behind him, feet planted apart, hands behind his back. He looked like a soldier, the general and lord he had been in life, the leader of the brothers, the eldest. His long hair was tied back, and he was dressed in battle robes. A sword and a scabbard hung by his side, and there was a dagger strapped to one thigh, his empty wand holstered to another. Antioch. Harry greeted him with a small polite nod. Antioch regarded him evenly. You wish to speak to me, nephew? Had he wanted to speak to Antioch, he'd vaguely thought about how it would be nice to speak to someone who knew what it was like to lead people they loved into battle before he drifted off to sleep. He guessed the stone had brought him Antioch. I guess, Harry said, straightening. In 4 weeks, I'll face my enemy. The people I love. They'll fight by your side. Antioch's stern expression softened. It is not easy. How did you deal with it? Harry asked. Poorly. Antioch said baldly. He shifted weight under Harry's stare. I loved my brothers. We argued before the battle, because I wanted them to stay out of the fight. He shook his head. We made so many mistakes. Would you have used the Hallows by yourself? Harry asked, curious. Antioch shook his head. I didn't see how the stone could help, and I wanted them to use the cloak to stay hidden. So you argued? Harry murmured. We went to battle angry with each other. Antioch sighed heavily. I don't know if it would have made a difference if we'd been in concert. After, I was grateful for the stone, for the chance to assure Iggy that we loved him. There was a tone of reprimand in his voice, and Harry felt a prickle of irritation. Yes, I yelled at him. Harry said tersely. His actions and choices impacted my whole life. He had no right to decide that it would be okay to sacrifice me. He did the best he could under the circumstances. Harry understood Antioch's defensiveness. Ignotus was his brother after all. He took a deep breath. And I kind of understand that too. Antioch acknowledged that with a faint nod of his head, but there was a very familiar stubborn gleam in his eyes. Do you have any advice for me? Harry asked, changing the subject. Antioch tilted his head. You have discovered your power. Harry nodded slowly. I think so. He glanced down at the gravestone and back up to Antioch. It's Sirius. Well, not just Sirius, but Remus and Hermione and Everyone. It's the people who love me and who I love, the people who'd change the world for me, who I'd change the world for. They're my power. You think your enemy has no one? Antioch questioned. Harry shook his head. He has followers and servants. He doesn't have family or friends. He paused. Tom Riddle will never want to change the world for someone else, and people don't want to change the world for him. They follow because they're scared, and because they think he has the power to give them what they want. He was right about his power. He could feel it deep down in his soul. I'm Death's champion, and he sent a Grimm to protect me. That's the story. But what if it was more than that? What if he knew that the Grimm, that Sirius, was the key to my finding my power? Harry continued. Antioch frowned. Morgana Le Fay once said to me that I had spirit to arm myself with and heart to spur me. The reason I want to fight is for them, to make the world safe for them. They're my spirit and my heart. Harry said passionately. And my shield. My mother and father gave their lives to protect me. Sirius would lay down his for me, and so would Remus, as I would lay down my life for them. The likes of Pettigrew and Riddle. They'd never lay down theirs for another soul. They'll never know what this feels like. He tapped his chest with his fist. Antioch reached across the space between them and placed his hand over Harry's heart. It is a horrible, terrible need, is it not? This want to do everything you can to make someone else happy. This love for someone else that makes them more important than anything else, that you would tear down a world and build it again for them. He sighed sadly. My brothers and I took so much for granted. Harry nodded, choking back emotion. This is the power Tom knows not. And this is why you are Death's champion, Antioch said softly. Harry blinked at his ancestor. I'm right. Love is a great and powerful thing. Antioch said. It can defeat all enemies, including death itself. He smiled sadly. For where there is love, there is life. Harry completed. The graveyard was silent. A faint wind swept through and sent the leaves swirling, the grass rustling. Antioch's cloak billowed out around him for a long moment. You asked for my advice. You have power he knows not and power to vanquish him. They may not be the same. Remember that all magic, including the Hallows, it is but a tool, one that demands a price. Antioch said. Use your advantages wisely, learn from the mistakes of the past, yours and ours, and remember your greatest power is also your greatest weakness. Harry nodded and turned away. The graveyard faded into darkness. Sirius woke up with a start, his heart beating fast. He stared up at the ceiling, uncertain what had roused him. He shoved the covers back and slid out of bed, picking up his wand. He wandered out into the shadowed landing and frowned at the sight of Harry's bedroom door, wide open. He really hoped Harry hadn't decided to break the rules again and sneak out of their rooms. They'd had such a brilliant day. It would be a shame to end it with punishment and discipline. Sirius summoned the map, silently, and quickly pinpointed that his son was still in their quarters. A sigh of relief escaped him. He sent the map back to his room and padded down the stairs to the study. He found Harry, still dressed in pajamas, sat perched on the arm of a chair staring at the blackboard with Sirius's original plan. Dobby had obviously been alerted to his master's need because there was a fire crackling away in the study hearth, and Harry held a mug of hot chocolate. Hedwig gave Sirius a reproachful look as though questioning why he hadn't appeared the moment Harry had gotten up. He felt suitably chastised. Maybe he should look at putting some kind of charm on Harry's room. Lily had created some kind of an alert when Harry was a baby. Harry, Sirius prompted gently. Harry wrenched his gaze away from the blackboard and flushed at the sight of Sirius. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. Sirius nudged him along the arm and sat down on the end. You didn't. I woke up and realized you were out of bed. He glanced back at the plan. What's up? I had a dream and talked to Antioch. Harry said matter-of-factly, as though talking to a long-dead ancestor was something he did every day, which, come to think of it, Sirius yanked his thoughts back to the present. Antioch. He led the battle against the Seven, and he led people he loved into war. Harry nudged his glasses up his nose. I guess I was thinking it would be good to talk to him, and so he, kind of appeared in my dream. Sirius shivered and tried to shake the uneasiness he had with Harry's ability to talk with the dead in dreams. He wondered briefly if Harry had always had the ability or whether it came with being the master of the Deathly Hallows. What did he say? Asked Sirius, focusing on the immediate question. Take advantage of our advantages. Remember, magic has a price. Harry recited, setting aside his mug on the nearby table. And something about my power also being my greatest weakness. Power, Sirius said with a frown. Power. Harry took a deep breath and turned to him. He held his gaze with a Gryffindor courage that reminded Sirius sharply of James and Lily. My family. They're my power. You, Remus, and everyone. He fidgeted a little with the edge of his pajama top. I worked it out when we were at the pier. Well, Sirius had no idea what to say to his son. Death gave me you. He gave me everything I needed, Harry said, and it sounded again like he was repeating words he had once heard. Sirius felt his throat close up on a rush of emotion. You changed the world for me. Harry gestured at the blackboard. You've given me everything. Harry. And you don't even know how much I... Harry turned and Sirius opened his arms. His son hugged him, and he hugged his son back, so fiercely. I love you, Padfoot, Harry whispered. Sirius couldn't speak for a moment, and he tightened his hold. I love you too, Pronglet. They held each other for a long time. Hedwig hooted. Sirius glanced at the clock and hummed, smoothing a hand over Harry's back once more and dropping a kiss on the top of his head. It's late. I think I have a plan, Harry said. Sirius looked again at the clock and sighed. He gestured at the blackboard, and it spun around and offered up a clean, empty version. He conjured up a piece of chalk and shifted back to offer it to his son. Harry grasped it with a shy grin. Go ahead. Sirius smiled at him. Let's see your plan, Pronglet. Harry stifled another yawn and straightened the strap on his shoulder bag. He'd told Sirius he was fine for classes despite the fact that both of them had been almost falling asleep in their porridge at breakfast. Bill sent him a concerned glance, and Harry shrugged it away with a sheepish smile. Physical weariness aside, he felt energized after the late night, or was that early morning, planning session he and Sirius had done. Sirius was arranging a meeting with the War Council and the Alliance, and Harry would do the same with the Alliance kids in school. It was all coming together. The loud hustle and bustle of the main staircase ended Harry's inner peace, and he sighed heavily, catching another concerned glance from Bill. He shrugged off the silent question and smiled at the sight of Hermione waiting for him in the corridor outside the Dadac classroom, Daphne at her side. Bill grinned as Harry greeted Hermione with a kiss and slipped a hand into Hermione's waiting palm. The eldest Weasley sketched a salute goodbye. Daphne frowned. I take it Lord Black isn't easing up on security just because Crouch did a runner? Harry shook his head and smiled. Constant vigilance. Neville and Ron walked up and greeted them all cheerfully. Has Sirius said you can come to the dorm now? Asked Ron eagerly. Next weekend. Harry said. You should have come as a lion. Ron argued. You did look awesome. Lavender piped up as she and Parvati joined them. Yes, Draco said dryly, because it's all fun and games until someone gets eaten. He nodded a hello to Harry, who was laughing. Theo, beside him, did the same. "Hey," Harry said, changing the subject. "Meeting after classes in the room, for everyone." Neville nodded, solemnly. "We'll get the word passed." The morning passed quickly, a blur of classes and normality that rubbed under Harry's skin like a pebble in his shoe rubbing the underside of his foot. He sat down for lunch feeling restless. He couldn't shake the feeling. He was losing time. Neville nudged him. "You all right?" Harry paused, causing Hermione and Neville to exchange a brief look of concern over the top of his head. "Yeah, I feel like I need to be doing something more than sit in class, you know?" Neville nodded. "We've got the meeting later. Everyone's coming." "Well." Ron sat down opposite them with a thump. He immediately reached for a large slab of pork pie. "How were the races? You never said this morning, and the wireless reception was appalling." Harry stopped Hermione from chastising their friend and smiled back at Ron, grateful for the distraction. The discussion about the broom racing took them to the end of lunch. The afternoon dragged, but as the final class finished, Harry led the way to the room, grateful that the day was over. The room opened up to its usual formation for task planning, and Harry quickly made his way to the small stage. He waited impatiently as everyone filed in. Hermione, the Weasleys, and Neville took up a position on the stage to his left. Draco, Theo, and Christopher, Wenlock, stood to the right. The rest of the alliance gathered in front of the stage, settling into their usual groups of friendship. Natalie Warren stood arm in arm with Victor Krum. Fleur and Cedric hovered protectively by Sue and Hannah. Connor Sapworthy nodded a greeting at Harry before settling in beside the Inglebys. Jeremy, Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy took positions close to the stage, near to Draco and Theo. "Thank you all for coming." Harry began. He paused and took a breath, letting his nerves steady. "In just under 4 weeks on the eve of the solstice, I and the other champions will face the third task of the tournament." Victor, Fleur, and Cedric all gave a small nod of acknowledgement. "We've all been preparing for it. I wish my fellow champions well, and I know my own performance in the maze will be thanks to the efforts of everyone who has helped me this year." He waited another moment, gathering his thoughts. "When the heirs of the Potter Alliance first met, I told them that if we stood together, we could defeat Voldemort." Harry looked around the assembly and caught Connor Sapworthy's beaming smile of pride. It brought a small smile to his own lips. "On the solstice eve, we're going to do just that." A murmur broke out and rippled through the crowd before Harry raised a hand and caught their attention again. "You know, Voldemort is still out there. You know, he and his followers entered me into this tournament. It's almost certain that at the end of the task, something will be used as a portkey to deliver me into the hands of Voldemort's most faithful, so they can use me in a ritual which will restore Voldemort's wraith to a body." There were a few horrified glances exchanged, but they were mostly looks of confirmation rather than shock. Cedric cleared his throat. "You think the task will be sabotaged again to make sure that happens?" Harry nodded. "It's likely." Victor lifted his chin. "Forewarned is forearmed." Harry nodded again. "Which brings me onto the reason why I've asked you to come today." He could see the realization begin to dawn on Hermione's face, the way Theo turned contemplative, and knew that they knew. "You can't be serious." Hermione blurted out, horrified. Everyone looked at her, surprised at her outburst. Hermione swallowed hard under the attention of so many, but caught Harry's reproachful gaze defiantly. "You can't just let him kidnap you." "Don't be daft, Hermione." Ron said, "He's not just going to let you-know-who grab him." His friend turned to Harry and went pale under his freckles as he read the truth in Harry's eyes. "Blimey, Hermione's right. She's right." A babble of noise broke out as people began to protest and complain, shout their opinions, and decry the idea. A sharp whistle broke, through the chatter and silenced everyone. Neville glared everyone into submission. "I'm sure Harry has more to say." "Thanks, Neville," Harry said. He avoided looking at his girlfriend and turned back to the grouping in front of him. "Every effort is being made to finish this before the task, but the likelihood is that it can't be finished. And Victor said it best, forewarned is forearmed. You have a plan to ambush him, just like Lupin ambushed Greyback at the wedding," Theo said, derailing any other commentary. Harry turned to nod at the Slytherin. "We do." Hermione stepped forward, capturing his attention. "I don't agree with this," she said clearly. "You shouldn't have to face him at all." Harry bit his lip, considering what he could and couldn't say. He reached out a hand, and she took it, confusion in her brown eyes, even though he could see she was waiting for him to explain. Harry glanced back at Neville, who knew, and the other boy inclined his head in recognition of what Harry would reveal. "There was a prophecy," Harry said. He looked at Hermione, partly to plead with her for understanding, and partly to hide from the reactions of the rest of the room. "Months before I was born, there was a prophecy made that said a baby born at the end of the 7th month would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord." "Bloody hell," Ron muttered. "Someone overheard and told Voldemort." Harry continued. "It was why he came after my family back then. It's why he's after me now." "It might not be you," Hermione began to argue, but Harry shook his head. "Dumbledore, my dad, everyone's checked the wording." He repressed the urge to look at Neville. It might have been someone else back then, but he raised a finger and traced his scar. "And the Dark Lord shall mark him as an equal." Hermione's eyes glistened with tears. "It's me," Harry said, simply. Hermione squeezed his hand tightly. "What do you need from us, Harry?" Neville asked, taking a step forward himself, confident and stalwart. Harry gave him a grateful smile. "Someone gave me some great advice. We need to use every advantage we have, and we need to learn from the mistakes of the past." He paused, scanning the faces of his friends. "But most importantly, we need to do this together. I might have to face him, but you won't do it alone." Neville completed. "No," Hermione agreed. "Not alone. You've got me, mate," Ron said, moving to stand beside Neville. "And me, cousin." Draco took a step forward. Theo and Wenlock both moved together. The rest of the Weasleys matched them, and there was a cacophony of sound as the room voiced the same. Cheers and whistles and pandemonium reigned for a long moment. Neville called for order again. He turned with a smile to Harry. "Some of us here have sworn fealty to you, Lord Potter. Some of us are simply friends. But we're all with you." Harry nodded sharply, emotion clawing at the back of his throat, tightening his chest till he could hardly breathe. "Thank you," he said, finding his voice, appreciative beyond words at their support, honored by their trust and faith in him. "I swear this. Come solstice, Tom Riddle will be gone, and we're going to defeat him together." Cheers erupted again. Hermione was the one who whistled sharply for order. "Right," she said sternly. "If we're doing this—" Her eyes met Harry's with warm understanding. "If we're doing this, we're doing this right." She nodded. At him. "Let's go over the plan." His son looked like he needed a good night's sleep, something he hadn't gotten the night before due to his little chat with Antioch. It had also been a long day. Harry had insisted on going ahead with his classes, something Sirius was quite proud about, and then he'd held a meeting with the students in the Alliance, whether they were formally sworn like Neville or simply a friend like Luna. He'd insisted on meeting the adult side of the Alliance after dinner. Sirius knew it made sense. Harry couldn't brief the kids and wait a whole day to brief their parents. It wasn't good protocol. In many respects, most of the adults would have probably preferred for the briefing of their children not to have happened at all. Sirius shrugged that thought off. If someone complained, he and Harry would deal with it. They'd chosen the Black Estate for the meeting. The wards were second to none, and there was a large meeting room on the second floor, which was purpose-built for hosting large gatherings. Sirius had spent his own day ensuring the delivery of the invitations, which included a special, one-time, only portkey to the estate. Sirius and Harry had simply flooded in. Remus met them both with a manly hug before being usurped by a bubbly Dora. The Alliance have all arrived. Remus confirmed. The family are waiting in the drawing room. Sirius put a hand on Harry's shoulder, and they made their way to see the family first. Lucius stood by the mantelpiece, a crystal glass of whiskey in his hand. He tossed it back and set it on the mantel as Sirius and Harry greeted Narcissa, the Tonks, and the Grangers. "I suppose there is a reason for this summons." Lucius drawled. "Yes," Sirius said sharply, "and you'll find out in a moment when we join the rest of the Alliance." He gestured for them to follow him. He noticed Narcissa sent her husband a glacial chiding look before she took Lucius's arm. The Malfoys fell in behind the Tonks. The Grangers assumed the next position with Remus and Dora last. Sirius and Harry led the family from the drawing room to the meeting room. It was a stunning space, a beautiful high ceiling patterned in intricate coving that told the story of Arthur. A pale sky blue covered the walls. A polished oak floor softened with woven rugs embroidered with the black crest. The room had been arranged with small tables set with linen tablecloths and a lit candle. The ceiling's chandelier was lit up with tiny fairy lights. Their guests were enjoying after-dinner cocktails and a selection of sweet and savory petit four. The room was noisy with excited chatter, but the Alliance quickly settled down as the Black family entered, Sirius and Harry remaining at the front. The rest took the waiting empty table next to the one where the War Council sat. Just behind them, Bill and Caro sat with the Weasleys and Augusta Longbottom, and to the side Minnie had taken a seat with Severus and Alastor. Sirius moved forward to a position where they could be seen and heard by everyone. "Thank you all for coming," Sirius said, drawing everyone's attention. He and Harry wore matching battle robes, and he could see the atmosphere turn to a tense seriousness as the assembly appreciated fully that this wasn't just a social gathering. "Harry." Sirius stepped back and to the side as Harry took pole position. Sirius was close enough to emphasize that he was still providing Harry with protection and support, but far enough away that the truth that this was Harry's show was made without a word being spoken. Harry gave Sirius a nod of acknowledgement and straightened. It was as though his tiredness sloughed away, leaving behind a young man, a young mage. "Everyone in this room knows that Voldemort remains a threat to the peace of our world," Harry began confidently. "Everyone also knows that before I was born I was prophesied to defeat him." He gazed around the room, letting the truth of it settle in their minds. "The moment of our final battle has been years in the making, and it will take place on the eve of the solstice." It didn't escape his notice that the headmaster was trying to catch his eye, but Harry avoided Dumbledore's gaze, knowing he was about to be much more open about events than the headmaster probably would want anyone to be. "Voldemort seeks a new body. There is a ritual he's been preparing for all year which will give him what he wants." Harry said, "He needs an enemy's blood for the ritual, and I'm sure it's not a surprise to anyone that he's chosen mine." "Bastard," Griselda Marchbanks said succinctly. Sirius sent her an appreciative look for lightening the tension. "The ritual, it was the reason he had me entered into the tournament. He intends to kidnap me at the end of the third task." Harry paused, and Sirius could see that the dawning realization of what next on the faces of Augusta and Daniel Greengrass. "We intend to let him." "An ambush," Daniel said, his voice carrying over the small outbreak of murmurs that had followed Harry's announcement. "You intend to turn the tables on him." Richard Bones started smiling. "Of course. He thinks he has you, but in fact you're trapping him. Yes, Harry agreed. That's the plan. He looked around again. It's time to finish it. Is it necessary for you to be involved? Augusta asked. I know all of us here have been working to ensure that you wouldn't have to face him again. Harry smiled at her and looked to Sirius silently for him to answer. Sirius stepped forward. I think you all know my feelings about Harry facing Voldemort. I told you all, when we first began discussions in the summer, that I refused to believe or consider that this fight was Harry's and Harry's alone. Why should my 14-year-old son have to fight a Dark Lord? The idea is still preposterous to me. There were nods around the room of agreement, of acknowledgement. So I haven't changed my mind, Sirius assured them. But, he sighed heavily, I can admit that events since the knowledge we've gained since those early days has taught me that I didn't give enough weight to the obsession that Voldemort has for my son, an obsession which was seeded with a prophecy, and which Voldemort has nurtured and fed with his anger and fear every day since the All Hallows' Eve when he went to kill Harry and ended up a wraith instead. He swallowed to shake the lump in his throat at the idea of that. Harry shifted closer to him as though to comfort him with his presence. I haven't altered my opinion. I don't want my son anywhere near Voldemort. I can tell you that we're working on making any reason for Harry to face him obsolete. Suffice to say, it's not straightforward nor without risk of spooking Voldemort entirely. Sirius gazed around the room, for everyone to meet his gaze, and know he was serious and believed every word he said. The truth is that the probability of us finding and corralling Voldemort before the solstice is remote. He's under a fidelius. Sirius held up his hand for quiet as there was an outbreak of mutters. Bertie got to his feet, radiating quiet power. The charm means that magic will not allow anyone who does not know the secret to breach it. We know the general location, but cannot step foot onto the property, cannot even see what's there. We are even repelled against entry or notice. As soon as we turn our attention to something else, the secret begins to dull in our minds and memories until, if it was not a constant focus, we would forget altogether. The magic is arcane, and it would be foolish of us to believe that this is the only protection Voldemort has in place. We know he is building an army. We know he has access to at least one Dementor that escaped the forest at Yule. The head of DOM regarded the crowd with a heavy frown. An assault would be fraught with danger, and, as Lord Black has indicated, the possibility of an assault simply resulting in forcing Voldemort to run and hide somewhere else is high. You could thwart the kidnap attempt, though. Molly countered shakily. She was pale under her freckles, and Sirius knew she was genuinely concerned for Harry's safety. It would be my preference, Sirius admitted. But even I have to concede that the night before the solstice presents us with an opportunity like no other. Alastair nodded his agreement. Amelia rose to her feet. We will know exactly where and when we can find the wizard known as Tom Riddle, who calls himself Voldemort. He is raising an army, and he'll find an army waiting for him. She lifted her chin. I don't want to use a 14-year-old to find him. I don't want to place Lord Potter in harm's way. If we can get to him without Lord Potter ending up anywhere near him, we should take advantage of that. You just don't think he'll make it that easy for you. Her brother called out softly, just loud enough for his voice to carry. I don't. Amelia agreed. She glanced over at Harry. Lord Black is not the only one who underestimated the strength of Voldemort's obsession with Lord Potter. Riddle will do everything he can to get what he wants on the eve of the solstice. And while we will work to, how did you put it, Molly, thwart him, the truth is that we may fail. Alastair snorted. The truth is that he's a clever bastard. Voldemort has had years to plan this out. He's not going to let the chance to get a new body and kill the kid who destroyed the old one get away from him. He shifted, rising to his feet to regard the room with a hard stare. Tactically, taking him down when we know where he is makes sense. But do I believe we're going to be able to do it without involving Lord Potter? He sighed and looked over at Harry. I think we're going to need him. We also need to consider that there is more at work here than simply the tactical decisions of mortals. Bertie said, there is a prophecy, and fate seems determined in ensuring it is realized. You can't tell me that you believe in something as flimsy as a prophecy. Sirius. Griselda remarked. I don't. Sirius confirmed. Before he could say anything else, Albus stood and gained the attention of everyone in the room. Whether one gives weight to the prophecy or not, the other truth is that Tom believes in it and will not stand for Harry's existence. He glanced around. I know of Lord Black's preference in this matter, and I know he will fight to the last to prevent his son from falling into Tom's hands. But we have to acknowledge that there is more at stake here than the fate of one boy. If Tom regains his body, we will all be at risk. We must use this opportunity, for it may not come again. I cannot believe you can stand there and be so blasé about endangering a child. Andy leaped to her feet. Narcissa placed a hand on her sister's arm, but her eyes glinted coldly at the headmaster. I would caution you to be careful. The House of Black now stands in the stead of Lily of the House of Potter. No mother would see her child sacrificed. Her gaze met Sirius's. And no father. Sirius held his hand and silenced the room before the babble that erupted could take over. Enough, Sirius said loudly, silencing the outbreak of babble before it could grow in any volume. My cousin speaks truly. I will not sacrifice my son. Frankly, if I could wrap him in cotton wool and hide him away from all this, I would. He darted a look at Harry, who smiled back at him. That actually was my plan. A tentative ripple of reluctant chuckles broke the tension in the room. There were nods from the parents in the room. Please be seated, Sirius said formally to those standing. Bertie and the others resumed their seats. Sirius placed his hands behind his back. The truth is that Voldemort is coming for my son. We know this time when and where he'll strike. If I can prevent Harry from having to face him, that would be preferable, and I will make every effort to find a way to take Voldemort down without Harry being there. I will make every effort to thwart his attempt to kidnap Harry. Harry and I are agreed on this, and we hope for the best outcome. He paused and took a deep breath. But Harry has to compete in the tournament. That's a fact. Voldemort has a plan to kidnap him, and there will be an opportunity. That's a fact. We know when, we know where he intends to do this ritual. That's also fact. We know taking him down before then will be difficult and likely will not succeed. Another fact. And as much as no one wants to admit it, taking him down on the solstice eve is a duty we have to the wider wizarding world for all of our safety, whether Harry is part of it or not. Fact. Sirius could see that everyone was beginning to understand the reality in a way that they had only ever skirted around before. So if we hope for the best, we should plan for the worst. Sirius turned to Harry. My son has this plan. Harry nodded his thanks. I can't tell you how grateful I am for your friendship and for your efforts to keep me safe. I thank you for your concern. He nodded at Augusta. And for your defense of me. He turned towards Andy and Narcissa. And I think everyone in this room knows my father will be doing everything he can so I don't have to face Tom Riddle again. There were nods and murmurs of agreement, and Sirius felt some of his tension ease at the visible sign that the Alliance knew he was sincere in his efforts. Harry cleared his throat. But we do need to plan for the worst, and I need your help once again. I know that you've worked long hours to build a world in support of my agenda, a world that isn't friendly to Voldemort. We have the majority now, both politically and financially. Our efforts in the Wizengamot have been successful, and we have to continue to build upon this next month. We can't let him win any ground right now. Here, here, Tiberius said loudly. There was a chorus of agreements, and Harry had to gesture for quiet. So we own the political ground, and Voldemort has some finances, but we've made it difficult for him. Harry continued, but he successfully got me into this tournament, and I have no choice magically but to compete. He knows that. We know his agent has placed a trap for me, but not what the trap is. So, on the night of the third task, we have to prepare for the possibility that I'll be captured, and we've called you here not only to brief you, but to seek your support and help in ensuring his defeat. He held the attention of the room. Because I can promise you, if Tom Riddle and I meet on the eve of the solstice, I will take the opportunity to end this. Harry declared bluntly, the House of Potter will go to war, and I will defeat him. Do you honestly believe you can? Asked Albert, leaning forward as though eager to hear the answer. I know I can. Harry said simply, I once told your heirs that as long as we stood together, we could defeat him. I believed it then, and I believe it now. His eyes flickered to Sirius, to their family, and back to the Alliance. I know I can defeat him, because even if I'm on my own, when I face him on the battlefield, I'm never truly alone. I carry each and every one of the people I love, who love me, with me, spirit, heart, and shield. There was total silence for a long moment. Sirius could hear his own pounding heartbeat. He held his breath. Magic stirred. Augusta stood up and looked around the room. Do I speak for the houses? Daniel started to smile and gave a nod as he exchanged knowing and accepting looks with those around him. You do. The others called out their acceptance. Minnie and Alastair got to their feet. Amelia, Bertie, Cornelius, and Albus exchanged a long look, and they also stood. Bill and Carl got to their feet. Andy stood. Narcissa followed. The Grangers got to their feet at the same time as Remus. Magic stirred. Augusta stepped away from the table and walked to join Sirius and Harry. She paused just in front of them. Sirius fought to keep his expression calm and collected as the rest of the heads of the houses in the Alliance stood and drew their wands, clasping them in a fist and placing that fist against their heart. Arthur glanced once at Molly and followed. Sirius shivered as the forms of the house totems shimmered into view. Magic stirred. Augusta held out a hand to Sirius imperiously and stared at him forcefully. He grasped her hand with one of his, and with his free hand drew his wand and fisted it over his heart. Augusta sank to one knee, her gaze locked with Harry's. Harry's eyes went wide. I, Augusta Beatrice Longbottom, Regent of the House of Longbottom, speak for all those who have sworn or will swear oath today with the House of Potter. Augusta declared in a strong voice, We swear fealty to the House of Potter. Our magic is your magic. Our wands are your wands. Our lives are yours to command in battle and in peacetime. We stand together with you. Sirius felt the magic of the oath settle into his skin, into his bones, his spirit. Harry looked to him, and Sirius nodded. Harry drew his own wand. I, Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, heir of the House of Black, accept your oath of fealty. I offer to you the protection and sanctuary of the House of Potter, my wand and my magic in your defense, to lead you with fairness and honor. Gold and silver tendrils of magic swirled around him. We stand together. So have I sworn, so mote it be. So mote it be. Everyone said in response. The totems roared and disappeared in a rush of magic. Sirius helped Augusta to her feet, dropping a kiss on her knuckles before he released her hand. He looked around the room, at the vibrant hum of satisfaction, of pride that shone from every face. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, and Harry turned to him with a soft, knowing smile. This was the power. Harry wasn't wrong. Sirius smiled back at his son. They were going to so utterly crush Tom Riddle into dust. And that's the end of part 11, where the path ahead becomes even more uncertain, and Harry faces his most difficult decisions yet. What do you think about the sacrifices Harry has made so far? Which choices do you think will come back to haunt him? Let us know your thoughts and predictions in the comments. If you're enjoying this journey, be sure to like, subscribe, and share the audiobook with your fellow fans. Your support keeps the magic alive and allows us to keep bringing these amazing stories to you. Did you know? Part 11 marks a turning point where Harry's internal struggles begin to align with the external threats he faces. This shift is a critical moment in the story, laying the groundwork for the final chapters. Up next, Part 12, where the storm breaks and Harry must face his greatest test of all. Until then, victory often costs more than just a battle. Sometimes it takes a piece of who we are. Stay strong, stay true, and, as always, stay magical.